I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. Ah, top of the morning, mates. Been a bloody crazy week. Ah, familiar image there. Another shyster. Another effort to play with people's minds. See, we've been down this road before with Uncle Barry. Barry not going anywhere. You gotta pay your bills, Barry. You gotta pay your bills. You gotta pay. You gotta pay. You gotta pay. No, you're not going anywhere. Hey, everybody buys your story about being on a plane, Barry. Yeah, right. I'm 30 years old. Man, he certainly would have shown his face on there, that's for sure. To stick it to me. Stick it to me. Right, Barry? Well, enjoy your stay at the Bilibid Hilton. That's what I say. Enjoy your stay. Let's get his ugly face off here. We don't want to look at that, do we really? Nah, I don't, certainly. Well, top of the morning. Hello. Oh, the stories. Oh, yeah. Ricky confronts, runs into Jasper, cuts it short. Well, then Ricky does another show. See, here's the thing. Every time Ricky gets his pension, that's seemingly when Apple is around. Did you notice this pattern? Then she disappears after he spends a lot of money. Some people are just predictable, right? Aren't they? I mean, you gotta love this stuff. Or not. You know? But there's always a pattern here with Ricky. Somebody said that on his comment section. In fact, I didn't make this stuff up. I mean, there is a pattern with Ricky. So around the time he gets his pension, but that's when his girlfriend, well, you know, we define what's a girlfriend and what's not. But it's always around his pension time that he decides to exhibit a so-called 5-star lifestyle. And that's when Apple's around. I don't know, have you guys noticed this pattern? Or is it just me? No, it ain't just me because, well, somebody, they did point that out. There's another point, too, to make. Always around that time, he's got his girlfriend. But then he's all alone by the cell phone, waiting for something to happen that day. But it's until he gets his pension and gets his payday that the apple of his eye appears. Always around that time. So it indeed is a pay-for relationship. When the money comes in, that's when she's there to get her share of the bounty. Good food, money. Life's good for Apple, don't you think? It's a part-time job with her, with Ricky, wouldn't you say? Good gig if you can get it, right? For a Filipino, whatever she is. I don't know, what is she, Thai or Filipino? I don't even know what she is, to tell you the truth. I lost track. She's from Thailand, or I guess she's Filipino. I don't know. My memory as an old man is kind of, cloudy these days. But we do know patterns, don't we? When the money's there, she will appear. Sad. But what's the story with Jasper? Now, come on, that would be a big thing, wouldn't it? Running into Jasper on the beach. He still fails. I'm trying to figure out on his last night's whatever broadcast, he's having dinner with the apple of his eye. It didn't explain much about the meeting with Jasper. Not really. Unless I'm missing something, please clue me in. I can be clueless sometimes. Well, if I don't receive the proper information. But there was no elaboration on that meeting. So what really did happen? I don't know. Ricky had a mark, something on his head. Did he get punched by Jasper? What really did happen? We want to know. Or maybe we don't even care to know, really. I don't know, guys. I really don't. The adventures continue. The adventures continue with Slick Licky until the day comes where his overindulgence of delectable food comes to an end. Will it be the food that will be his demise? Will it be somebody that don't like him, put him to his demise out there, and he's got a few enemies? Will his heart give out from his obesity? Who knows? Said the shadow. And who really cares? Oh, mio mio. Oh, still trying to get fully awake here. Boy, I'm pretty consistent, am I? About 5:30 in the morning. It's brighter than shit out there. What the hell? At this time of day, of morning, the sun is out. I'm like, what the fuck? I haven't looked at the clock. What is it, 5:30 or something? It's this bright out and the sun is out, 5:30? Damn. That'll wake you up. So let's see. What's the skinny on Barry? Well, it just goes to stay and say that no, he can't be released without paying all that shit. That's just it. And I guess he's willing to do the time to try to supposedly get away with I don't know what they call that, subsidiary punishment, which is if you're not going to pay the court fees and fines, that you get extra jail time in the waiting process. But even that is not clear. I don't have full clarity on this yet, but I was going over some stuff. I was listening to Mike's Philippines, whatever. They were talking about overstay, blah, 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 and all that. And I'll tell you what, it's got to be a lot more than we thought it is for almost 7 years of overstay with fines and penalties. It has to be a lot more than that was ever quoted. Because there were people that had a relatively, 4 years or less, and they were paying out of their nose well over 200,000 pesos and then more on top of that. But almost 7 years? I don't know, man. It has to be quite a bit of money. It could be as much as 800,000 pesos. Where's he going to come up with that alone just for the immigration stuff? Wow. Then, of course, $250,000 to the court, $250,000 to Uncle Frank here. And whatever he owes his lawyer. How is he coming up with that money? Well, it doesn't seem that he is. And I'm not really sure how he would. I think if everything he owed completely was a very nominal amount, then his saviors or retractors, both, would maybe come up with the money for him. But I don't think that's the case, because I think truly people don't want to help him out. After all, the very people that donated to him in the past have been very kind to him, got some real negative feedback from him many times where he has attacked them. And under those situations, people don't really want to be that generous. Hello, Philippines. Good morning to you, sir. Good morning. A new day, baby. New day. New day. That's how you got to look at things. New day. New day. Oh, there's been a lot of topic matters about overstaying and this and that and this and that. Well, there's purposeful overstay and there's administrative overstay, and they are different. They are different. But it can be very complicated. When you overstay the amount of time that Barry did, that alone is quite expensive. I mean, to pay back all that, there are fines and fees and penalties, all that. I mean, that is a lot of money. So when you have no choice, then you have no choice. You just do what you have to do. You just, you just stay where you are. And according to my attorneys, as long as he does not comply with this court order, he remains where he is. And there's been a lot of talk about the subsidiary punishment, and I'm still not 100% clear on that, because maybe in some way, and that's not even proven either, subsidiary might apply to the court owings, but not to what he owes me and any other money he owes out, immigration, everything else, all that stuff. So I don't know, this shit is kind of in the air. And you know me, I would give you up-to-date, concise information like I normally do. But this is a tough one. AI says 7 years of overstay is 350. No. They're not calculating in other stuff. What's it is? Fines, fees, penalties. 7 years of a lot more than 350,000 pesos. You're just talking about, what you normally would pay for your visa every month. What is that, $50, $60? But then if you don't pay, there's penalties, there's this, there's that, there's this, there's that, but then almost 7 years. No. 350,000, that sounds like an awfully low figure. 350 to 600K. Okay, now you're changing it. I can see the 600K, but I can see more like 800, really. When the smoke clears, he's got himself into a really precarious situation. I mean, I don't know. God, he's so under so much scrutiny, to be honest with you here, because overall, everything that's been going on, the overstay, then there's the fines from the court and the damages to me and lawyer balance and plane tickets and everything you can think of. This passport is no good anymore. I don't know if you know that. I think it just now expired, or in a month or two or less, or it just did. And then, you have to renew your passport 5 months before it actually expires. So now he's fucked up on his passport. Now that's a fact. Yeah. That's a fact, son. That is a fact. That's the fucked up part. Okay, so where are we back to? Ricky? I don't understand what all this $900 dinner is. I don't guess I wasn't listening very well. Or some of it being paid for by something or credits or something. I'm sorry, I didn't follow it real well. I kind of skimmed through Ricky's broadcast. I don't understand. Lobster bisque and all that stuff. And it always seems that Ricky has something to try to prove to people. I don't understand that either. What is he trying to prove? It's very simple to all of us, when he gets his gets his pension, that's when his girlfriend is back around again. And his girlfriend, quote, girlfriend, that's when she's around again. So when his money runs out, she's gone again. Now that's a pattern. That's an absolute pattern. That's for sure. That's a pattern. I don't understand. What do you mean that's not right. Sponsored by Jasper. What does that mean? Discord is on fire chanting your name. In a bad way or a good way? Now, what is this thing about being sponsored by a Jasper hater? I'm sorry. I'm not buying that. No. No one's going to put out that kind of money just because Ricky bumped into Jasper. Come on, let's get real. That's complete bullshit. Now, maybe I'd understand if Ricky beat the shit out of him or something. Somebody would be so fucking happy that they say, here, man, I'm buying you an expensive dinner for that. Man, you deserve that. Man, you deserve this money. I could maybe see that. Something I would probably do. Yeah. But I don't buy, well, look, I don't buy into anything Ricky says anyway. Smoke and mirrors. But he never defined what happened at that meeting of Jasper. He just does like a how many second thing. Oh, this is Jasper. And he has, whatever. Was it 20 seconds, 25 seconds, 30 seconds? I don't know what the hell it was. So what happened? He didn't define what happened. He didn't show the rest of the video if there was any more. Maybe he got popped by Jasper. You don't know Jasper's capabilities. But how about the rest of the story? How about the rest of the story? What happened? Lucy, what happened? What happened? Well, what happened? Do tell. Be honest, if you can. What really transpired after Ricky met Jasper that he does not want to show you? The plot thickens. The plot thickens. I have no idea. But you're not going to hear the whole story until the truth be told by Licky. Don't think so. Oh, I just got up. I'm not prepared to make a big breakfast. I'm just going to have a piece of toast with butter just to get something in me. Then I'll think of what the hell to make this morning. Got my tea going, of course. God, of course, need you ask. All right, give me some brain benders here this morning. Give me some dialogue. Wake me up here. Wake me up before I go. Just give me another glass of cocoa. Let's see. Butter, toast, yeah, tea, and then whatever I'm going to have afterwards. I don't know. I don't know everything. Let's just get this toast all buttered up. What do you say? Come on, toast. There we go. Do you know that butter sells at $279? Was it for the butter? That I just bought yesterday too. That almond milk I buy, Blue Diamond, 279 pesos for a carton of that Blue Diamond almond milk. I never look at the price. When I need it, I just buy it. And fortunately for me, they have it in the local stores. It seemed to be catching on. They're always ordering it. That means that there is a demand for it. Ain't that something? But I never looked at the price until yesterday. I bought another container. $279. I forgot. I think they're charging for the butter. Oh, I know. It's got to be at least like 184 pesos or something like that. Oh, yeah. Gotta have something in my stomach when I get up. Sorry, you're gonna hear a little crunching, but hey. I mean, what else is new, you know? Okay, gentlemen, you're gonna have to help me out here a little bit this morning. We got 23 watching. We need more thumbs up than 4. Let's, come on, be generous today. Or maybe not. I don't understand you people. I don't think anything more happened with Jasper. Well, I don't know, man, because Ricky would try to play it out a little better than what he did. It's a rarity that he actually ran into Jasper, and you would think it'd be more than a 30-second short. I don't know, maybe they became friends. Ricky just found him, and he was reborn. Now Ricky is relevant again. Okay. I'm sorry with the toast here. Almost done. There you go. I don't know. Sometimes I sit here and I wonder what is the purpose of all of us doing YouTube videos? What is the goal? If it ain't money, what is really the goal? And Ricky's antics all the time that people like to follow his antics. What does it all amount to? I can't figure it out. What does it all amount to? Just some grown-ass man trying to make a fool out of himself, doing a very good job of it. But as I said, if you noticed, and somebody commented on his show, pretty much that when it's time for his pension, that's the only time that the apple of his eye comes into the picture again. Pension time. Then you don't see her anymore once he spends an elaborate amount of money on her. Then she's gone. So she had to go back, this, that, or something. I don't know, man. I'll say it over and over again. I couldn't live that kind of lifestyle. I just couldn't do that. It's too complicated. I mean, your very existence out here in the Philippines and all the pretense that's going on, living in a $200 dump apartments over Deca homes near Mandawi, and yet stating he's living the 5-star lifestyle only on pension day. You notice that? Only on pension day. Then it's back to, chasing the streets, trying to find. But then I heard all the excuses. All the women are gone. They're all going for the younger guys. They're all gone. He can't even pay for a date other than Apple. He's having a hard time in Thailand and Philippines of finding even a pay for date. Jesus, when it comes to that point, it's over. I don't know. Should we care? That's the question. What Licky does, Licky will continue to do. There's always a train wreck along the way. So Barry, when's your next trip on the aeroplane? I hear one right now. You hear it? That's Barry, fleeing away. Nice try, Mr. Jordan, but no cigar for you. History has a way of repeating itself, and certainly does with Barry. He tried to pull this once before, you remember? He certainly did. Nobody believed him then, and nobody believes him now. Certainly he'd put his face on camera. Oh, with certainty he would do that. See, suckers, I'm going home now. Sure he would. It'd be the first thing he would do. It'd be the first thing I would do. Would too, I mean. Here, suckers, I'm on my way home. Fuck you, Frank. No, fuck you, Barry. And I have fucked you. Well, figuratively, not physically. God, dogs, this is nasty. All I see is a trail here of blood. One of my dogs is having her monthly. Or actually, it's not monthly. Jeez. Like a janitor here, I gotta follow her blood trail. It's nasty. What am I gonna do? Put diapers on her? Oh, come on now. All I say all day long with these dogs, stop scratching, Ginger, stop scratching, Ginger. She's got these skin allergies or whatever. She's always scratching. I'm looking at her now, she's scratching. Always scratching, always scratching. The other one too, but not as much. Ginger, what I say about scratching? Or the living room, every single day. Dogs want in. Then they want out. I say, what am I? I'm the doorman now. I'm the doorman. I say, in or out. How many times I say that? I say, in or out. Or out. Make up your mind. In or out. Jeez. Dogs need their own doorman. But they are spoiled. They are spoiled. They, rightfully so. They should be spoiled. Yeah, Jasper is, he's not the most desirable person as far as the next band in the Philippines, that's for sure. But he's making money, though. So no matter how he does it, I'll give him that credit. If people are stupid enough to buy into all his crap, and then here's what they do. Oh, man, that's why, here's where the brains come in with some people. And as much as you may not like these people, but they know how to make money. Now, you get a lot of viewers to your channel. They become obsessed with watching your channel, right? And you get all these subs. Then they want to hear everything that's going on. So he'll do a members-only thing, right? So you have to pay a fee or whatever every month to have a membership. Oh, he's got it down. He really does. He's a smart guy, smarter than you might think. Remember, of course, if you really get so entwined and so entangled and so caught up in all his bullshit that he puts on there, you're going to still want to hear all this shit. So he's smart. He does a members-only thing. And you got to pay to be a member, right? something's changed I don't know about, but it's a way to do it. I'm actually surprised that Ricky, who is so money conscious, that he doesn't do a members only thing. Barry tried to do that, but he couldn't get a bunch of members. And then it didn't matter anyway. Members only. What are the benefits of becoming a member? When the person's going to talk about the same shit they talk about outside of a membership, it don't make any sense at all. But there are people stupid enough to pay that. Go figure. It's not worth it. Well, I mean, not worth it for somebody to join a membership. When they talk about the same shit anyway, so why do you want to pay every month and be obligated? Get your card debited every freaking month to listen to what? The same shit that he talks about or anybody talks about when outside of the membership? Nah, don't make any sense to me. But hey, you get away with that shit. Why not? I don't have any problem with that. If you're willing to pay, that's your gig. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. But then again, look at the people we have on here. Okay, let's see. Ricky's okay. Flying Circus, Sister, Reborn, Liberal, Frank needs memberships. Nah, I'm not getting into that shit, man. You're lucky I'm even on here. Fuck the memberships. Guarantee you will get 13 members. You know what, dude? You might be right. That magic number 13. We're at 16 now. Rejoice. Rejoice. I never realized how relevant I am on here. I mean, I had notions of it, people putting channels devoted to you. And, well, you know what? I'm going to keep everything I put on here now. We're going to have a little fun with the Frank Battaglia replays. The whole purpose of putting that on, why they put that on is, they figured that I get rid of a lot of my videos. They would have it there for evidence or something, But what if I just keep my videos on? Will they have a reason to even replay me? Why would they need that if my show is still on? Okay, a little psychology here, as Ricky said. Use a little psychology. What would they have then? Let's try it out. Because it would make no rhyme and reason to replay my shows. Except, for a title they want to put on there to mock me or something. But it would have no purpose anymore, wouldn't it? No, it probably wouldn't. So why don't I just leave all my shows on? Be careful what I say, of course. Be no reason at all. Why have a replay channel if I'm not deleting my shows? Makes sense? What do you think, boys? God, sometimes in the morning I'm almost unwilling to have. I have a certain cereal, like a muesli stuff. Talk about grains, and then oatmeal and stuff I have a lot. Well, I can say, without being graphic, too much grains, my friend. Well, grains are good, but too much grains will have an effect on you and to CR, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Then you take magnesium and vitamin C on top of that shit, man. And you're ready to go. Yeah, I encourage eating grains, but I think and it's healthy to do so, but I say limit your grains to a certain point. Just trust me on that one. And vitamin C, well, and magnesium, well. I just bought this chelated, magnesium. it works a lot better in your system. It costs you a lot more. If you're going to buy something, buy the right stuff. Oh, I got an email from one of my retractors or whatever. What does he call himself? Something diddly in the Philippines or something like that. I don't know the title. I'm coming to, I plan to be coming to Bantyland Island. I want to look at some land. But you're always talking about meeting people. I'll meet you. I'll meet you when others have not. And see how brave you are. Well, I told him, I said, you know how to find me. That's called expat doing diddly in the Philippines or something like that. Some entitlement like that. I said, well, if you know how to find me, I'm sure you do. Come on down, the water's fine. Dress your best for success. I'm here because you're there, remember that. And I'll be here if you're there. You know, which brings me to that question again. What brings people to this level? Somebody they don't even know, based on a lot of hearsay and all the crap that goes on YouTube that's very negative about a vlogger. What brings people to this point where they want to threaten you? Damn, did I kick their dog? Did I fuck their lady? I mean, what did Frankie do here exactly? I'm still trying to figure out. That brings people to this fervor, you know. I don't know. I don't know, but it takes all kinds. But you do got to be careful because we got a lot of people out there that are psychologically, shall we say, imbalanced, and that's being kind. You just don't really know. And why tell me you're coming? Come unannounced. That's giving yourself away. If you really wanted to confront me, why would you say, yeah, I'm coming to the island and I want to look at land or something? Oh, as my videos of this beautiful seaside town gotten people interested in the lifestyle of Santa Fe, Bantyland Islands, I told you I'm quite influential out here. I'm influencing a lot of people, even maybe to want to buy land here. Who knows? Boy, my influence really spreads out in many ways. Health, top, you name it. I am relevant after all. No question about that. I don't think anybody's, I am relevant here. Perhaps saving lives with my health tips, or perhaps saving their lives out of loneliness. That Frank is here for you. Come to my channel, come one, come all. Listen to reason, listen to fact, listen to the truth. Listen to my very well appointed advice. And some are, to my surprise. Some are trying to get more healthy because of my shows. I can name names, but I have already. And there's others that, well, won't admit it. I do perform a service here after all. Not trying to, really, you know, maybe I am a little bit. Performing a service. After all, I got everybody coming to my show. Oh, everybody, you know, I got 17 watching, but, you know, what do you want? What do you expect? Kevin's been kind of quiet for the past couple of days, huh? What's going on, Kevin? A little angina perhaps with the chest, a little angina. What's going on? What's going on? Did you find a live one yet, Kevin? Did you find a live one yet that's willing to be with you without you buying her drinky poos? Not gonna happen. There's some things I could see happening, and there's some things I just can't see happening. Like Barry ever being happy in his life. Like Barry never getting in trouble anymore. Ricky not doing the things he does as well as the others. Oh, So somebody said, all right, here goes the rumor mongers again. Okay, first of all, it started out with Flying Circus having a stroke. Now, the first question I have to ask, whether that's true or not, is someone having a stroke is going to care enough to go on and go on YouTube, or are they going to take care of themselves? The second thing I'm hearing is that he didn't make it. That's the newest thing I heard on here, is that Flying Circus didn't make it on his stroke or something. That's the last thing I heard. So, okay, the question is, say somebody didn't make it, heart attack, stroke, whatever. How, may I ask, is anybody really to know that? Is he going to come back beyond the grave or something and put a show on saying, I didn't make it, folks, I'm gone? And I'm sure he doesn't know anybody on there that's really going to know if he croaked or not. How would they, right? And how would that get to YouTube? That's a good question. So people saying that Flying Circus has gone to meet the Grim Reaper, how would you know? How would you know? Does he have a piece of paper there in a hospice or the hospital saying that, hey, if I croak, make sure you go on YouTube and tell my viewers that I croaked? I don't think it's going to happen that way. How would anybody, if I died, how would you know it, except maybe you'll try to go to my girlfriend's Facebook page or something and maybe try to find out something on there. What happened to Frank? What happened to Frank? I'm a good friend of his. Can you tell me what happened to Frank? I haven't heard him on YouTube for months. Either he quit or he died. Which is it? We need to know. Please, we need to know. We need something to talk about. Well, I will definitely tell you, and I've definitely given instructions to my girlfriend, if something catastrophic happened to me, and or if I died, that nobody is to know about that at all on YouTube. Let them just think. Let them think. I gave really big instructions on that. Don't come on and tell anybody. She's not going to tell anybody. I know that are potential YouTubers that are trolls, perhaps. My daughter's not even going to know, because she'll get it out on YouTube. Does she listen to YouTube? Goddamn right, I'm sure she does. That's her way of being in my life without really being in my life. You know what I mean by that? She wanted anything to do with me, whatever, okay. Frankie made his efforts, honest efforts. Can't blame me, can't hold that against me. You can't make somebody do something they don't want to do. But does she listen to my shows? I'm pretty damn sure she does. It's just a way of being in my life without being in my life, if you know what I mean by that. Flying Circus Sister, reborn liberal. Would Circus have time or the wherewith to delete his channel if he was... Is this channel off? I mean, I didn't ask that question. If he was losing his life. Some people on their deathbed will come on YouTube. I mean, they want to miss a trick before they go. What's happening with Frank? I got to know before I croak here. I got to go to my grave knowing something. Give me something before I see black. How would people know unless somebody tells, you know? Yes, he hid his new channel. Why would he hide his new channel? I don't understand. All right, well, maybe something did happen. Something obviously happened with Roberto, okay? I think we got that down good. I could pretty much say with confidence that Roberto does have the Alzheimer's thing going on. Because you saw what was presented, that it was 2 years before this information came out that he was giving and doing GoFundMe or encouraging people to give to the Alzheimer's foundations. Now, that usually happens. You'll see that with the stars, too, when they come up with a disease. Where they normally, okay, this is the funny thing about the stars, the celebrities and all that. Maybe they normally wouldn't contribute to a particular charity of some medical nature, right? But when something happens to them, all of a sudden, here, please give to this foundation muscular dystrophy, cancer, Alzheimer's, whatever. Oh, then they care when it's happening to them. Have you noticed a pattern with that? I certainly have. Flying Circus Liberal, same day as Flipper hit. Yeah, Flipper does that now and then, doesn't he? I don't know, Flipper, he comes on, say what he has to do sometimes, and then but like I've been telling you, every one of you, understand this. There's a lot going on in these people's lives that you don't see or know. And sometimes you got to do the proper math to figure it out. You got to read between the lines. You may not be 100% accurate, but if you read between the lines and put two and two together, you will see that something is actually happening in their lives. They're not going to tell you all the negative stuff that's happening in their life. That's the last thing they're going to do. Every one of these trolls on here that we talk about quite often, that are in the limelight on here, they all got something going on in their life, whether it's medically, socially, or financially, or whatever the hell it might be. Every one of them. I have absolutely no doubts about that at all. I've never been more certain than anything in my life that they all have their own skeletons. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. With no doubt. And as time goes by, we have discovered this to be true, haven't we? We have. We have. We certainly have. I have. I don't know about you. It just takes a little bit of digging sometimes. Sometimes it just takes something called common sense. Hold on, I may skid off here for about a minute because I'm walking out the back door a minute. If it did, it's just temporary. The signal, I gotta run. I do my share around here too, I do my share. Maybe they get 2 strikes, then hide the channel rather than delete their slanderous videos. Well, that's done a lot too, yeah. You'd be correct on that. Hold on, guys, while I take care of biz here. I do a lot of shit around here. I'm always busy. When I'm talking to you guys, I'm usually attending to something else. Hold on. I can't just throw a couple of items in here. Doesn't make any sense. Just find other shit to throw in here too. I still don't know what I'm eating here. Let's see, I've been maintaining my weight very well. What am I? 75.50 kilos. That's a good weight. I don't know, that rounds off to about 168 to 170 pounds. That's not too bad. And for my height and everything, that's not really bad. But that's the thing, maintaining an ideal weight. But if you suddenly see yourself losing a lot of weight, all right, that is definitely a reason for concern. If your weight is fluctuating that much, you better go have some blood tests and have something checked out, because that wouldn't be right. Signs of cancer, whatever. I mean, it takes its toll in ways of, your weight. If there's a big fluctuation downward, then something could be going on. And that's something I would suggest that anyone listening to me will kind of take into mind. If something unusual is going on that's not normal for you, and certainly concerning your weight. That's even if your weight is getting out of control, where it's getting higher, and that's a major concern. And it's a major point of conversation on here too, and topic matter, because I don't do that just to hear the sound of my voice, I guarantee you that. It's because what's going on with that is it's out of control on here with YouTubers. It's their lifestyle. I don't know. They just spend too much time on YouTube and stuff in their faces, and that's not my doing, man. But I think that's part of the case, what these people do. There's really nothing that much going on in their lives, but they want you to think that their lives is just full of activities and joy and happiness, and they're all killing it. They are. They are killing it. Well, killing themselves, better put. But that's not my biz. It's theirs. And what they do with their life, they do with their life. I have no control over that. Other than legal matters I may have some control of, but no. What they stuff in their mouth that's their doing. And the ending results of doing such, well, that's their doing. It's quite a phenom on here. Look, I know it's universal. I know it's universal. I know that it's all over the world. Even India, where they're normally known to be very, very thin. More and more people from India are now overweight than ever before. Sorry, I'm doing something while I'm talking to you here. So it's out of control. And people's lives are out of control. As per witness, on YouTube here, in many different ways, not just obesity. That's just part of it. Fan time here. Okay, folks, you gotta help me out here a little bit. I got a little energy in the mornings, but you gotta kind of increase the dialogue on here, or I get bored and I turn the show off. I actually have some things to do this morning. Gotta hit the one-armed bandit. And by the way, did you know that there has to be a 24-hour stretch before you could go back into your ATM and retrieve your pension money, whatever? Because yesterday it did not want to give me anything. Because the last time it was withdrawn was toward evening. So when I came early to that, it wasn't a 24-hour period. It would not allow me to access my money. Then at one point allowed me to take $5,000 out. I don't know why it allowed me that, but they didn't want to allow me to take my normal withdrawal out. Which, in these machines, it's 20,000 per day. That's it, 20,000 per day. So 2 hits to the machine per day at 10,000 per hit. And that's how that rolls. Hugo, hello. People will forget that Ricky swapped spit with a lady boy. No, they will not forget that. I think you got it wrong. No, they're not going to forget that. I haven't. Who could forget that? That was pretty extreme, you got to admit. Oh, nobody gave him a roofie. And being drunk is no excuse. Look, I know the difference between a man and a woman. And no matter how drunk I could ever be, there's, my brain waves are not going to be that disrupted that, I'm sitting. But then, I told you a story once. Greenwich Village, New York, back in the late 70s. What was it? My brother and a couple of his friends were walking in Greenwich Village, New York, popular at the time of hippies and everything, Free love, free love. And they came across these chicks. Good looking, man. Body, the whole bit. I mean, really good looking. Then, I don't know, maybe it was my brother that figured out, no, those are not chicks, man. Those are dudes. So his friends, surprising to my brother, said, fuck that shit. They're looking good to me. I'm going with them. I'm going with them. If it looks good, I don't know. They say, 100,000 flies can't be wrong if they're eating shit.
must have been something that attracted these flies to that shit, right? You wouldn't normally eat shit, would you? But if it looks good enough, would you eat it? Well, if some Andromedan or some woman, what you think is a woman, and you know is a man, and it's looking awfully good, in fact, looking better than most women, would you go for it? That's the question. Let's see. Hugo says, Ricky, his new followers will never know the real Ricky. Yeah, if you don't know somebody's history. But then once you find out what the history is, you actually see them on YouTube how they're acting like a total buffoon and desperado, and they'll figure it out. But yeah, I don't care how good it looks. You know, there's a lot of foods that look really good too, but they taste like shit. To each his own, you know. I'm not going to sample something I haven't sampled before if there's some doubt in my mind about something that may look good on the plate. How will it hit the palate, you know? That's another one. No, Licky cannot live that one down, that's for damn sure. There's no way he's going to live that down. No possible way, same as Fazio with his mushroom. I mean, that's never going to be lived down. They're still trying to get over me in the tree. Okay, how many years has that been? That one hasn't been lived down yet. A fucking tree in my backyard. Jesus. Really? Get over it. That's what I say. Get over it. But some people can't. We got a semi-cloudy morning. That's a good sign. I just wish this season would be over. There is a difference. There actually is. You could handle those 32 centigrade days, but when it starts getting over that, it's a big difference, you know. But the culprit, of course, is the humidity level. That's the culprit. I could stand the heat, man. Oh, absolutely. I could go to the beach in the middle of the day with all the heat, but when you got that humidity, you don't want to be traveling around too much, really. And I don't care what age you're at either, you know. Had another compliment the other day by one of Gilda's friends. We're talking about this and that. That age came into it and says, she wanted to be reminded of how old I am. And I told her I just turned 71, you know. She says, well, you look a lot better than a lot of the foreigners that we see here around that age level. I said, yeah, I've taken notice of that right here where I live in Santa Fe. Downtown yesterday and seen a few foreigners kind of flirting around here and there. I couldn't believe it. I was looking at. Some were without a woman and some had women. Of course, they had a younger woman on their arm. Of course. Of course. And the other ones, too, that weren't particularly with anybody. They were just out shopping or going to the ATM or whatever it was. All looking old and grisly. It's bad enough to go ahead and look at it. You want to get old because it means you're alive, but it's bad enough to get older and then not present yourself for the best you can. Some people love beards. I don't know why. It's a masculine thing or something to do with masculinity, but that's another farce. I mean, that's ridiculous, really. Understand if you're living up north and it's cold weather, you have a beard to protect your face, but, and a lot of you out there might have beards and mustaches and all that stuff, but you ever really think about that? What is the purpose of that unless you're trying to look like a lion, you're trying to look more manly? But if you feel you have to do that, then you're not much of a man if you figure I've got to grow a beard to look ominous, to look manly, you know, to show your testosterone. Never understood it. I've never had a beard. I used to tell my brother, he used to always have a beard. Shave it, you look so much better and younger without a beard. So did other people say that. So if you are up there, 60s and 70s and so forth and onward, having a beard, ask yourself, what is the purpose of having a beard? In fact, chicks don't like it either. You want to go down on a muffin with a beard, you could irritate the shit out of her. That's happened to me in the past. When you didn't shave, you got some stubble. I just don't see the purpose. You're trying to look distinguished. Is this what we in society have, put together? Like either wearing glasses when you don't have to, because you want to look very studious or very collegiate, or you want to look very secretarial, you want to look intelligent. It's the same thing that goes with the beard. You're trying to make a statement. That's all it is. You're trying to make a statement. What is your statement? Manlyhood? You want to look more manly? You want to look more threatening? Like a male lion has that big mane and a female lion doesn't? What is the purpose? What is the purpose, George? I don't know, Jerry. It looks ridiculous to me. And then, also, another thing. You get particles of your food in there. And if you smoke a pipe or a cigar or cigarettes, you're getting all that nicotine in there. And their white beard starts turning orange. Oh, God, I knew a guy in Hawaii. Several, actually, that had that kind of shit going on. And you can see orange from the nicotine on their beard and mustache. What is the purpose? Is anybody out there is bold enough to has a beard or mustache or something, be willing to kind of fill us in on that just a little bit? Because I am curious. I had a slight beard growing once back in Seattle at one point. It was a good start to something. But then man, it's uncomfortable. Had to shave it. I was itchy. It was scratchy. It was just, But there has to be a purpose why people grow a beard. It all has to do with, proving how manly they are. And what are you eating? What is this, a bone? Christ. Get inside. This must have gotten the garbage, my dog. Jeez. No, I'm actually being really serious about this. Please share with me, because I really want to know your thought process. I've talked about this once before, I believe, on YouTube. I don't see the purpose of growing a beard, unless it's really to protect your face. But some people, there's another reason why they grow, and a couple really, more. They got bad acne or something, or a lot of scars on their face, or potholes from acne, and they grow beards to hide it. And that's one popular thing they do, where they got a really bad complexion and they want to hide it. That's like maybe number 2 on the list. And that's what they do. I met plenty of people that had that kind of situation. That's why they grow a beard. But realistically, you're in a relationship with somebody. I don't know, maybe some chicks will dig that when it comes to some sexual encounter. A pussy tickler or something. I don't know. But more so, there's going to be more irritation than there is going to be pussy tickling. Pardon the expression. There'll be less benefit than benefit. But maybe some of you have a beard out there, you're afraid to comment. I really want to know, now that I brought it up, what is the purpose of having a beard? What is the purpose of having a beard? I wish you guys were more proactive on the dialogue on here. I really wish. Because when I get bored, that's when I stop doing videos. Or certainly live streams. 15 watching, they can't give any recourse on this. Maybe because they have beards. Maybe I'm right after all. Whether I'm right or whether I'm wrong, it gives me reason on YouTube to sing this song. I've got to be me. Who else can I be? Well, be you too, folks. Be yourself. But don't be afraid to expose who you are. If it's all good, there's got to be something good going on in your life to talk about. All right, now I'm getting bored. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't go on this way. It's been a fun ride with the live streaming, but ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting the subs and everything, and that's all good and dandy, but what is the purpose of having a live stream where you have to do complete drama to get recourse from your viewers? When you have to resort to that, I'd rather be doing the damn uploads. Because then I don't give a shit. Now, the information highway. Oops, had a glitch there for a second. Maybe perhaps you need to find out this shit on your own. I'm Mr. TMI, Mr. Too Much Information. It is true, I'm loaded with information. And I'm always more than happy to share with you. But sharing is caring. And unless you continue dialogue on here, we're going to be forced to... I think a lot of people, well, because there's a lot of trolls out there, they're afraid to say anything. Because I know that probably 90% of anybody on here right now is a troll. I get it. I've been able to figure that one out. All on my own. Okay, it was a cleaning time here. Oi. But we have to do in the morning, you wouldn't believe. Or maybe you would. Having dogs in this house all the time. Gets the point that these dogs are so much more comfortable in the house than they are out. You know. They go out, they bark at strangers and all that stuff to show their territorial background, and then they're more happy coming in and being around us. Family. Even dogs are family. And guess what, Barry? You're wrong. You don't have to share the same blood to be family, Barry. But you would not understand the concept of family, would you? Anyway, how's Bill a bit going these days, Barry? Flying Circus Sister Reborn Liberal. Oh, God, that's too long of a name, dude. Just because they are trolls doesn't mean we are not supporters and fans of you. Well, a lot of my fans are trolls. Mr. Loser's back. I can't wait for Bummer to say you fell for his flight going home video. No, I didn't fall for it. I was the first one out there. He wanted a response from me. I gave him one, saying I didn't buy it. Okay, because he's done it before. I'm not that stupid, guys. I'm not that gullible. Barry's pulled this little prank once before, or twice. Maybe it was twice. I think it was 2 times before this. Definitely one other before this. Maybe 2 times before this one. No, the fact is my attorneys would know, I would know if there was a change going on, because he owes me money and he owes the court money. And unless he gets over that and actually pays those fees, then he's free to go home. But then there's going to be a little bit of time in between because, well, they have to, they have to do all the paperwork on this shit. That could take 2 months or something on that alone. I wouldn't be surprised, even longer sometimes. But I really doubt it would be a quick process of doing so. And while he's waiting, I mean, he still has to stay in Bilibid. Flying Circus Sister says, Kevin J, Big Ego, etc. They are just trolls who show their face. The chat of Copycat are all trolls. Well, obviously so. But here's the thing. The purpose of the Copycat channel, Frank Replays, whatever, is to play videos that I take down. But like I said earlier in my broadcast, what if I just keep them up? What would be the reason to even copy my show if it's still on my channel? As I said, a little bit of psychology here. Oh, for a while they'll keep on putting it on, but with different entitlements of the show. But what's the purpose of putting my shows on if it's a copycat channel, if my videos are still up, right? Counterflow says the only reason I went to Frank's replays is to hear the shows that you missed. Good point, Mr. Counterflow. Good point. That's exactly my point. What is the purpose of doing replays on me if my shows are still on? Yeah, think of the logic in that. There's no reason anymore. So I'll keep everything I do, I'll keep it on. Unless I was doing something so radically wrong on my show that I'd have to take it off. Let's just keep it on. Now what are they going to do? Counterflow says, I would never listen to 9 hours straight through. Oh, like, Fazio, 9-hour shows. He did do that, didn't he? He certainly did. That's what I mean, man, when you're alone and you just need that human contact and you don't care how the hell you get it. That's radical shit, man. Sister Circus Reborn, Counterflow, depends you in copycat chat and gets deleted. And Counterflow says, yeah, they'll delete me. Doesn't even make a comment down there. They'll delete it. They don't want to hear the truth. The truth shall set you free. And none of these trolls want to hear the truth about anything. And then when you do expose these people, they just become undone. Who would you call when you become undone? Duran. Who do you call when you become undone anyway? If you got nobody to call, except troll friends, perhaps from YouTube? That's a winner. Loser says, whoever runs that copycat channel is a bigger loser. Well, let me tell you something else too. Whoever runs that channel is a bigger loser than me. How can somebody have that much time? Well, I'm also going to tell you, they did a copycat thing, whatever, this morning. I got up about 5, normal time for me, 5:30. It was, let's see, about 3 hours before I put on a show that they were putting on a copycat show, which tells me that they do not live in the Philippines. Because who's up at 3 o'clock in the morning on a regular basis? Not irregular, but regular. You have to be in a different time zone. They are not in the Philippines, which leads me to believe some of my own theories I've made lately of who it actually might be. They are not living in, that's pretty obvious to me, that they're not in the Philippines. You could narrow it down to that too. No, I get up early as it is, but if somebody's up all the way up to 3 hours before, and it's not Barry putting on these shows either. It's not Barry doing that. It could very well be Dave Phelps, and I've discussed that before. Well, we can speculate till the cows come home, but the very fact is that we do know, or have figured out, or I have figured out, that whoever puts that show on does not live in the Philippines. Unless they have real big sleeping problems. Maybe it's a stay-at-home dad like Phelps. I think Phelps probably has his old lady working for him. That guy had a lot of anger, didn't he, man? Grrr! That's my famous imitation. It was grrr, grrr. The good old Dave Phelps days. Those were the days, my friend, I thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance until he either dropped dead or moved out of the country. Well, he moved out of the country. And we know why he moved out of the country. The heat was on him. The heat was on him. Real heat. Somebody turned up the fire on him. Well, he could also say, I would say it was Frank Ledgerwood, but no, unless Frank Ledgerwood is up at 3 o'clock in the morning, then it wouldn't be him. But he would be a great candidate if I had to put a list together. Dave Phelps, of course, Frank Peckerwood. You know, if he does get up at 3 in the morning for a reason, he would have the reason and rhyme to want to put shows against me or whatever. There's a big list on there, really, but it actually has to be somebody who's up very early. It could even be Don C. But as I said, we can speculate as much as we want without really knowing the truth. But the one thing we do know is that they're not living in the Philippines. And in a rare instance, maybe it's somebody who has a sleep apnea problem. I don't know. But I noticed the time on there when they post this stuff is a hell of a lot earlier than when I get up, as much as 3 hours. So you mean to tell me that somebody's up at maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, posting a copy of my show? Oh, the turtle. Oh, the turtle. Oh, God, yeah. Turtle really has something against me. He sounds like a real klutz, real loser, that guy. Go slop your pigs, Turtle, you know. By the way, what's his wife's first name? Does anybody know what his wife's first name is? Just a question. I'm not going to give you a reason why I'm asking. Do you know his wife's first name? Does anybody know that? Hal 9000 says you can schedule when to release a video. I guess you can. No, but it's uncanny. I mean, it's just too precise. It's too, I don't know. Come on, 2, 3 in the morning? Nah, I don't know what the chances are that somebody's going to go that far to release a video at that. Why that particular time? Why that time? Why? Now, there's something more to this than that, you know. Anyway, don't matter. I'm just keeping my shows on. And it really doesn't serve a purpose anymore for them to replay what I do, because the show's still on here. How they're going to get around that, I don't know, I guess we'll see. But we're just going to keep everything on here. How's that? And this way you guys won't miss any of my shows, because there's a lot of people who, shit, I missed your show. The timing was off. That's why they say they go to the replay channel. So whatever I had to say, they go to replay. Barry admits himself that, you know, he don't listen to mine. He just goes to the replay channel. Because he figures I maybe take videos down. So if you miss something on my show, go to the replay. Is that the way it works? Loser says, just curious, why haven't you ever strike their channel? You might be able to take it down quick. I would be more readily or easily to do if it was on my laptop, which is not connected to YouTube or anything. I have a glitch on whatever on there, a glitch on there. Because you could actually fill out a form properly and put all the information in and they'll give you but you know, when you try to do it on a cell phone, it really doesn't work. It just doesn't get there to the right people, whatever. Of course well, you guys could do that too. I mean, you're suggesting me do it. Why don't you guys do it? Help the old man out here a little bit. Because it'll be fantastic to get him down. Even people like Big Kevin, who took a long time to get all those subscribers. And the funny thing is, Big Kevin don't have a lot of subscribers. He's got about less than 3,000 subs, doesn't he? He doesn't have a lot of subs. I got more than he does. Go figure. And it's also up to you guys to do that. You depend on me too much, man. This dependency thing is not healthy for either one of us. You could do that too, but no, I could more readily do it with success if it was on the laptop. And I got to get around to fixing all the shit on the laptop so I can start using that again. I liked using that when I was doing live shows and stuff like that. I really enjoyed more so on the laptop. But it don't matter if I don't come on camera much anyway. It doesn't matter really, but there's more I could do to report in more detail. There's a different format. There's just a whole different thing between reporting on your cell phone. You say report, and then you go to this list, and you do this and that. You have a little box, you say what's wrong. But it's more elaborate than that. I mean,
it's when you do it on a laptop, I mean, it's different. And you could attach things, you could do all kinds of stuff. I have not found that to be worth doing on a cell phone. Yeah. What's this? Oh, loser says just cure. Okay, well, yeah. Well, you guys could do the same thing. Why do you always want me to do everything for you? I'm not your mama. I'm not Jay. I'm not Jay's mama. You have the capability of doing that yourself, but why don't you do it? Why haven't you done it? Flying Circus Sister Reborn. Copycat might be getting AdSense on your video. Probably are. His chat watches 8 hours a day. They keep coming back for days and adding more comments. Yeah, they're profiting off me. No doubt about it. They have enough subscribers, and yeah, I would imagine. How about J. Melby? I still breastfeed. He probably does. You ever see that in real life? There are kids that are like fucking 4 years old that are breastfeeding their moms. And older. And a lot older than that. What's that all about? The mother should not allow that. Breastfeeding is for a purpose. To provide nutrition to the child. 4 years old, 5 years old, even 10 years old. That's a sight to behold. You don't need your mother's breast milk. You're eating solid food and every other nutritious food. But this does go on, and for a mother to allow that, that's crazy, man. Maybe she just likes having her tits sucked, but a boyfriend could do that. That's awfully embarrassing. There's a kid that's almost 13 years old or something sucking off his mother's butt. I've heard of stories. Why would they do that? I believe only the owner of the video can file a copyright infringement. No. I've heard down the line that if they get enough complaints on somebody, they could take your video down. I've seen it happen because I've got taken down. I got taken down once because the amount of reports that went in by different individuals, not by one person doing it over and over again. It's the number of complaints that come in, but it has to be by different people. So keep that in mind. So do it. Yeah, the thing is, on the phone, you want to do a copyright thing. It's what you have to go through on there. It's ridiculous. On your laptop, you could better perform this little mission. That's why I got to really start working on it. I mean, I didn't spend money on that for nothing. I used it for a long time throughout Hawaii, we name it. You know, I mean, it's decent. I can still get some things on there, but, you know, I'm having navigation problems on there is a problem, and I don't know what's causing that, to navigate around on there. I don't know. I got to stop being lazy, and I got to start looking into this shit. Oh, geez. While I'm talking to you guys, why don't I just hop on something here? I'm still not fully woken up here. I'm just kind of... Oh. I'll wait till I get off here. I have to hit the gym room here. I didn't do anything yesterday at all, and I feel guilty when I don't do that. But I'm still laughing about da-na-na-na-na, when the skies are gray, was picking up a Pepsi bottle with water in it. Did you guys see that? Am I an influencer or not? And I understand people being creative. They can't afford any weights or something, but, you know, a 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle filled with water. I mean, really? Did you guys see that, by the way? Any commentaries on that? You think she was influenced by me? The great influencer. Yours truly. Well, yeah, I understand the concept of the copycat channel. They do a show based on somebody else and get the credit for AdSense and so forth. Pretty clever, actually. But perhaps they will be getting taken off. You never know, but it takes people like yourself to make the complaint. Talk is cheap on YouTube here, guys. Shaw is getting in better shape for her new man. Hey, Stephen. I hate that name, sorry. Stephen. I'm going to call you, not Stefan. I had a classmate at SVA. His name was Stephen, but, he'd spell it Stefan. The teacher, okay, Stefan. Never understood that. Still don't completely. If you're Stephen, then call yourself Stephen and spell it right. That's my pet peeve. That's one of my pet peeves. They do that with other names too. I'm trying to think of some other names they do that with. Yeah. Oh, Jeff. That's the one. It'll be Geoff. Geoff or some shit like that. If it's Jeff, just say fucking Jeff. And spell it right. My name is Jeffrey, not Geoffrey. Is that like a cultural thing, a country name? I don't know. I think we got into this before, didn't we, Stephen? Got to get in shape for her new man, huh? It's going to get harder and harder to find a man out here when you're 40 plus, I'll tell you that. It's going to be a big journey. That's not my problem. That's hers. It's not my problem. Yeah, I can say a whole lot of things, but unfortunately in this situation, I can't say anything on here in reference to her in that way. Joff is I think, more German. Joff instead of Jeff is more German. Okay. Dear, are you going to eat a breakfast? Hey. That's what I want to see, a smile. Sarah, smile. A smile that brightens up the day. It makes it all worthwhile for a simple smile. Something we had to do today, besides hitting the slot machine there. The one on Bandit. Yeah. I got to do a little bit of exorcism. Oh, exercise. I slipped. Freudian slip. Oh, I was just saying that name. That is my pet peeve on names.
Did you eat already?
Not really. I just had some tea and a piece of buttered toast. I might make some oatmeal or something with cinnamon in it. Yeah. As I said, guys, I'm just telling you from experience. Eat a lot of grains, but watch those grains. They could be pretty fierce, if you know what I'm saying, without getting graphic here. Trust me on that. You'll go like a racehorse. As I said, if you take other things, oils, oh gosh, take olive oil on top of that, take fish oil on top of that, magnesium, and see, like I said, you got a problem, son. You get up in the morning, you got a real problem, and you could be on the road somewhere and have have a little bit of an emergency. I've came close to that a few times. I remember when I drank the water in a condo in Cebu, like an idiot, because I didn't feel like going to like a 7-Eleven or somewhere to get the water. They had a filter system. I thought, well, that ain't going to kill me. I was wrong, because I had to leave the next day. It was a bus at the time, instead of a grab cab. And I'm like, oh, please, don't let it happen. Because there's no bathrooms on the bus, right? And the only stop is going to be in Carmen. That's the only mid-stop between, Cebu and the port over at Hagnaya, and had to utilize that. That's for damn sure. So yeah, know what you're taking, know what you're eating, because I will guarantee you will have a
a little bit of an effect on you there. Joff. Don't ever expect me to say Joff instead of Jeff, and don't expect me to say Stefan instead of Stephen. And I wish you would just change your name, Stefan, to Steve, okay? I get irritated by that shit. I don't know, maybe it's your born name and all that. You know, I don't mean anything by it, but just like nobody pronounces my name right. My last name, you know. No. Let me correct you on all this. Because you even got me pronouncing my name the wrong way. I hear it so much. Okay, it's Battaglia. It's Battaglia. Not Battaglia. Or not Battaglia. It's Battaglia, like a bat. Did you ever look up the meaning of that word? I'm not going to tell you what it is. I did before. Go Google or Chat GPT or whatever you choose, and go look up that last name, Battaglia. You'll find it quite fascinating and true in character. Go look up, Google it. Where does the word Battaglia, what is the origin of that name? What does it mean? You might find it quite fascinating, actually. Try it. I mean, you got time on your hands. If you're listening to me, you must have time on your hands. Go and look it up. It's kind of an interesting history of that name. And it's so true, really, in character. To a point, anyway, you know. Who do you call when you become undone? Who do you call? Roto-Rooter? You become undone. Who do you call? Kevin, who do you call? Do you call Big E? You become undone. Who do you call? Ghostbusters? That's a really good song. I love his voice. I get mixed up sometimes between Duran Duran and Depeche Mode. I mean, they're all within that era of that genre of music at that time. Both good bands. Really good bands. Good singers. Some of them with these haunting voices, you know. Then we got that Nardone guy, whatever his name is, that's always singing that one song. Well, of course, you got the one guy with, you know, I'll play over and over. You'll hear it all on the feeds. Forever Young. Yeah, the Afterlife's after somethings, whatever name of the band. That endured for 41 years, and a lot of people don't know that. And I guess there's no copyright thing on that because everybody and their grandmother will use that. You know, the stars, when they're shown when they were younger, the early days of their career, and what they look like now. Some of it was frightening, like Brooke Shields. By the way, there's a number of stars that have my same birthday. Brooke Shields, there's a number of people, maybe even Brad Pitt or something. There's a number of people that have my same birthday. But Brooke Shields, well, she's kind of choosing to look all natural, which, you know, is okay. That's who you are. Fuck all the makeup and shit. I don't know why people use makeup unless they got scars or got bad acne or something. I understand that, but you weren't born with makeup on. And boy, oh boy, let me tell you, medieval times and before, you know, women and queens and all kinds of people were using this tons of makeup. And guess what? They were all dying. They were getting sick because what was in that makeup was, what was it? It was, let's see, lead for one. Lead. They got lead poisoning. Some of it had some even arsenic or something in there too, I think it was. And they were dying. One of the queens actually did die from that, actually. That's why I really don't, I don't really, it's not my thing. When a woman just pounds on the makeup on her face, be natural. All right. The thing is with, you know, Brooke Shields, yeah, it shows how good looking she was when she was young. I always thought she had kind of a, I don't know, equestrian face, but She could afford plastic surgery or something if she doesn't want to wear makeup. But she wants to be all natural. But you got to give her credit. You are who you are. She's not afraid to hide. Now, Pam Anderson, she went that direction too. And I think she looks good. With all that Baywatch makeup on and all that shit. You are who you are, man. You can't necessarily hide your age. And, I'm just not. I mean, maybe you'll be attracted to a woman with a lot of makeup. It's just going to be a sex session or something like that. But as a longtime partner, no, it's not me. I don't like a lot of makeup on a girl. A little eyeliner is okay. You want to accent your eyes a little bit. I like that. I like that. But to go powder puff your face with this and that and foundation and blah, blah, blah. It's like applying paint. You want a primer on it, right? Then you put a primer on it. Then you got to put or a base coat, then you got to put the final coat on there. What are they painting, a house? Why do they have to hide their natural beauty? I just never got into that, man. Pam was a pincushion. Oh, in a matter of speaking, I think I know what you mean. As in theater, may be used for the distant audience. Nah. Now, come on, realistically. By the way, did you ever see these plastic surgery operations of some somewhat famous people that went horribly wrong? Their face looks like it's drooping. Oh, God, I've seen so much of that on here. Leave it alone. I can see minor things doing. Like, I got little bags under my eyes. Don't bother me. But if I really wanted to do something, it cost me about 60,000 pesos. Get rid of the bags. I don't really need to. I could do that. I could see myself doing that because maybe I'll feel younger. It doesn't matter what other people think. Maybe when I look at myself in the mirror, I can say, yeah, this rejuvenates me. I feel younger. But we're not talking about some major surgery. If you have a deviated septum in your nose, your sinuses, you could have that fixed, but that doesn't mean reconstructing your nose. I've considered doing that. That's probably why I get a lot of allergies or why I get sinus infections, because I do believe I have a slightly deviated septum in one of my nostrils, in one of my sinuses. There's things you can do, and I could see some reasons. You got into an accident or something, you got bad scarring. Anyway, people make judgment of you, I could understand that. I perfectly could, and I have no problem with that. Because people are very judgmental. Oh, no, they're not. They're very judgmental. Pam Anderson with Tommy Lee, whatever, on the boat. They purposely released those videos. They said, we didn't release them. So they made it so they got famous for the videos. I mean, they, only went out. And they said, we're just going to, sell them. We're just going to sell them. It was all purposeful to make money. Pam was never innocent. She was never innocent. And, and the big breast was not natural, any of that shit. I'm not into that. I have gotten together with maybe two women in my life, two that I'm aware of that had, some augmentation of their breast, made them larger. And I wasn't turned on at all by it. Some guys are visually turned on by that. I was in Hawaii with this one chick from Kona. She wanted me to do a rap video, which I didn't want to do, but I got laid anyway. She was pretty hot, but the problem was she's laying down in bed. And how do you know they're fake? Well, they look fake, but if their tits are pointing straight up in the air, they don't kind of fall to the front side or something. They're not real. And she already told me anyway that, so I knew. But it was not exciting to me. It was not exciting to me at all. I like real. It's not exciting. There was one other woman that had such, and I was not turned on by that at all. But here's the crazy thing, too. Women's breasts. Boy, we get into every day on my show, don't we? Okay. Why are guys so fascinated with women's breasts? Let's break it down. They're mammary glands made for a baby to get nutrition from the mother, right? It produces colostrum, then milk, right? In those stages. Why are men so fascinated with women's breasts? Maybe they were breastfed, perhaps, and maybe that's why. When you want to scientifically look at it, they're mammary glands. Okay, if you want to get deeper into that, a guy sees a woman, she looks very breasty, busty. Well, here's the thing. They're hiding their private parts. That makes it more mysterious. If you have an interest in this woman or a sexual interest, you're going to picture this woman without any clothes on. You know damn well you are. Gotta wonder what she looks like behind the clothing. Boy, I'd like to see that. Right? Right or wrong? So they're fascinated by these features, such as breasts, which are very outstanding on some women. They want to see what that's like. That's exciting. Because, women don't walk around naked necessarily. That's the mystery of what they have underneath the clothing. And you want to get underneath that clothing and you want to see for yourself what she's got. It's taboo. A woman's body is taboo unless you're in a relationship with her. You ain't going to see what she's got underneath that clothing. Only Frank could come up with this stuff, I know. You're like a doctor on Seinfeld, ass man. You want to go on record, you're not fascinated with that. I mean, and why don't women just show it all anyway? I've even seen Filipinos out here. Commonly, they got kind of a top on with no bra, and about 75% of their breast is exposed. So they're trying to be suggestive. Well, if you want to be more suggestive, just take them out. Show the world what you got. But what they're trying to do, it's a mating thing. And they want to show a guy that, look, I'm sexy. I got these breasts. I know you want to fondle them, don't you? You want to suck on those suckers, don't you? You want to fondle my breasts, right? Right? That's what they do. They know what they're doing. Now, when a woman, again, we've talked about this in the past, but she puts on some bright red, maybe in the past it was lead, yeah. Bright red, ruby red lipstick. It's an extension of her vagina. But you guys haven't figured that out. They know what they're doing with their lips. Turn those lips sideways and it's a fucking vagina. Follow me? They want your eyes to be attracted to those lips. Henceforth, connecting to the vagina. Women will get, here I go again, we'll go through this. They will get tattoos, the top of their butt, and wear a short shirt. Because they want the guy's eyes to be drawn to her ass. This is highly purposeful. They know what they're doing. Aren't they amazing creatures, women? Even birds do crazy shit. You ever see on these National Geographic or documentary shows? There's these birds that do this wild-ass fucking dance to attract their mate. And holy shit. You got to see their feathers and their colors. And they're spinning around on their feet like a ballerina. Or they're making audible sounds to attract a mate. Or a baboon female might have a multicolored ass to attract the male. It's all inherent. It's all part of nature's design, folks. If you don't see it, then you're not looking and you're not understanding. I understand all this stuff. I understand it completely. Some women just do it without them even understanding what they're doing. It's just natural. And women have a maternal instinct to mate. Understand that. Especially here in the Philippines. They're maternal, and my daughter has this maternal, Obviously, my girlfriend had this with multiple kids. And some people have this highly charged maternal instinct. My daughter sure does. She's got 5 kids now. And she always told me, I don't mind, I have a bunch of kids. I don't care. If I couldn't have kids anymore, I'll adopt. I would say, isn't that enough kids? How many do you want?
It's going to cost you more money, more time and energy and stress, but oh well. Some women's maternal instinct goes out of whack, totally out of whack. Sex is for mating, it's not just for recreation. But somewhere back in caveman time, they figured out this feels good. And it wasn't necessary for mating. I mean, I was going to have some fun and get laid, the caveman said to the Neanderthal said to the other Neanderthal. They'll even hit somebody over the head and say, I'm taking your woman. And screw around with your woman, too. But it's all instinctual, folks. And I did do a show exactly on that subject. I remember completely what I said. So I'm just kind of giving you some highlights on that. Yes, every feature of a woman has a purpose. What they do with makeup, what they do with lipstick, tattoos above their ass, this and that, they're trying to draw attention. It's instinctive. I mean, it's ingrained in them. Sex is for procreation, but at the same time, it became for recreation, not just procreation. But in the process, it became procreation because nobody used, any protection. Okay, we've been on here now in 48 minutes. I definitely have some shit to do here, guys. The longer the show, I could have been doing exercise and all that. Just examine your life and how you see things. Read between the lines with people, and you'll get to know more about the person than you ever thought you would. A lot of you people listen to a lot of the shows on here, and you come to your own conclusions about the people who put on these shows, good or bad, hateful or not, whatever. You can make your own conclusions, and it's really up to you if you want to listen to them, and that's including my channel. I talk about some pretty outrageous things on my channel, and I never seen as many people or anybody really even closely related to what I talk about on my show. I'm not afraid to talk about everything that people wonder about or just doesn't want to talk about or afraid to talk about. It's life, man. It's factual stuff. Maternal instinct, all that stuff, or trying to attract a man, how they go about doing it. Some women don't even realize they're doing that. I said it's instinctual, And some women are very aware. I think most are very aware of what they're doing as far as how they dress very provocatively, exposing a little bit of cleavage or more. And it's a teaser is what it is. They're exposing like 75% of their tits, and the guys want to see the rest. I want to see the rest. You're right, Jerry. If they're going to show that much, I want to see the rest. You're right, George. You're right. They know what they're doing. And men are so manipulated into so many things of unleashing their wallets. A woman could have a man make the biggest fool of himself to get in her pants. Because guys are just too easy to, oh, I'm like the doctor on Cypher. Okay, ask me. Okay, got that. To manipulate. They're so sexually overcharged that they'll get down on their hands and knees if they have to. They will perform circus acts if they have to get laid. Homie, don't play that game. I never really had to do the dance to get laid. No, said Seinfeld. I never had to do that. It just came naturally. If there was an attraction to each other, I'd know. She'd look at me a certain way, stare at me, whatever, whether it's in a club, when I was out clubbing or whatever. I'd know. There's no putting on a song and dance for somebody, although I was willing to sing and dance for them if they wanted me to, as I do for my audience, but I didn't go through all that song and dance shit with any woman I've been with. There's not one woman that I felt I had to impress somehow. Not one woman. I just was myself, not trying to prove anything. I was just myself, and if that didn't work, then oh well. You shouldn't have to go out of your way to prove yourself to anyone and go through that fucking song and dance shit to impress a woman. You either have what it takes for her or you don't, or she has what it takes for you or you don't. And just don't go with her. Or proving that you're a better dancer on the dance floor. God, I had a friend named Ted that did that. He had to outprove anybody. He was a better dancer. God forbid there was another African American there that was out dancing him. He just fell apart. But the way he'd get women was with his dancing. And said, he had a point, because women like to dance. And they'd like to dance with a guy that knows how to dance. And Ted knew how to dance. He was a dancing fool. I was shy. And let's call him my stepson here, the youngest one. He didn't want to go out to the lagoon the other day. He didn't want to be around some of the other people that came from, say, call him my stepdaughter's job. They came with him, and there was 3 other people. He wanted to stay home with one of the of-age children that was staying at the house, John. Because he's only 14, and John is like, was he 20 now? Stayed there to watch him. But he didn't want to go. He really doesn't want to go to these events. We get invited out on occasions. He was shy, like I was. He almost is like my own son. He really is. We have some characterizations that are very similar. And I am shy. I'm actually very shy. You know who you could ask? Of all people, ask Mick Fisher. Ask Mick Fisher. And why do I say that? Because he even said it to me. He goes, I noticed that you don't really look at my eyes a lot when you talk to me. It's because, and it goes from my childhood shyness. I was really shy as a child. I'm actually shy as an adult. I know it doesn't sound like that with my voice because I'm really out there, but I'm shy on meeting new people. However, when the ice is broken, that's a whole different animal. I'm hell on wheels. I can tell you the truth about that. Once the ice is broken, for example, with a woman, the best example is if I know she has an interest in me, it's all good. It's all good. It goes smoothly. I am definitely hell on wheels. It's just getting beyond that, that ice-breaking procedure. That's how it kind of works with me. Then that shyness goes away. But still, even beyond that, I'm shy about certain things. I'm not really one of these people that's totally out there, you know what I mean? And I'm not out to prove anything to anybody. I'm just myself. You like me, you don't. That apply to people I date or whatever. Just people in general. You like me or you don't like me. That's whatever. I'm not going to change for somebody either. I got faults and I got good points. I live with both of them. I'm not going to try to be somebody that I'm not. Unfortunately, we see a lot of that going on here on YouTube. Everybody's trying to portray themselves. I don't know. Okay, I got to go. Remember, guys, it all comes out in the wash, my friends. It always... Well, good evening. I didn't realize what time it was. I was kind of enthralled with, a movie I've seen before, which was the
Mount St. Helens eruption, starring Art Carney, and it wasn't totally factual, the movie, but it was somewhat on target. There was even a little bit of live footage in here, so it was kind of fun to watch. Now, let me tell you what happened. I believe I was in New York at the time, in '80 when that went off. I went back for 3 months or something to New York from Seattle, and basically I wasn't there in Seattle when it went off. I mean, Seattle was affected by, well, of course, a lot of the ash was everywhere. And of course, people were making money off it, of course, afterwards. That's what people do, you know. And, selling little bottles of Mount St. Helens ash, and man, I've seen that everywhere. And they had it on their cars, and according to how you washed it off, it could really create a lot of scratches and problems with your car. But yeah, and then it brings me to something else. Kind of, as with every one of these disaster or sci-fi movies, everybody's always trying to tell a town that there's a danger, but then either somebody's worried about tourism or something, and everything going back to the Jaws movie and every other movie, or maybe where some company was basically poisoning the town with toxins dumped into a river. It wasn't safe to live there. But they all had the same basic elements where, people refused to leave their town. They were more worried about the economy, and that's where they make their money in the summer. But this was different. But the warning signs were there, and Mount St. Helens hadn't gone off for like 145 years. But it did. And actually, the guy who played, what's his name in there? Art Carney played Harry Truman in there. Harry Truman was a guy who didn't want to leave his cabin. My mom met Art Carney. He used to be on here, the Honeymooners. You remember him from that. She used to work in Yonkers, New York at the store, but they sold cigars and stuff there and other things, and Art Carney would come in for his cigars and tobacco and all that stuff. And so my mom briefly met him. I never met him, but she had an opportunity. He's a good actor. And a lot of them, him all the way back from the Honeymooners. But he's been in other movies, too. But, how factual was the movie? It was close, but there was a lot of details left out or maybe added in for fluff, pretty much on that. But, I watched it anyway, but Jesus Christ, man, you go on YouTube I had it on my TV, but just Bluetooth it over, but every 4 minutes there's a commercial, and I think there's a way of getting the commercials off or something, but it's very hard to watch a movie. If you go on YouTube, which brings up another question. Why doesn't everybody do it? These people get millions of views for these movies. And I don't know exactly how it works, but I imagine you have to get licensed by the movie studio or whoever on there to do that. Otherwise, we'd all be doing this shit. Just playing movies on there, and you get millions of views. These guys are making money. All the damn advertisements on there. So I imagine there's a lot of people making money out there. I think you guys are taking the wrong direction, man. I think if you're really serious about making money on YouTube, man, that's the way to go. Never mind putting the scantily dressed chicks on there and all that crap, man. If you could try and research how you, too, can actually play movies on YouTube, somehow get the licensing going on that, okay, with the producer of the movie or whatever. I don't know the details of how that works, but I know you'd have to get licensed, and a certain amount of money is going to go to the obviously to the owner of the movie, okay. But it's a matter of getting that licensing, and I don't know what's involved. But if you guys did something like that, man, I could see it being worthwhile, but you're going to get millions of views because people are always looking for movies to watch. I know I do. Hell, I surf with that fucking remote control trying to find something I haven't watched. And I wind up watching some things over and over again just to have the visual when there's nothing on. Um, but a lot of people do it. I have no idea how they get licensed to do it, but they found a way to do it. I think anybody could if they really tried. That's where you could, if you're really on here to make money, I think that's what you have to do. Yeah, I got to wind down here pretty quick. I usually go bed a little earlier than this. I didn't even realize what time it was. I like to keep a schedule. Try to keep it within a certain time. You know, us old men, you know, we got to situate ourselves. We got to play the timetable right, you know what I mean? And that's what this old boy has to do. Okay, I'm kind of locking down the shop here. Yeah, I wanted to just mention that. I think if you really wanted to make money, research it, man. I think you guys are going about this the wrong way. All this drama shit and crap, and it's not making the kind of money that you could potentially make. Playing movies, man. Hey, that's where I go to find movies, right? Sometimes it's YouTube, it's Netflix or something, whatever it is. And that's where I find the movies. And so does everybody else. That's the whole idea. So, if you could find a way to do that, man, I guess I'd recommend it. I gotta do a little wipe up here. Oh, don't even ask me what for, it's the dogs. Okay. All right, girls. Are you girls ready to go to sleep? Yeah. Gotta tuck the girls in too. Okay. So there we go. And I gotta tuck myself in pretty soon here, unless anybody wants to rap about something. Hello, Patty. It's a good evening here. It's not morning here. I guess it's morning to you. Okay, hold on here. Okay, girls. Gotta say goodnight to my girls here. All right, say goodnight to Daddy. You say goodnight to Daddy? Go get some sleep. Ginger? Ginger? Come here. All right, you two. You two. Say goodnight to Daddy? Okay. All right, good night, girls. Okay. Okay. All right, girls. You go lay down. Go get some sleep. See? I even tuck my dogs in. A kind-hearted person I actually am. How many people give a shit about their dogs, never less than anybody else? I could definitely tell you that. Okay, so where were we before we were interrupted by my train of thought here? You have to hold on for a second. Oh, sorry, folks. I haven't been on YouTube all night here, so I don't know what's been happening on YouTube. What am I actually missing? Yoga class. Okay, well, have fun there, Miss Patty Trudeau. You were kidding about the movies, right? I just caught kidding about the movies. What am I kidding about the movies? I was watching Mount St. Helens movie. Well, it's not a documentary, but it was a movie they made. It went off in, what was it, 1980, the eruption. And I happened to be in New York at the time. It didn't matter because I wasn't up near Mount St. Helens. In fact, I'd never been anywhere close to Mount St. Helens in 25 years of living in Washington State. So I'm not going to lie to you and say, yeah, I've been up there. No, I've actually never been up there. I've never been up there. But I'm glad I wasn't there at the time or anywhere close to the mountain, to the volcano. That wouldn't have been very nice. A number of people did die, including the geologist, and there was a photographer. And actually, they used his footage, very small. He had a movie camera, the dark sky with a little light in it. That's when he just probably started choking, but that was able to be salvaged, and they used that in the movie, actually. Okay, let's see, medium, light off. Yeah, I didn't even realize what time it was. I mean, I can go to bed any time I want. I try to keep a timely schedule when I go to bed. All right, go to your yoga class. Have fun. Have fun. Yeah, I haven't been on all night. I have no idea who's been doing shows, but I'm sure I'm not. I'm sure I'm not missing anything at all on here. Yeah. And if there was something going on, well, probably the same thing I heard probably the day before, so wouldn't be a big deal to me. Anyway, just thought I'd pop on here unexpectedly at this time. I don't normally come on. I'm not going to turn into a pumpkin or anything if I go to bed beyond a certain time. But I have figured out certain things about my own personal time clock with the body, which I won't discuss on here. I kind of know it's happening, why I wake up once or twice. Okay. We got a newbie in here. Okay, we're just discussing the Mount St. Helens thing. I was watching a movie. I was just tuning in. I was talking about the movie, what was happening with that movie, and I was living in Washington at the time, but actually took off back to New York for a couple of months, I think, then came back, and that was after the eruption. And that thing was dormant for like 145 years, but like I was saying, if you're just coming in at the beginning of the show, it's like with any township, people warn them of disaster, and they're more worried about the economy. It's tourist season. They don't want to lose money, and you've seen it all the way back to Jaws movies and all that, and they patterned a shitload of movies on the same pretext, context, whatever. It's just, based on something disastrous, whether it's Mother Nature or anything else that might have been coming, some kind of disaster, but or some creature, whatever it was. But people were pre-warned. But of course, the mayor of the town, you know how that works. That wasn't sort of kind of how it was on this, not exactly. I'll give them the credit on that one, but it wasn't exactly how the events went down. But, watching the movie gave you an idea of kind of what went on. Pretty much. Not exact, though. But every other movie, they were doing the same thing. It was like it caught on in the past, where you couldn't think of doing a movie. I mean, all you had to do was, place your movie in a town, and there's always going to be a sheriff or a mayor or somebody that's saying, oh, no, this is tourist season. This town, they make their money. If they don't make their money during this season, they're going to have a hard winter and all this other stuff. Towns would lose a lot of money. And that's what they did with a lot of movies. And that got kind of old because it was the same. And I don't know how many movies, even some really obscure movies that came on, B movies or whatever, they were all copying the same shit on there, Oh, yeah, the town can't afford to, you can't evacuate the town. I don't care if there's a storm coming. I don't care if an alien's coming to destroy the earth, we can't leave the town. So much, to lose in the economy. And I'm sure you've probably seen hundreds of movies. I don't know about that much, but maybe that were based on that same concept of people more worried about their jobs or their homes and the economy of the local town. And we can't have some monster chase us out or volcanic pyroplasmic ash come out. I mean, the economy was a lot more important than that, right? But that's human nature anyway. That's just human nature. And it's not far from the truth when you watch these movies. It is human nature. You try to convince a town to evacuate. Who wants to evacuate a town? You got your life there, you got your animals, you got your kids, you got your school, whatever you have there, you got your business. Who wants to evacuate a town? It takes a lot. And unfortunately, with most humans, it takes actually something to actually happen to make them believe that there's really going to be any kind of disaster at all. I have an open mind about stuff like this. I don't live far from the ocean, really. If there was tsunami, I would certainly be affected where I live. I told you, I'm not even a 10-minute walk from the ocean over here. And if there was some kind of a tsunami, which is always a possibility in this country, I probably would be in a little bit of a trouble here. But you move somewhere knowing this. Anybody who's ever moved to the Philippines, they first of all know it's in a ring of fire, and there's all kinds of storms and everything out here, and this is just part of the landscape, so to speak, and people just get used to it, and they expect to have a typhoon or something come in, or how many per year, and so forth. But I can't. I find it hard to believe that there are certain, what do they call the areas of responsibility. Well, people like to move into the areas of responsibility, different parts of Manila, Luzon, and they're going to move to the worst neighborhoods in the world. That's going to contribute to some kind of a natural disaster, landslides, earthquakes, volcanoes, whatever it might be in your region. And they all gather around there. And then when a disaster happens, or a monsoon flood or something, when disasters happen, they wonder why. Why did all these people get killed? Well, they made the decision to live there. That's my point. For example, who would want to live under the, basically with a volcano that's known to have gone off as your neighbor? Well, I sort of did. You know why? It was only, I don't know, as the bird flies, maybe at most 10, 12 miles from Kilauea. And we did have a close encounter there one time. Other towns did get enveloped, but they didn't come into Fern Acres where I lived in Mountain View. But it did actually in some subdivisions that were closer to where the flow was, actually. It did get annihilated. Okay, but anyway, that's all I have to talk about here tonight. It's Betty time, Bobos. Betty time. Not much else to talk about here. So good night to you all. Just thought I'd throw a little ditty in there tonight. And the movie's worth watching if you haven't seen it. But as I said, it's not all factual. So if you want to really look it up, just look it up and find some real documentary on it. And if you really wanted to, if you really didn't give a shit about the Mount St. Helens volcano. But we're in a really volatile area out here in the Philippines. You know that, right? Yeah, and if there's some volcano really went off and it just spewed ash and just continued to spew ash, I mean, the whole country would be affected by that. And it wouldn't be a pleasant experience for everybody, no matter what part of the country you lived in. If it was that bad and that long, it would be a problem. You might even have to wear a special mask and to prevent the dust from getting in your lungs. It's like ice. It's like crystals of glass, really. It's like glass crystals. Anyway, your education time is over here because I got to get off here. All right, thanks for listening, and catch you another time.
I don't usually get like this. It's something about you I miss. Could it be we never had that kiss? Well, I don't usually get like this. Get like this. Get like this. Get like this. Get like this.
Okay, well, we're going to talk about a few things this morning. Well, I entitled this The Ugly Side of the Philippines, but it's actually a little more stuff I want to talk about on here. And also getting some information straight on a couple of things, too. But there's an ugly side and there's a good side to the Philippines. And we'll touch up upon that. But the first thing I want to say is just to, by the way, if you see my thumbnail, although it's not, it's sideways, yes, that is an actual diploma, Bachelor of Fine Arts. Okay, there it is. That did arrive, actually, after, how many months? But I could show you a full copy of it later on. Straightforward in the document itself. But anyway, moving on from that. And before I get into some of the ugly versus good side of the Philippines, one thing I want to notice as the Copycat channel, they took a copy of a document and they blacked out or whatever the full entitlement of it in a civil case. It's Aisha Henderson and Eric Walker, and they're not married, or they weren't married. On behalf, but that's the part you don't see, is Aisha Henderson and Eric Walker versus Frank Battaglia. Blacked out the area and says, on behalf of minor children. Well, part of the complaint that they put in on me was to try to include their children in this matter between landlord and tenants. They smelt the paycheck because of the fact that I was going to be selling the house. I think you're all familiar with that story, and that's really the denominator was. They refused to pay 4 months worth of rent. It it went well before that and beyond that, but basically, that's what it was. They didn't want to pay the rent, and they were in arrears for 4 months, constantly making promises they were going to pay, and they never did. And I had bills to pay and everything else, and that really put a big burden on me at the time, besides the damage they did to the actual unit. That's what happened on there. So, okay, there was no animosity, actually, between me and the tenants in the sense that I was ever doing anything that they ever claimed. So when they did their civil case on me, it was to try to get a paycheck. As I said, they were professional tenants. They've done this before. I knew a Chinese/Hawaiian lady who was selling land. They were interested in buying, and she held up other offers because they said they were going to buy the land, and at the last moment they just bailed out. But that was just a minor thing that they did. They were doing this, as I found out, to other people too, actually outside of the subdivision where I actually lived. There was another case where they were renters, and the same thing happened in that they refused to pay. It's not like they didn't have the money, and it was never the situation, because the fact was they were engaged in some other activities, shall I say, that were bringing money in, besides utilizing the mother or stepmother, whatever you want to call it, her disability, because she had muscular sclerosis, I think it was, on there. So they were collecting her check too, and was collecting also money from one of the children or something in there through the other father of the child. Anyway, it's a little complicated, but they were making money on there. But anyway, I wanted to kind of reiterate on this subject because it's really easy to put up a little piece of paper there and not show the heading, the full heading, and also what it was all about. Yes, they tried to include their children in this when they really had nothing to do with it, legally in any other way. There was nothing to do with it. There's nothing that ever went on other than your famous little mushroom song that people make a big thing about. I just wanted to clarify that this morning. It just shows how evil people can actually be when there's other people that don't know the real story, what was going on with that situation. That's what was going on. Hello, Lester. Appreciate the thumbs up. Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify on that. And for those people that don't know what was really going on. And yes, there was a judgment, but it was based on a default again, because I was not there personally, and it would have gone in a totally different direction if I was actually physically there, but I was in the Philippines, impossible to be there for a hearing. That's when he made a decision on that. That's what that's all about. And there was a lot of things in between on there that transpired between them and my brother. There was a lot of horrific stuff going on. Oh, there they go. Hold on. Hey! Okay, well, you have to hear the dogs in the background for a minute. Yeah, that really pissed me off when they start putting shit out like that because, get the real facts on there. Like, I got the paperwork, obviously, and that was floated around all YouTube, and all they did was emphasize certain things on there, putting the children into this matter, which they really weren't involved. Nobody was peeping into windows, nothing like that happened. But, the trolls, decide to take a different direction on this and make it sound like I'm the biggest creep of the century, but none of that stuff transpired. I just wanted to bring that out. Haven't talked about that in a long time, but I am talking about it right now. And as I said, these were I call them professional tenants, because that's exactly what they were, and it was not their first rodeo, just to let you know. Yeah, that was a really fucked up situation there, and of a lot of injustice. And just like there's a complaint against me, or a particular Filipina, which is entirely the biggest fucking bullshit in the world, there's a lot of injustices in life. And in our society, you're going to find people that either like you or don't like you, and they'll go to great lengths to try to paint a really dark picture of somebody. No, we never see that on here, do we? No, we certainly do. To get that matter out of the way, okay. The other thing I was going to talk about is totally unrelated, and as far as the good, the bad, the ugly of Philippines, well, superficial things like, I don't know, like the infrastructure out here and so forth is, a lot to be desired on that. It is not kind of up to par with the rest of the more developed world. Philippines is definitely behind. There's absolutely no question about that. But there's some communities that are very progressive, and you never know you're in the Philippines. But I want to push on with the one thing that's always bothered me is the animal cruelty out here. As most people know here, I'm somewhat of an animal lover, especially dogs. And I always see these feeds about all these dogs that are horribly abused. One recently, one was slashed with a knife and had the biggest open gash on his back you'd ever see. It's really hard for me to look at this stuff, But of course, curious, being curious, I look at it and it just leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth about how in this country, it's like pretty much the last thing they're going to do is help a helpless animal or an animal in need. But then there's always an underlying reason, but not totally. They got their own bills. They got to feed their family. They can't take care of a dog. But the one thing that I never understood is no one's asking you to adopt a dog or anything like that, but at least give the dog some first aid. And there's always a local organization, which we have over here, that will shelter these dogs, and with their donations and so forth, can doctor up this dog, have a veterinarian come over, sew them up, whatever. But there are so many dogs that are walking around pretty lame and horribly hurt, atrocities that have done to dogs by throwing acid on them or boiling water. Oh, dude, that sounds familiar with somebody on here who would have that capability, doesn't it? I know somebody actually. Comes up to top of my mind on this. So, oh God, there's still people sleeping here, so let me tell the dogs. Girls. Okay, girls, come on. Stop it. Okay. Anyway, that's the one thing that's always bothered me about here. I mean, of course, it's not just the Philippines; it's everywhere. But it's a pretty common sight actually out here. And of course, they did. Yeah. Well, I'm moving beyond the tenant situation here in this. Okay. Let's just say they were bad tenants that are looking for a paycheck, and that's all the hell it was. Okay. And we've covered this before, but I just wanted to touch up upon that one there. Because most people don't know what both me and my brother went through. In fact, he had to go to emergency room twice because his blood pressure just went through the roof because of them, the things they were doing, even to him. Okay. But I'd rather move beyond that because it's not good memories, and it just pisses me off. It's too early in the morning to get pissed off. It pisses me off too early in the morning to dwell on that subject, because most people don't know what really transpired there. They were horrible people. They were really horrible people. And I made a mistake. Well, I'm not the one that took them in as tenants. My brother was sort of handling the situation for me because I was in the Philippines. Oh, sure, they got on camera on Skype, introduced themselves as a family and dressed up nice and all this crap. They could never really get a place to rent because how many people were in the family, and the very fact, I'm just going to be upfront with it, they were black. And in the community I lived, a lot of people would not rent to black families, prejudice, stereotyping, and all that kind of stuff. And they found it hard. They were elated when they were rented that unit. And therefore, when I had a court order to throw them out because everything that happened, yeah, they even got uglier. And that's where they came up with this thing of getting a lawyer, of all things, getting a lawyer against me, when actually, well, I had a lawyer. We both had to get a lawyer. But yet things were said and done that were horrible, and you had to have been there. During that time, I spent over a year back in Hawaii to address some situations and fix up the house to get it ready to sell and everything else. So there was a lot that went on that don't meet the eye, in which the trolls on here are not going to say anything about. It wasn't a great situation at all, and not for me and for my brother at the time. And they kind of went against my brother, pretended to have a good friendship with him, but then they tried to fuck him over through Section 8 to get him knocked out of there too. This is the guy that they're supposed to be some good friends with. Oh, they loved Al, they call him Uncle Al and everything else. It was a horrible situation. But let me move beyond that because it just kind of gets my blood boiling to talk about these people. Now it's afternoon. Hello, Friday. I did see that channel, the posting of a lawsuit. It's somehow hooked to your channel. It was right next to your channel to my YouTube feed. Oh. Yeah. They showed you what they wanted to show you on there, actually. But the language is a lot different. And there's a lot of editing that went on, too, such as the entitlement on there saying, oh, yeah, people, state of Hawaii versus whatever, in behalf of the children or something. It was a civil lawsuit. It was not criminal. It really had nothing to do with the children, although in their reports, and by the way, any reference to the children upon the judgment, it was not based on anything to do with the children. In actuality, it had to do with her allegations against me that I was somehow being very volatile with them and so forth and so on. But, we're dwelling on this now, and I don't really want to dwell on it. As far as I know, I don't even think they're together anymore. Karma hit them pretty hard. Last I heard from a neighbor that was still in touch with them, I guess things didn't turn out their way very well. Good old Mother Karma, played its part with them, and rightfully so. Okay, so it was a real lawsuit, yeah. It was a civil lawsuit, not a criminal lawsuit. They didn't want to pay me their rent money. They refused to. They did about 8,000 American dollars worth of damage to my unit. It was ugly. It was really ugly. And it pissed me off is that we had put brand new carpeting in 2 of the bedrooms on there prior to them moving in. And if you would have seen with the strewn dog shit and urine in there, I actually had to, when I finally got them out, I'd like to mention this one. So you remove the carpeting, okay, and you remove it, and the padding and everything that's underneath there was soaked with urine. If you walked into the room, you'd want to gag. They didn't let anybody in those rooms because they didn't want us to see that. But when we had to do the removal of all that stuff, that smell was even in the concrete. And I had to go over this. I mean, I tried every remedy in the world: vinegar, urine removal, smell. It took a lot of work. And I had to have this worker basically almost grind down into the concrete to get a lot of the urine dust, whatever. Concrete is porous, as you may know. That's how bad it was. It retained the smell until we just basically got it out. And I had some tile laid down and said at a great expense, nice tile in 2 of the rooms. Yeah. Who are these trolls? Who are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm happy to talk about some past tenants I had in Hawaii when I had my house in Hawaii. And I had trolls trying to say I'm some kind of a child predator and all this other crap because tenants had used that in their civil suit against me, which really was not based on anything to do with the children, but they utilized it in there. But anyway, when the judge made his judgment, it was never based on anything having to do with the children at all, just to kind of get that out. It had to do with other allegations they made against me, that I was a bad landlord, didn't do this, that they thought I was very volatile with them, and it was just an ugly situation. No, the kids were not the factor in here. Although they put it in there, the judge omitted any of these accusations against me having to do with so-called mistreatment of their children, which never happened. And it was so crazy that, even if the daughter walked out of the place, I was filming my house. I really want to get rid of this topic, but let me just finish it out. Little things like after I finished painting the house, I remember I was videotaping the outside, showing the progress. And it just happened that the daughter, which was, what was she, 14 or something? I don't know what she was at the time. And she's really tall for her age. And she happened to be walking out. I made a comment on my video saying, yeah, well, that's her daughter walking out here. I said, she's really tall for her age. She's only like, 13 or 14, whatever she was at the time. Nobody was focusing on her coming out of the house. I was videotaping the house because after I just finished painting and finally painted the trim on the windows and whatnot. And I was kind of proud to show my work I did all by hand in one brush, no roller, no spray paint, nothing. A lot of work I put into the house. She happened to walk by on camera, and they made a big thing about that there was some sexual innuendo to that. I don't know what sexual innuendo there was on that. She walked by outside of the house, their part of the house, while I was photographing the house. And then they complained about, on top of that, you're showing our license plate number. Well, the car, they park it in front of the house, and it happened to display their license plate. The camera was not focused on their license plate, but you could see it in the distance. If you want to blow it up, you obviously can see their license plate. They made a big thing out of that too, on privacy issues. It was just one big travesty is what it was. It was a horrible travesty. Yeah. What happened was not legal at all, what they did. But, karma has taken place on them. Last I heard, and that's a while back, that things weren't going very well for them. For the remaining people who were ever in touch with them or know anything about them, I guess things didn't work out very well against them in life itself in general. That's the way things work sometimes. Is it legal to tell? You can say anything you want on YouTube, but you better back it up. Well, are you forgetting Barry Lee Jordan, who's been incarcerated for well over 2 years, who pleaded guilty to his cyber libel? I guess you're not familiar with that. Maybe you're not updated. He's a guy that would call me a child predator and all this other stuff, and I filed charges on him. The prosecutor accepted it, and it went to court. I presented the evidence on video of what he said, and to his dismay, later on, as it progressed, he had a new lawyer. Anyway, he pleaded guilty to all 5 charges, and he wasn't sentenced, but he was fined by the judge to pay $250,000 to the court and $250,000 pesos to me, which he still hasn't paid, and that's why he's still incarcerated. He happens to be in one of the worst prisons right now as a place to kind of, keep him until he actually pays all this money. He's in Bilibid prison. It's the worst in the country, actually, right now. Honey, if this channel is lying, it's what they do. It's what they do. That's why they're troll channels, Patty. Call the police or YouTube. Fuck YouTube. YouTube don't do shit. Call the police. What are they going to do? And the person who's doing the copycat channel that's putting all this shit out is out of the country. They can put on there whatever they want. Fuck YouTube. YouTube don't do shit when you make reports. It's not even humans you're dealing with. It's all AI shit or whatever. It's no live people. Yeah. And then let's just operate another channel after that. You haven't been around, Patty, so you don't know how they work this. Yeah. I mean, there's things like personal justice, there's legal justice, there's karma, there's whatever. It all catches up with them. Yeah. People are just evil, Patty. I mean, it's just part of the grain of our society. The fact was, I was a damn good landlord, too, in regards to that matter. And I can't believe we're dwelling on this because I wasn't going in that direction. But, yeah, I've done everything they needed there. I've asked them, you need something painted, I'm willing to do it. Do you want this bedroom painted? I have an offer to do so. Whatever, It was absolutely an ugly situation. There's no question about it. It was a horrible, ugly situation. And yeah, they won the civil lawsuit, just to inform you, Patty, based on, what is it called again? Because I couldn't be in person in the courtroom during that hearing.
because I was in the Philippines, but I did get on Zoom, totally assuming I could, actually do it through Zoom. But they said, no, you had to actually schedule yourself to do it. But they let me get on, but the judge didn't allow me to say anything. Just maybe to react to a comment or something that Aisha Henderson, who was a plaintiff along with her boyfriend, Erica Walker, on this. They allowed them to speak, but they didn't allow me to speak. It was a kangaroo court, whatever you want to call it, No, the judge made a, what do you call that? It's morning. What do you call judgment? Not based on the fact that I did anything wrong. It had to do with the fact that I wasn't there physically because I was in the Philippines. Oh, it's called a default judgment or something like that. Yeah. Of money that they will never get. It's just the way it works. You're going to be teaching. Now that I am retired, I'm thinking of teaching. Are you going to be teaching in the Philippines? Teaching what? I'm not a teacher. I'm not a teacher. I can advise people on different things, but I'm not a teacher. You said, now that I'm thinking of teaching overseas. There's a lot of rewarding things you can do. Now, here's the whole thing about society. You can't save the world, and sometimes you have to just save yourself. Like I started getting into animal cruelty out here, which it's so horrible. And me as one individual, I can't do much. I get, individual basis, help an animal or something. And, a couple of dogs that we've had were actually as puppies taken from the street. Yeah. But I come into these feeds all the time on here. It's hard to watch what people actually do to animals purposely. And you'd be surprised that people actually harm animals just to make a YouTube show or something, or on Facebook or something on some platform, making believe they're rescuing an animal, but actually they cause harm to the animal, tied it up, put it in the ditch, and said, oh, somebody found this dog in a ditch. Somebody put this dog in the ditch, when the person who was making the YouTube video or whatever format it was on actually did that to the dog just so they can get views. That's how bad our society is. Everything for views, money, whatever. I saw you posted your diploma. I assured you were posting it to say you were going to. No, the thing with that was, to update you on that, the trolls are always going to say the opposite of what you say. That's all it is. They claim I never got my bachelor's degree and all that crap. Yeah. They know so much about me, When indeed I did get, it was 1980, whatever. It was a Bachelor of Fine Arts, School of Visual Arts, but I went to other colleges too. Went to New York Institute of Technology. On a smaller level, when I lived in Washington State, I went to Shoreline Community College. So I've had 3 different colleges under my belt for some period of time or whatever. My credits were transferred from New York Tech to School of Visual Arts, where I continued and I got my diploma. And during my moving from one house to another over here in the Philippines, I'd lost my actual documents. I had to go through a whole rigmarole to try to get a copy of my diploma, which is displayed sideways, by the way. Yeah, sideways. Yeah, I'm gonna make a hard copy of that. Or show the actual, But anyway, no, I'm not a teacher of anything. Although I probably missed my calling on some, I don't know, some aspect of my existence out here, or learnings I probably could if I really wanted to. But at my age, I'm like, what the fuck? Share my life experience as well. God, I did most of that on here. But they're all experts on me. You gotta understand, Patty, they're all experts on Frank Battaglia. So they claim to be. It kind of sickens, Oh, you haven't seen nothing, Patty. You're new to this. You're absolutely new to all this stuff. You haven't seen the hateful things that go on YouTube. You'd be totally shocked. Yeah. Oh, geez, since I've been on YouTube, it's been a long time, Patty. They've called me every name in a book and labeled me everything you could possibly label out of hate. But mostly, Patty, it's out of jealousy and envy, because a lot of these people are not in my position where I've actually settled down. I got a woman that I want, been with her almost 9.5 years, and we're leading a stable life, and where a lot of people out there haven't reached that point, that they couldn't find a Filipina out here for whatever reason, their personality or just a general attitude against women, period, would show out like a gleaming light, like a 1,000-watt light bulb in a field. It's just, you either got what it takes to find a solid woman to get in a relationship, or you don't. And these are the people that chase their tail all the time. Then they wonder why they can't get a woman. They have to want to buy them. And we have so many people out here that actually have to go buy their dates to go out with them. It's pretty sad, especially when they're getting in their later part of life, Patty. They're not secure with anything in their life at all. Their life is just totally out of whack. I've not seen this. I follow about 20 channels in this part of the world. I have not seen that kind of fighting or any of those channels. Oh, they're out there. They're out here in the Philippines, I can tell you that. Don't forget, I've been on YouTube, I don't know, around 10 years. I'm always using that figure, and I've experienced things that would curl your hair if it wasn't curled already. What people do to each other on here, it's outrageous. You really question about society. And this is just a small example of, worldwide what goes on with people on social media and outside of social media. Someone decides they don't like you. No, Hal, you're not blocked. If I'm seeing you, you're not blocked. Yeah. Patty, there's a lot of ugliness out there that you haven't seen. And if you know what I've gone through in the past 10 years, and the fact that I'm still on YouTube is a miracle in itself, actually. They say a lot of horrible things about me. And when they can't think of anything else, they make up something. They call me a draft dodger, which I never got drafted. I mean, this just goes on and on and on and on and on and on. Oh, we see you, Hal. We see you. If you have something to say it, yeah. But I was really trying to get into, when I say the good and the bad of the Philippines, it's really just not here. It's worldwide. But since I'm living out here in the Philippines, I can tell you what I witnessed out here. And it really comes down to is people are trying to survive. If you want to talk about the poor population of the Philippines, the average everyday life is trying to get enough money together to buy rice and food, to feed their children and everything else. And when it comes to like a hurt animal or something, a lot of times you'd be like really pissed off, when you hear these stories or see it on a feed of these animals who were horribly abused physically and every other way, emotionally, and what they do to these dogs, or the fact that they will see a dog that's obviously hurt or bleeding or broken leg or something, and they just walk right by them. And that's what really steams me up. Of one of the biggest issues I would have with the Philippines, the biggest issue, if I had to state an issue, would be that, because I just happen to be an animal lover, and I have rescued dogs, and several dogs I've had were rescued from the streets from a puppy throughout my history, actually, of being out here. One of them right now is a rescue that came to our gate, totally just filthy and, bugs and just horrible situation. We had a prior dog that was that we had adopted, which is the mother actually of my other dog here, which is Ginger. Yeah. And she came in horrible shape. I didn't know she'd live. Her eyes are almost practically closed with infection. She had
parasites on her. It was a horrible scene. But we took her in, and oh, ChatGPT says you are a famous photographer. That's a good one. Good old ChatGPT, they can't be wrong. No, I'm not a famous photographer, no. I had my 15 minutes of glory in some ways. I mean, I've had some things published and all that stuff, Nothing, to spend your whole life on YouTube talking about, really. I've mentioned things about, I've had awards, I've had things published, I've had things in the New York Historical Society Permanent Archives. I got published in different magazines and so forth like that. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, I didn't continue with my profession because I had moved out of New York and moved to Seattle, and my concentration was not on my art. It was survival, taking on jobs I had to take to pay the rent, to put food in my belly, and I kind of veered away from my photography. But a lot of people will go to college for something and they don't wind up in that profession. That's pretty commonplace. It says I'm a famous photographer. Well, that's interesting to hear that. What did you write in? Who is Frank Battaglia or something like that? And by the way, it's pronounced Battaglia. Even I'm saying it now. There's my famous 13 people here. I don't know. I guess if I would have stayed in New York, and I would have probably continued on with my photography. I'm pretty sure of that. But the funny thing was, I just saw my photography as an art. And I did, even while in school there, had some opportunity to get some photography jobs through the office of the School of Visual Arts, placement office. They have sometimes according to what your endeavor was, what kind of art you were into. You try to find some, and I found it a hard thing to get involved with commercial photography, I was not a real good professional in a studio situation, although I've worked for some very well-known photographers in New York that were known for some of the biggest ad campaigns that most of you, if you were live at the time, whether it was General Electric or whatever it was, I was involved with some of the setup of the products and all that stuff, and yeah, different ad campaigns and stuff like that, numerous. But it was my moving out of New York that kind of put a damper on my direction of my photography. I wasn't a bad photographer at all, really. My forte was people, but although I had a love for landscapes or seascapes, I never really concentrated on that. I went cross-country photographing different things for a whole month, left New York, and it was fun. And that's when I felt my freedom. That's when I really felt that the ideal position for me, which was very hard to get in any photographer, it was hard to get into work for like a National Geographic, would have been probably the most perfect job in the world for me at that time, to get to travel and, document certain things. And that would have been wonderful. But that's, that's history. I got to live in the present. It's a could have, should have, would have type of situation, No, I've done that before. Some photographs I've shown on here. Oh, then we'll make it a big deal over getting a movie credit on a HBO movie called Grey Gardens. They were making a big deal about that. The trolls on here. It's not a big deal. I didn't really make a big deal of it. I just photographed a kind of a somewhat famous or infamous woman happened to be related to the famous Kennedy family, and they lived a recluse life in East Hampton, Long Island. Used to be a wealthy family that, went to the shithole. Got to meet the woman, which was fabulous in itself. And they did a documentary by the Maisel brothers back in the day of their life. And then later on, they did for HBO, they did a modern day movie version of Grey Gardens. And that was my involvement, because I met her and photographed her and all that stuff. I had some of her pictures published, but they utilized some of my photographs to create an authentic costume for one of the actresses in there. Drew Barrymore played the part of Edith Beale, and so they utilized it to put together some outfits that they never had the original outfits for. It wasn't a heavy involvement or nothing on there. The trolls tried to play it up though, with this and that and this and that. But I was happy to see a credit on a movie. That was kind of cool. That's all it was. I didn't overbuild it as the trolls, but no. But it was cool, to see a credit on a movie. I never had a credit on a movie. I don't know how many awards this movie won, but, I mean, it was something, it was something. How many people get to do that? Well, I did, You get some Mercedes to sell. I don't know, you sound like an idiot. I'm just going to have to remove you. If you're already sounding like an idiot, not making sense. I don't have time for that. No, Patty, I've done some things in my life that were kind of cool. I give myself credit for. I do. But you're going to get a lot of buffoons here on YouTube that haven't done half the shit I've actually done or any accomplishments at all. The biggest accomplishment is about attacking me or putting on a copycat channel or something. That's their accomplishments. A lot of these people don't even live in the Philippines, by the way. Some of the trolls. In fact, a lot of them don't even actually live out here. That's the funny part of it. Okay, let me segue into something here. Okay, where am I going? I'm getting distracted here, as I always do. One thought leads to another. Yeah, the good, the bad, and the ugly about the Philippines. It's kind of a strange thing where I see a lot of people's shows on here, and I talk about that. I try to as much as I can, where they're talking so many negative things about the Philippines, and they're living here, I basically give you the facts through my experience anyway. I can't speak for everyone, but I can speak for myself. Yeah, there are some very negative things about the Philippines here. But, you got to understand, you made that choice to move here, if you did. And hopefully you were aware of all the, I call it bugaboos, all the bugaboos of living in the Philippines. The culture is different, everything else, Yes, the people, I'll always say it, the people that are friendly, they'll give you the shirt off their back. But the one thing you don't want to do is cross a Filipino. And then you're going to see a whole different side. And that just happens to be truth. There's a lot of corruption out here. It's unbelievable, the corruption out here. It's incredible, the corruption. There's no question about it. No question about it. The Philippines is not listed anymore, apparently, as one of the best countries to go to retire. There was a time it was sort of towards the top of the list. And a lot of people get played out with the Asian thing, too, after a while, But if you're a retired guy, generally you would think you'd have to settle down somewhere. And the Philippines is not a bad place to settle down. It's been a good experience for me so far. Other than trolls trying to get you thrown out and all this shit, but it's been a good experience for me so far. I feel pretty comfortable here. Now, with that being said, of course, I've never traveled to many other countries, so as far as the best place to retire, I couldn't tell you that. Because I would have to spend some time in these countries, so I can't really come up with an educated point or something saying that, oh, this is going to be the better country than this or that. I know one place I think is pretty decent that if I had to move to, but I'm not going to tell it on here. You know, oh yeah, I do research. But I'm not going to tell you on here. But is it a good place to retire? Yeah, I mean, I'd still say it is. It is. I've been living in this town for a long time. I've had no problem with the local people at all here. They all pretty much know, not everybody, there's a lot of people in this town. Girls, come on inside. Girls? They bark at everything. There's injustices, there's criminals, there's corruption, there's bad hygiene, sanitary situations out here abundantly. But when you are living in a, quote, developing country, that's exactly what you're going to see. Oh, I'll never forget the day that I kind of first came out here. And I was hanging with this one chick I met online. She lived in a squatter's compound and all that stuff. And that's when I was hit pretty hard with the reality of some of the poverty out here. But the funny thing about all this, despite their poverty, they were happy. They were happy. And you don't see this a lot. They've pretty much accepted their poverty. And if they have a better day than another and make more money and things are better times, they're even more happier. But one of the things I discovered they do out here to keep their spirits up is, well, they love to karaoke, they love to sing. They love that. Any kind of time there's an occasion for a party, it could be a religious event, could be a family event, birthdays, anniversaries, it could be some other holiday. They like to party. They like to party. Unfortunately, drinking is a pretty big thing out here. And one of the other negatives, of course, is all the accidents on the roadways out here, which is horrible. I was just the other day, I'm on a trike in town and coming to an intersection. And, you know, some Filipina on a motor scooter doesn't even bother to look. It's like they own the road. You know, we're coming to go through this intersection, and they have to yield to any traffic coming. They don't even look. I can't even tell you, because there's no number I could quote, because it's too many, as to how ignorant some people can be. Even having kids on a bike, they didn't care. You can't assume that when you go to an intersection that there's no other cross traffic going by. You have to assume that maybe there is. And I see this time after time after time again. That's why there's so many accidents. I've never understood that part. I guess on my bugaboo list, that would have to be at the top. I mean, I've witnessed this, seeing people that they don't even look. Don't even look, and you wonder why they get into accidents. They don't even look when they're driving their bike. And no wonder there's so many accidents. It's incredible, man. All in all, Philippines is a good place, but like anywhere else, if you're expecting perfection somewhere, it's just, you just can't expect that. And I don't care no matter where you live. Philippines happen to be one of these places where there might be certain things and elements and things they do out here that you're really going to question and say, what the fuck, are you kidding me? You get that kind of effect when you live out here. You're going to see a lot of what the fuck situations out here that you can't explain or can't explain to yourself. And why, if you're thinking so many people are ignorant, is it ignorance? I don't know what it is. But when it comes to like intersections, and not just intersections, just people crossing the road when you're coming, that's why I won't drive. I won't get into that situation. They don't look. I mean, I don't understand. Don't they value their life or their safety? I've never understood that. So yeah, that's in the top list of my bugaboo things about the Philippines. It's the ignorance and traffic and the simple thing, like especially you got kids on your motorbike and you want to protect them, but they come by an intersection, they go straight through. They don't, you know, sometimes you want to beep your horn to let somebody at an intersection know you're coming through. They don't even do that.
I never even seen their heads turn. Never even seen their heads turn to check for traffic. Never seen it. I haven't seen one person do that. I honestly haven't. Good morning, dear.
Morning.
Good morning to you. Did you have a good sleep?
Yeah. But I wake up early.
No, I woke up once. I know I looked at the clock or something on there, but yeah. So this is the thing that it really astounds me. It would have to be actually maybe toward the number one list, to be honest with you. Is the traffic, it's how people drive out here. And, a common thing, like if I'm on a trike ride, a driver will, before while he's coming to an intersection, they'll beat their horn. That's to let anybody know at the intersection that, hey, I'm coming by, just to let you know. But I see the opposite a lot with a lot of people out here, mostly private people, just their family on their cars or their own trikes or their own motor scooters. And I've seen this, religiously. It's just so common out here. And I don't understand the lack of concern for their own safety. I just don't understand it. I guess I probably never will, really. I see that almost every day I've gone to town. And you wonder why people are getting killed on motor scooters and motorcycles and whatever. They don't look. I don't know where they got their license, to a fixer or something. I have no idea. No idea. None. There's some people that shouldn't be on a motor vehicle at all. The thing that also is bothersome to me is when I see a whole family on a scooter. And I'm talking as many as 5 people, that's me including the driver, with young children. One little mistake and a whole family can die. And there's been situations like that too that have actually happened. Horrible. But, as I look out, little pastoral scene out there, there's some goats and some cows somewhere. Nice little pasture. It's been showering, it's been raining overnight. Nice little pastoral scene. It's very quiet here. That's why I like it, especially in the morning. There's not a lot of road traffic over the highway. You hear birds, you might hear the animals. Nice pastoral scene in front of it, which I really like. It's peaceful, it's very peaceful. And I like it. I like it a lot. Things actually can get pretty, sometimes too late back out here, according to where you're living, really. You make the choice where you want to live, whatever it is. I don't mind being I've lived on islands. I lived in Hawaii, after all. That's an island. So I'm used to island living. I really like it. I prefer it. Mine is, of course, the obvious, could have a good supermarket here or something. Those kind of amenities, or even a decent hospital, which also, by the way, I'll put that on my bugaboo list too. They have what they call I don't know, like a regional hospital. It's really more of a MASH unit, if it's not even that. They don't even have a full-time doctor there all the time. They don't have a surgeon. They don't even have, believe it or not, I've mentioned this before, they don't even have a defibrillator, to start your heart. They don't even have a defibrillator. So if you have a heart attack, you have to be transferred all the way to Cebu. That could be 5 hours of traveling. You're dead by that time. If it's a really bad heart attack or stroke or something, you're dead. You're gone. Bye-bye. You just have to adjust yourself to the fact that that's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen, whether you like it or not. But you made the choice to live where you're living, too. You got to understand that, too. In all fairness, you made the choice to live, and you got to take the consequences of where you live. That's the trade-off. That's the actual trade-off. The last governor was always promising to install an ICU unit in this more of a public hospital or whatever. It's to have a full-time surgeon and an ICU unit there. They don't have that. It's pretty useless. You want to go there for something small or have a baby. And I've also witnessed women coming out of that hospital with a sheet over them. They had a bad delivery in that hospital. So yeah, that's a scary thing. Sometimes I'm thinking I should buy my own defibrillator and teach them how to use it. Seriously speaking, I'm not joking. Because where I live, it's about 90 miles to Cebu, but you got to take a ferry, then you got to take land transportation all the way over. And if you have a serious condition, you need a serious hospital right away. And there's no life flights coming here that I know of. We have an airport. That's the other thing that the governor promised. They spent millions of pesos to extend the runways for commercial aircraft to come here. Now it's like, a free-for-all for the skydiving people. And you see planes taking off all the time around here. They practically own the airport. They started getting a service into here not terribly long ago. It didn't last because maybe they weren't making enough money. It was a great way of getting people from here to Cebu in a matter of like 40 minutes. Fantastic. Fantastic. It was supposed to expand beyond that to go to Manila and other places too. And I've been on a couple of those flights, even a helicopter one time. And, now this company, whatever, decided to not, until further notice, do any other business here. Now, Governor Gwen at the time, she was pushing this airport, made a big to-do about it. A big to-do about it. Ribbon cutting ceremony that the extended runways were all done. They were ready to come into the future to get some commercial aircrafts to come in here. But where did that go? It didn't go anywhere. For a little while we had flights coming in, but apparently it wasn't profitable enough for the airline agency that was running this. So now it's stopped. And you got all this millions and millions of pesos spent on extending runways here and so forth, and not even using it. The skydiver guys with their little Piper Cubs, whatever they fly, are making lots of money over skydiving. You see the planes going by here, I don't know how many times a day. They're making a lot of money. They own the airport. So millions are spent just to have these small aircraft be able to do their thing and conduct their business here. But there's no more commercial flights coming into here, which is bad business because although this is a flourishing town becoming, tourism would be greater if people, for example, from Manila were actually able to come here by plane, because there's a lot of people who like the Bantayan Islands, but it's quite a venture to get here, especially if you're coming from, say, Manila or somewhere. Because from Manila, you'd have to fly to Cebu. If they had a flight, then you have to take a flight from Cebu to here if they had a flight. Otherwise, they'd have to go through Manila. They'd have to fly to Cebu. They'd have to take land transportation, which could be 4 hours, to get to the port, to get to the ferry, to get to my island. It's a little more straightforward from Cebu, but it's the same thing. From Cebu, you'd have to take either a grab cab or a bus or something to get to the port, to get to the ferry, and that takes a long time. This is about, it's about 90 miles to Cebu from here, I think is what it is, Cebu City. I think it's about 90 miles or something, I don't know, somewhere around, I don't know. It seems longer than that when you have to take all the transportation that you have to do to get there. All the hours. When you get in a plane, you're there in like maybe 35, 40 minutes tops. That's it, tops. And it's great. But as I said, they're behind, the infrastructure and everything out here, they're just totally, it's just antiquated, okay? It's just all antiquated. It's, oh God. It's not the greatest situation. So yeah, there needs to be a lot of improvement here. But as I said, you make your choices as to where you want to live. If you're happy with it, you're happy with it. But you have to understand, the choices that you make can
affect you in a very harsh way if you're unprepared for it, such as a really bad illness or accident or heart attack or something. You're in big trouble. I already know that. I mean, it's not news to me. And a lot of people who have serious accidents, right there, they'll die, and if they're still alive, on the way to a hospital. Oh, the rain coming down again? Yeah, that's the situation with that. There's really been no improvements. All right, we're getting our rain. We need the rain. We're supposed to have a more wet season this year, and it's proving so. If you do it comparably, last year we had a pretty shitty drought. You couldn't see a blade of green grass anywhere. The grass was all brown. Here comes the rain. Yeah. So there's a trade-off on where you decide to live. If you want to live in the Philippines, you've got to carefully decide based on your needs what's going to be the best place for you to settle down with. And you might want to have all these considerations. Especially as you get older, you might need the service of a hospital at some point or another, and these are things you're going to really have to consider. If you want perfection, you're not going to get perfection here. I mean, that's just a fact. And if you got the kind of money to live in a very advanced part of Philippines, the Makati or somewhere near Manila, and places that look like anywhere you find in America, actual real sidewalks and clean streets and modern structures and all that, yeah, there are places you could live out here for that. But they're generally going to be a lot more expensive that most people probably can't afford to live in. So if you decide to move to an island, I mean, don't expect all these amenities. No matter what island you live on, really, there's not many islands out here that are going to have everything that you need and want, and or could actually lead to your own survival if something did actually come up. So you got to keep that in mind. So any interest in actually moving out here, you got to play the good with the bad, and you got to kind of custom fit where you're going to live with all the considerations I mentioned above. Is there a nearby decent hospital that has an ICU unit in case you needed it? Is there going to be a supermarket where you could possibly find some of your own comfort foods, which most of them don't? You don't have to go to Cebu and places like SNR and Landers and different places that are going to carry some Western foods, but you're going to pay very dearly for it. That's the trade-off. So if you want something bad enough, you'll pay for it. And I wind up doing that all the time. There's even times I will refuse to buy something because as much as I want it, and even if I have the money to buy it, then I refuse to buy it because it was so outrageously priced that I said, screw this, I'm not going to encourage this kind of, these retail prices. Because people buy it, they're going to keep it at that price. That's how, demand. They're going to keep something at a high price as long as people are buying it. So you just got to be a wise shopper. But yeah, I don't know, the Philippines is seemingly, I hear this all the time now, it's kind of dropping off as being one of the top list places for anybody to retire. Even Thailand is getting that reputation too now. So where do people go? There are a lot of places in the world you can move to. You could probably live pretty well on a modest retirement income every month. But, I say most of Europe, forget about that, because it's be awfully expensive to live in Europe. Why do you think they're coming here? I mean, same reason. It's they've been outpriced and everything, and inflation, and everybody's under the assumption that you can live here in the Philippines on next to nothing, but that's been proven not so. But according to who you want to listen to as a vlogger on here, they're going to come up with all these ridiculous figures on how much it costs to actually live out here. Oh, I mean, over and over and over and over again. It's the same vloggers doing the same shit, repeating it. the cost of living, and they've done it on their shows for how many years they've been on, probably a gazillion times. But for the sake of trying to keep the rhythm going and the income and the AdSense and all that, they have to repeat themselves. Because the truth is, there's only so much you could talk about the Philippines that hasn't been covered already. It's very rare that somebody comes up with some topic where they could introduce a different insight in regarding the Philippines. I haven't seen a lot of that. And the funny thing is, you get these people that are living out here, and one time they're promoting, on some point, they're negating a lot about the Philippines. Talking about the dangers of living out here. Yeah, there are dangers. This is not the, it's not really the same as living in part of Mexico. Well, by the way, where they are now recommending, by the way, but living in cartel territory, if you want to go to Juarez or somewhere, go ahead, go to Juarez or somewhere where there's a lot of cartel. But Mexico has been on the list. All the Mexicans are trying to get out and move to America. It's funny, a lot of Americans are trying to move into Mexico. Go figure. Because the cost of living in Mexico is supposed to be, on a modest Social Security, you could get by pretty well. But it's according to where you live in Mexico. And not everybody in Mexico is English speaking. I know a tiny bit of Spanish words, but it's not even enough to get me by, perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, Mexico is a newer sought after destination. Well, I never used to hear that in the past, but Mexico is, according to where you live out there, it could be a good place for somebody to live if you're on a budget. But as far as the Philippines, well, I don't know. Maybe one time you could say that yeah, come one, come all. It's a free-for-all out here for everything, for women, for, living expenses, everything else. The only thing that hasn't gone up terribly is the rents. You could find a very livable place for a very small amount of money, but it's everything beyond that. The price of goods in the store. I've given so many examples on here. Over-the-counter products in the drugstore. And not even a half-ounce tube of cortisone could wind up costing you like 500 pesos. It's ridiculous. Medicine's expensive out here. But if you had to have an operation or something out here, well, I will guarantee you that you're going to be paying a whole lot less than you'd be paying in America. That's a plus. And a lot of people, including myself, don't have any kind of insurance. I actually checked into one and I was approved, but I didn't like what they offered for the money. And you have no idea what I had to go through to get approval on that. Because of my age and everything else, they had to go get ultrasounds of this, go get blood tests for this, check your creatinine level, because I had a kidney stone thing, and they weren't letting me get in past that. Had to keep on going for imaging and blood tests and urine tests, checking for proteins, checking for creatinine levels, and until I came up with a good figure, and it was elaborate. The money I spent probably was about, I don't know, not a lot, but enough. Probably spent 30,000 pesos or more, probably more, just on getting tests to prove to this insurance company that everything was copacetic, Then it got to a point where it was examining what they had to offer was basically in-hospital only, was no outpatient. And outpatient shouldn't be a big thing because seeing a doctor, what is it going to cost you, $10? It's not a lot. And even the lab tests, they don't really cost that much. So you're pretty good on that part. But, if you have to have a procedure, they'll charge you, but it's still going to be cheaper than you'd have to pay in America. It's still going to be cheaper. So there's a good point to that. But, however, according to what your income is, it could be quite challenging if you had to have operations. Hey, that kidney stone thing I had alone, I just had to go in there twice, but, shit, they, upwards of more than 400,000 pesos just to have that looked into, get scoped up, and different procedures, putting a stent in, taking it out. They charge you for every little piece of cotton. Every little thing is utilized on a list. They don't miss a trick. If you had to wear a catheter, if you had to have a nurse come in your room to check your blood pressure, which you don't need to have to happen every fucking night, because you're not in there for any heart conditions, but they would charge you dearly just to have a nurse come in and out just to take your goddamn pulse. They charge you for everything besides consultation. Every little material thing they use, like I said, whether it's a cotton swab, whether it's anesthesia, administrative fees, there's not one thing they leave out. They will dearly charge you for everything. So yeah, it costs well over 400,000. I think it costs just to get. But then again, you know, if this was, of course, in America and he didn't have insurance, believe me, he'd be paying a hell of a lot more than that. So that would be a positive. The negative is that you don't have insurance out here. And unfortunately, with a lot of these insurance policies, they're not going to cover you for pre-existing conditions at all. And you're going to pay more money because of your age. It's just like trying to get insurance, life insurance, anything else. You're not going to be able to get a good policy. You get one of these little burial policies or something, you know, or, you know, it has to do with age. And they want to know everything. So if you're trying to get medical insurance out here, it's an international company usually you're going through. They want to know everything. Whether last time you sneezed, whether you have sinus problems, have you had any operations, list every single thing that's ever happened to you in your life. List every condition that you'd ever had. And their adjusters, they come up with the figure of what they're going to charge you per year. You pay every 6 months, really. And you could be paying upwards of a couple, I don't know. In some instances, you could be paying, how much per month? Well, but the policy I went for was like about $1 million or $2 million coverage. It was $1 million for the year, okay? But you might have procedures that might cost more than $1 million, and it's not going to be covered, but it's only in a hospital. So in other words, you'll get the drugs you need for whatever you got going on for you to be in a hospital, in the hospital, but outpatient, there's no outpatient coverage whatsoever. None. That's out of your pocket. But pre-existing, no, they're not going to cover that. For example, I had kidney stone thing, and I don't know where they went with that one. That was an iffy one. That if I had a reoccurrence of that they may not cover that. I said, what the fuck I need it for? If you got a condition, you know, the one thing good about having Medicare is that you can take a few hour plane ride or whatever over to Guam. And it's a U.S. territory. You don't have to go all the way back to the United States. I mean, you know, if you're that bad a shape you can't survive the flight, then obviously you're going to need some local medical attention that you can't wait to go to Guam or United States or something, you know. You will have to take care of that. But if you got a condition, you're planning some kind of operation or something, and you're ambulatory, you know, you could get around and all that stuff. You could go on a plane and you're fine. You could do that. Take a plane to Guam. You probably need a referral from your local doctor to let them know you're coming or something like that you got a referral. So what you could do is go to an emergency room or just go to any hospital and tell them you got this condition, verify your condition probably from medical records from here in the Philippines, from local doctors or institutions, and you'll be able to get the service you need there. Same thing, it's going to be probably like 80%. What is it? Medicare covers about 80%, and 20% is going to come out of your pocket. And I'm sure they're not going to let you out of Guam if you don't pay the other 20%. You can get away with that in the United States. They'll just bill you. But since you're coming from another country into Guam,
yeah, they can expect another 20%, but it's still better than a kick in the ass. Anyway, I hope you're learning a few things on this morning's show about a number of topics on here. Yeah, there are bugaboos of living out here. All in all, it's not a bad place, especially if you just keep your own business, and you're fine, you know. But if you make stupid decisions to move certain parts of Mindanao and other areas that are known to be where terrorists and all kinds of shit, you know, kidnappings and all that crap go on, we obviously know that there's a lot of that going on. Ransom, all kinds of stuff. You just got to be wise in your choices of where to live out here. So certain parts of Mindanao are known for that type of activity. So it'd probably be like what happened to that one guy who disappeared. We pretty much know he's dead, although they haven't found the body. God, I even forgot his name. See, that's how you forget things. It's happened a while back now. No, he's definitely dead. He didn't show up anywhere. And, you know, he mouthed it off about too many things on his show, making people think he had all this money, which living in that area was probably not the wisest thing you could possibly do. But he did it, and now it's pretty much presumed he's dead. And there's a lot of unreported stuff that go on down in that area, too, that doesn't always make the news. And let me tell you, you're not going to fight against a Filipino family. You know, and this one guy, Jim, who has his show, Philippine, what's his name anyway? A lot of people don't like him. But although he's living in America, he's coming back to the Philippines, has a wife and kid here or something like that. You know, he got in trouble with some local neighbors. His kid got hit in the head with something, had real bad damage. These people are very threatening to him. He's coming back there, and he's going to have to live in the same neighborhood and face the same people that were very much against him. He got a court case going on them or whatever. So you don't want to get into adversity, especially with your neighbors that you have to live right next to, and don't really going to get into adversity at all with any Filipinos out here, because as much as they seem to be nice people. What's that snoring? Is that the dogs on there? Who is that?
I'm sleeping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they are kind. They're good-spirited people. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you about that. They are good people out here. They are very friendly. I feel very comfortable. I feel very comfortable around Filipinos rather than people in my own country. I still do. Despite any adversities, on the other hand, you know who, but it's never been a problem for me out here. And as far as even being with my partner, my girlfriend, you know, I fit like a glove. I mean, I feel so comfortable around her, more than any American woman that I've ever really been with. There's a lot to say about Filipinos out here. But I'm going to say the same thing I've always said, too, on the adverse. It's according to who the Filipina is or what his disposition is. You don't want to piss off a Filipina, especially a Filipina, nevertheless a Filipino. You don't. You really don't want to go there. Probably wouldn't be the wisest idea in the world. So you shouldn't have to worry about that shit. You know, just stay out of situations that are not going to promote that kind of action happening to you. But sometimes it'll happen to you anyway when somebody wants to do a little revenge factor on you to protect their boyfriend. I think we're all familiar with what happened with that. So, yeah, there's adversity out here, but you could walk into it or you could create it. It'll just happen. So now I'm even hearing that people are moving out of Dumaguete. The foreigners are moving out of Dumaguete of all places. That's like the ground zero, we call it, and where all the foreigners want to live. They all want to live in Dumaguete. I call it Dumaguete. That's the last place I'd ever want to live. I'll tell you that right now. I didn't move out here to be around the same people I moved away from. Okay, get my point? I like being around Filipinos. I feel comfortable.
because they are good people as far as I'm concerned, but they're not without fault. Neither am I, neither are you, neither are any Americans or British or any European people, really. Nobody's without fault, but it's just a matter of how much fault. You got to measure it up by your own experience, you know. All in all, I would say that my experience of being here a long time in this country called the Philippines, it's been mostly, I think, a good experience for me. It's been mostly a good experience for me. I don't have any major complaints except for one. Other than that, come on in, the water's fine. No other problems. It's a very idyllic life, but you know, it's also really laid back. And I was trying to explain to my viewers that as a retiree living in the Philippines, unless you're extremely active, you have a certain kind of physical activity you do every single day, like you're good shape to be a runner, you're a swimmer, you like scuba diving, things like that, skydiving if you really want to chance that. That's not me. I mean, there are things you can do out here, but I think it's very limited or limited to your own ability, physical ability or otherwise. That's what I think, to sum that up. And yes, there's a lot of times I get awfully bored. And as I said, what do retirees really do out here? Is what they're trying to promote on their channel, that life is a beach or the life is so wonderful out here, and they're engaged in so many activities, when the truth is they're really not. The average retiree that comes here is pretty much homebound most of the time. You hear the rain, because there's certain limitations of what kind of recreational activities you can do. There's some countries that have these beautiful parks. Thailand has a lot of beautiful parks, I hear. Even huge dog parks. You could actually walk your dog. Made for dogs, not just for people. You don't have that here. I've seen anywhere like that in the Philippines. I don't know. I guess I just don't get around enough. But your average life as a retiree is not going to be as exciting as people try to depict on their YouTube channels. It's just not like that. You hear the expression, I'm killing it, They're not really. They're trying to show you a part of their life that, well, basically don't really exist, except when they're on camera. And that's a fact. And you know all the characters on here that do that, right? But when they're not out bar hopping and getting drunk and stupid and chasing ass, they're home. They're watching TV, sleeping, or watching YouTube, or doing a YouTube channel, which I'm doing right now. That's what they're doing. It's not that much more exciting than that. That's something else you got to think about. If you had more activities in America, then stay in America. But these are things you got to consider. Yeah, I know it's cheaper to live out here than America in many ways. In many ways, it's not. But you're going to be deprived of certain liberties and activities and recreation that maybe you were used to by living in a place such as like the United States, which offers tons of parks and all kinds of recreation and facilities that maybe you're just not going to find here in the Philippines. So we are promoting the Philippines, but at the same time, I'm giving people a realistic view from somebody who has been living here for over 9.5 years, and I'm just presenting the facts as I experienced and have been experienced and as others have. But you're going to see a lot of shows that kind of give you the idea. It's almost like they're trying to promote the Philippines, but at the same time, they're going to be told about a lot of negative things. It's like they can't make up their mind. What should I say about the Philippines?
that contractor's going to rip you off. That does happen a lot. Okay, you know, there's mayhem on the roads. We all know that. There are Filipino scammers out here. The women, yeah, they've all experienced that. But, you know, the thing is you have to educate yourself on that. Now that you listen to a lot of people's shows, and believe me, that's all they talk about is how some guy got really ripped off by a Filipino, took his house, took this, took that, took this. Yeah. They're not bullshitting you on that. That does happen. Happens every single day. But you have to have a little bit of wit. You have to have a little bit of insight. You have to have a little bit of common sense to avoid these kind of situations. Just don't get into these situations. If you could all help it, some things you can't help. Sometimes you become too trusting of people, you know, and that trust is broken, or you never expect it to be broken. But relationships, of course, is one of the biggest topics on here too. And sometimes you get tired of hearing it, but it's not tiring for people who haven't been out here yet or haven't yet decided to make this their home. And they can only go by the information they hear on other people's shows. And some of them could be very educational and very factual. Those are the people you want to listen to by their experience of living here. But you want to listen to people that are not overplaying. I want to emphasize that. You don't want to listen to somebody who's overplaying their existence and their retirement here in the Philippines, because there is a lot of ugly. And if you want to find it, you could find it, but that's really according to you and your own character. If you want to hang around seedy bars all the time, you're going to find trouble. If that's where you're looking for women, well, you're looking for the wrong woman. If you just want companionship for the night, you can get that anywhere here. Ask certain people on here who go through escort agencies just to have women companionship, or out of loneliness and desperation, they're going to hang around a bar and they're going to buy women drinks all the time just to have somebody to sit down with and say, oh yeah, I'm around women, I got women. Well, they don't really. They're paying for it by their drinks, or they're going just straight out through an escort agency or some streetwalker or whatever it is. Sure, you got the money, you'll get the honey. You may get it for the night or for as long as you want to pay for that honey to be with your sorry ass. But if that's the way you want to live your retirement, that's entirely up to you. But as I say all the time, I find that to be extraordinarily shallow. And that could never be part of my little repertoire, never would be. Because that's not living your retirement the right way. And I do feel that it does help a lot if you try to ground yourself and find the right person instead of the wrong one. You listen to all the shows, you know all the crazy stuff that happens to foreigners when they're not educated enough to understand what goes on out here. If you're being taken advantage of by a Filipina, it's really your doing. That you haven't educated yourself enough, you haven't explored or taken the time to explore what this particular Filipina is all about. You're just taking her word that she's really interested in you and that she doesn't see you for your money and she loves you. They fall in love with you on an LDR, which is ridiculous. But you got to meet the person. You got to feel the flesh, smell their breath, have touch, have a physical relationship with somebody, see if you're compatible even in that way. But until you do that, until you really explore this Filipina and know everything you can about it, don't make any brash decisions on doing anything financially with them. Don't go buying them a house after 3 months of knowing them. You know, don't be giving them all this fine jewelry and all this stuff, because you're buying them is what you're doing. Of course they're going to stick around. Need a new cell phone, honey? Will that keep you hanging around me? Sure, baby, throw in some chocolate and nylons while you're at it, sucker. Well, a lot of guys fall for this shit. Oh my God, do they fall for this shit? I remember there's a guy who was having a house built out here, and he was in another country. Trusted this Filipino, you know.
building process. She would show pictures of the progress of the house. Yeah. He was a doctor, actually. So he had a few bucks. He wasn't broke. And he assumed that there was trust in the Filipino, that she was supervising everything, and this house could be built. And he finally came over. And the house was built, but guess what? The house was built, and it was sold by the Filipino. It wasn't even his house. Had a hard time even finding his girlfriend. Except the neighbors and said, no, that's not your house. My cousin bought that house. Imagine the look on that guy's face and what he felt. And I heard that the chick who was having it was a real house being built. Remember, it said her name, how it works. She sold the house, and she bought herself a nice condo somewhere for herself. She was living in the condo. Yeah, you heard right. Hello, Counterflow, you're always late. What's wrong with you, boy? Covered quite a bit of ground on here today, as I usually do. I segued from one thing to another, as usual. But the show stays on, so you can listen to it afterwards. Nothing to hide. Nothing to hide. After all, this is Frank Battaglia. Battaglia replays, right? I'm getting a kick out of that. It's working. I told you there's a method behind my madness. Well, it's now called Frank Battaglia Replays. Sound familiar? Yeah, I like that concept too, yeah. You actually deleted all other Frank channels, okay. You don't need them anymore. Because Frank Battaglia Replays is right here, you're listening to it. You're hearing it live now, and you're going to hear it on a replay after I get off my live stream. There you go. I told you there's a method to my madness. It's kind of putting that other channel to shame, really. Because now they can still replay my stuff, but what's the use? What's the use? When it's right here. Listen to the real thing, you don't have to go to the copycat channel anymore. Pretty clever, huh? Yeah. But yeah, we've been touching up on a whole lot of things. Reiterating on some issues that had to do with Hawaii, my tenants. I go into a whole shitload of things on here, you know. And good and bad reasons for living out here. And God, again, with Paul or somebody, or this guy Jim, or actually, what's his name? It's the same shit. Gosh. You need a refreshing personality on here, because unless you just like listening to the same shit over and over again that these particular vloggers have covered and covered and covered, and of course the living out here and how to get a woman and blah 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 blah. Jeez. I don't know, I gotta credit myself a little bit anyway. At least I'll come up with topic matters that, you know, a lot of vloggers won't even touch. And boy, I've come out with some that I even found amazing. And what I was actually talking about, even recently, which I've covered before, about the instincts of the woman, maternal instincts, and what they're doing, why they're wearing makeup and lipstick and this and that. Lips are an extension of their vagina. Who talks about that shit on here but me? It's just me. I never heard anybody talk about anything like that on here, ever. And I've been on here a long time. I've never heard anybody get into the nitty-gritty of stuff, you know what I mean? Counterflow says, I agree 100%. The damn shit, same shit, different day with all of them. But it's amazing how many people view them over and over and over. Well, when you got nothing else to do, that's what you do. Look, I've watched movies on TV over and over that I've seen before, because there's maybe nothing new coming up on there that was interesting to come up on Netflix or something. I get so pissed off, I just put the remote down and say, fuck this. I was just going to have to listen to some bullshit and repeats on YouTube. Get that bored. And I've done that, you know. So I was also talking about, you know, what it really is, you know, to be retired out here. I mean, I didn't cover it in great detail, but I gave the highlights. That pretty much you're doing the same thing that you're doing. You're sitting around the house on extraordinarily hot days. It's too fucking hot to go out and recreate or do anything. That's what retirees do out here. They got a TV set. If they're fortunate, they got an air conditioner. They say, if I want to be comfortable in my retirement years, you're damn right I'm going to sit under an air conditioning room. Why not? Can you afford the electricity? Use your air conditioner. If you can't, use a fan. Do you want comfort in your life as a retiree? Do you want to live like a fucking pauper? You want to live like a broke Filipino? No. You came here to retire, and it's supposed to be the best days of your life. In your comfort zone, you don't have to punch in the clock anymore. You want to live the life designed the way you want it to, not the way somebody else does. I prefer to live in some sort of comfort. I'm not living in a tiny little shack. It's not a huge house, but it's a good size. And I'm not going to feel claustrophobic in this house. I've got this dining room to myself here. You know, that's one big room, a dining room, separate living room. On the other side of the hallway here, air conditioned, TV, furniture. Okay? I got my own bedroom down the hallway, a very good size, attached to an exercise room. And we've got several other bedrooms here, a total of 3 CRs altogether. I want to live in some sort of comfort. I choose to live the way I choose to live, and I'm not going to force myself to live a lesser life I want to live. I am getting older. I want to be comfortable. For me, not just for mine. For me, too. So, as far as living an exciting life as a retiree, no, I'm not living an exciting life at all. In fact, it can get to be awfully mundane. Awfully mundane, but I'm not the only one. Despite all the I'm killing it videos that you hear on here, they're not really killing it, but they want you to think that they're killing it. Because they got a woman that they had to pay for, they're killing it? Really? Really? And you're living in a, subsidized or some kind of fucking housing, paying only $200 a month, you're killing it? You live in a 5-star lifestyle? Really? Are you? People that don't learn to settle down, or maybe they can't, because maybe no woman wants them. We got a guy that don't even live in the Philippines, who comes to the Philippines now and then, who's in love with his blades of grass. And his whole show is basically around how green he could get his grass. It refers to it as a female, calls it a she. I mean, the sickness on here is incredible. It's incredible. People claiming that the great life, I'm going out partying all the time, I'm meeting all these chicks, when the fact that they're not. They're not meeting all these chicks. They don't have what it takes to get a woman even remotely interested in them, unless they pull out their wallet, and it's up to the woman whether it's going to be a happy ending to this or not. Money speaks volumes out here in the Philippines in many ways. Many ways. Yeah, bribes, or getting a woman to accompany you, to have dinner, to go to a club, to display on your YouTube channel as if you're killing it, that these women really have a remote interest in them at all, which obviously they don't. It's the money that they wouldn't want to even be near this person's side or be seen with him. Counterflow says, I commented on his degrading his own viewers. Oh, he's talking about Ricky. It's amazing how you just came right to that. He's figuring that's who we're talking about. Bragging about what he eats, like we all are broke asses that can't afford his lifestyle of eating a steak or a flipping breakfast burrito. I know. Well, look, this is what they do. They want people to believe that they're living the best life a retiring person can do in this country. Well, we know they're obviously not, because they go from country to country and they have the same experience, whether it's here in Thailand or wherever they go, you know. It's the same experience. They get rejected there, they come back here, they get rejected again. I gotta go back to Thailand, maybe I'll get lucky this time. They get rejected there and they come back to the Philippines. Steve Montelli's done that, Ricky's done that, other people have done that. And it becomes a laugh-a-rama. And I enjoy seeing that. I do. That's the best entertainment I could have, is to watch their failures. Look at Big Kevin. I have to mention names. Oh gosh, sorry, I had to bring him up. That's a sad case right there. Yeah, it's a shame though. It's a shame. I mean, whether you like the guy or not, it's a shame, because he's another one of these people that are chasing their tail in a big way. There's no reason for him to really move to another country, and because when their lifestyle was a lot better when they stayed in America. Some people should stay where they are, you know. Maybe the aunt wanted to get him the fuck out of there finally, you know. But, you know, he made the choice. Give him a little credit that he decided to get out of his basement and go try it out in another country. It didn't work out in Thailand for him, so he had to move to Vietnam, and that didn't work out for him in Vietnam, so he thought the grass was green on the other side, but it's not green on any side. You have to talk about green grass. You want to talk to Nico, because that's his life. But it's not working out for Kevin at all. Obviously not. He'll get on his show, play music in the background. Oh, I'm partying, I'm killing it out here. You know, you're sitting in a very narrow room on YouTube. Shit. You see this goddamn dining room? It's bigger than the goddamn room that Kevin's living in. This is only one room in my house. This is only one goddamn room in my house. I got other rooms. Even big pantry room, bedroom here, bedroom there. Bedroom here. Another bedroom that we live in, me and Gilda. Big hallways. Nice sized living room. An entry here that's probably maybe half the size of what Kevin's living in. You know. So are they living the high life? No, they're not living the high life in the Philippines. It's all smoke and mirrors, my friends. It's all it ever was. Smoke and mirrors to make you think that they're living this extraordinary lifestyle when they're actually not. But that's the fun of watching, because you and I know different, and that's where we get our entertainment from, because we know they're just kind of overplaying their lifestyle out here. I'm sure even Ricky, who tries to claim that he's partying all the time and getting all these women, how many times he's probably sat in his lonely little room just sleeping with his CPAC and watching TV, or keeping a track on everybody's video on here to see who he could attack next. That's not living life. That's far from living the ideal life. Even if I don't do a goddamn thing, I'm still living a better life than most of these people who claim, you know, they're in the limelight all the time and they're having all this extraordinary fun, and they're having 5 women a week or something, and they're killing it. They're killing it, all right. That's what I mean. Take everything with a grain of salt with these people. And don't just take my word. You watch this shit. You know exactly what's going on, don't you? So you don't need me to tell you that, because it's pretty obvious what's going on. But that's how we get our entertainment. Hey, it's like, my situation, I know how I'm living. And I don't lie about anything. I even tell you that I'm bored probably 60% of the time or more. And yeah, my life is rather mundane, but I'm not punching in a fucking clock anymore. That's a plus. I'm not punching in a clock. I happen to be in a solid relationship, and that's another thing I got over most people on here. Even some people that are married are not having the best relationship in the world, but they're not going to tell you that. Why would they do that? They want to keep with the flow of negative information about their life and how they're killing it and all that. Which they're obviously not killing it. They're killing themselves. They're getting obese. Well, my favorite topic. They're becoming obese, which is interfering with their longevity. It's their thing, man. It's not mine. I don't force them to live the way they want to live. I have to bullshit all the time. When they get really bored, they find some bad things to talk about, YouTubers such as myself, providing false information, telling me how I'm living. Really? They're telling me how I'm living. And they're telling everybody that I'm not happy. Really? Are you in my shoes? Are you living my life? No, you're not. So shut the fuck up is what I tell them. It's too much envy and jealousy that's caused all this bitterness with people and loneliness. It's so prevalent on here. Counterflow says, I commented on his degrading his own viewers, bragging about what he eats like we all are broke. Okay, I did read that. Yeah. Well, it's fun to watch. And that's why people watch. It's a constant train wreck. Watching other people's train wrecks. A lot of people get off on that shit. Train wreck after train wreck. Look at Barry. That's like one of the biggest train wrecks on here. Amongst like people like Ricky, you know. Big, major, and of course, Big Cabin. They're all train wrecks. That's the beauty of even listening to their show. You know when they're bullshitting. You know when they're lying. You got a pretty good idea of their lifestyle. It's apparent. I mean, you can't help but see it. There's no really reading between the lines with a lot of it. They're pretty out there. They're pretty out front how they're living. And the only friends they get is just coming on YouTube and having some, what they think it's a pseudo friendship, you know. They're assuming that these people are your friends because you met them, you know. But they're not living around you or with you or near you. So you come on YouTube. My God, look at how Fazio spent his life. That's one of the saddest things I've ever seen among everybody on here. I think he was the saddest example of a lonely man. Well, like I say all the time, I got one up on a lot of people. I am not lonely. There are people in relationships that are lonely. It's a convenient, you know, relationship. You take care of me and I'll take care of you. And that's about it. There might not be any love involved, just convenience. Opportunistic situations. So who's living the good life? Well, I think I am. I know I am. I'm happy with the house we got here. I think it was one of the best things I could have done instead of paying rent. And don't kid yourself, it's my house as long as I'm alive. It's her house and mine. My name is all on the tax documents too. It's my house while I'm living here. There's a certain break on a percentage, obviously, but of ownership. But don't forget, I got a lease to 25 years. But it don't matter, like I said, either way, it don't matter. I would not have bought the house unless I wanted to. Nobody was forcing me to buy a house. Nobody. But it worked out for me very well. I got a place I could live rent-free. Can't beat that with a stick. In an area that I wanted to live in. Can't beat that. With a woman that I do care to be with. So, it's really according how you want to look at all this stuff. You can try to find fault with somebody's living situation, but fault? And by whose opinion? Hold on. Opinions are just what they are. They're opinions. They're not facts. It's not reality. I don't know. I always live by the thought that life is so goddamn short. I mean, why don't you just enjoy it the way you want to? And if that's, it's your debauchery or whatever you do, if that's what you want to do, then do it. They're going to do it anyway, whether you like it or not. But, they're not in control of your life, and you're not really in control of anybody else's life. Let them do what they want to do. It all comes to a dead end sooner or later. Canfield says, I'll be honest with you, I do miss living in the USA, and I do plan on leaving here in 4 years. Oh, really? It's okay here. I stay busy, but still my plan was never to really live here. I forgot your background. You married, or what's your situation? I forgot where you're staying or living, and I don't remember all that stuff all the time, unless I want to make notes of it, which I generally don't. It could be worse. There are worse places to live than the Philippines. Now, it just gets played out, it's just, that's why you see, my situation, they say, well, if you got a residence in the United States, keep it, right, in case things don't work out for you. But in my case, it just wasn't worth being a landlord. I started talking about that situation again at the beginning of the show with the tenants and all that, but it was more of a headache to me than it was worth it. And I really wasn't profiting that much because I was paying all the utilities, all that shit, A good landlord I was. They had free cable, free electricity. They had these amenities, which saved them a lot of money, but it also cost me. But yeah, if you are in a situation where you've got a home, and maybe you just keep it vacant, and maybe that's the best thing to do, just in case. But to rent it out, they'll destroy your place. Remember, something called pride of ownership, and you'll sooner take care of a property that you own. And if you're a renter, you're not going to give a shit about the property. You'll destroy it. And their security deposit will generally not cover the damage that they did. And believe me, that happened in my case. Well, they never got back to their security deposit, obviously. They owed me rent. That worked out. But the damage that was done overall, well, that was not great. Yeah, like I say, don't sell the farm. Don't sell the farm before you move out here. Because, see, the problem is, everybody's listening to all these stories about people living out here and how great it is, and there is some greatness to it. But I said earlier, there's a lot of low points here, too. This whole Asian experience can wear off you after a while. God, I've heard that a lot. But it's your fault, because you were listening too intently to a lot of vloggers on here that were trying to overplay their life on how wonderful it was. But they sold the farm, they sold everything, they got stuck here. Then they had children with a woman they're with, and they're forced to stay here because they can't get them to their country. It will be a difficult process, perhaps. Did it all on their own. But I understand what you're saying. Have something to go back to. That's a wise idea. But my situation, I had to sell the house. It was just too much trouble. But the good thing, though, selling the house afforded me to buy this. Well, other money too I've had, but in consideration. But and I made a really good choice on the house, on the location, on the idea of buying a house. That worked out for me very well. I feel very comfortable here in this house. Comfortable with the location. It's relatively quiet here. I have a really good neighbor next door. Counterflow says I came via China, so it was close to do weeks at a time. Ended up staying during the COVID lockdown in China. So it is, yeah. Oh, you know, that was a bad situation, man. All right, maybe it applies to you, but picture this. You're going to visit the Philippines, right? And you didn't intend to stay here maybe more than a week, right? Now let's say a scenario here. You only had so much money to stay here, right? You had a home to get back to, and family perhaps. And you get stuck here in the Philippines. Maybe come to the point of no means of support after a week or two. Having to take out loans, or your friends or family helping them out. Some people had to stay a couple of years. They were only going to stay a week. I want you to listen to that. I mean, I got stuck in Hawaii for about 14 months because of COVID. But for me, it turned out okay because it gave me a chance to work on the house to put it up for sale. And was able to spend time with my brother. So that worked out. But think about these situations where they're already planning to stay in town here for like, a week or so. Then you weren't allowed to leave the country. And you had to live somewhere, man. You can't afford to pay a hotel every night beyond that week or two that you were budgeted. That's a horrible situation. People were frantic. They were frustrated. They were crying. They had anxiety. Maybe even nervous breakdowns over it. I only planned to come here for a week. And they wound up getting stuck for a couple of years. Could not leave the country. That's extreme. It's horrible. Maybe they didn't want to stay here anymore. A week was enough for them. But they had no choice. You were being forced to stay where you were. Then under curfew and all kinds of shit. Well, that's like one of the ugliest scenarios you could ever have. And it happened. We don't need another one of them. Oh, we don't need another incident like that. Maybe we're more knowledgeable now if that happens. Maybe we'll figure a way a better way to deal with it. But if people understand this, they came, for example, with limited money, not expecting to be stuck here for a year, 2 years, whatever. That is a horrible scenario. And my heart goes out to these people, what they went through. I guarantee these people probably would never come to the Philippines again. But it wasn't just the Philippines they were doing all this. It was all over the world. They were limiting travel from country to country. It wasn't just people coming to the Philippines, understandably. But it happened. Now, we look back on it in hindsight, and maybe you realize how volatile the situation really was when you have to look back on it now. They were beyond the COVID thing, but you never know if something like that's going to happen again. Would you know what to do in that situation? It's a horrible situation. Nobody wants to go through that again, but the possibility of something like that happening again is very real. Imagine, you just saved enough money to make your trip. That's all you did. You had no plan or anything to stay beyond a week or two. But being forced to stay somewhere, have to pay extraordinary prices for accommodations and food and everything out here. Frantic is not the word. A lot of people were losing it, man. They had to depend on if they were lucky enough to have relatives with money that could help them out. They may have had to take loans out on a property in the country they came from. I mean, the stories that people can tell you about this incident. Millions of stories. Millions. Everybody had their own individual, unique experience. But it all came down to one thing. They were horribly inconvenienced. Beyond belief. It's a chapter in their life that they were glad to have closed and left a really ill taste in their mouth. Not just coming here to the Philippines, but any country that was going around the world, this COVID thing. It could happen again. I certainly hope not. It worked out for me, but, well, I had a different circumstance, I was actually staying at my home in Hawaii. I wasn't really stuck anywhere. It was my home, really. And I got some things accomplished. So I don't look, I was in touch with my girlfriend every single day, numerous times a day, kept me going. So it was all good. And like I said, if you have to be stuck anywhere, what a great place to be stuck, but in the state of Hawaii. I mean, minus certain people out there, but I mean, if you have to be stuck anywhere, was I really stuck anywhere bad? No. Fucking Hawaii. People only dream to live there. Nevertheless, own a home in Hawaii. So I lucked out in a way, but I had to be separated from her for 14 months. I dealt with it like I deal with any other situation that might come up. I will deal with it. You have no choice. And sometimes you don't have any choice. You just deal with it. That's what you do. Or just make it worse and bitch and complain about it. Go with the flow. That's all you can do. You have no choice sometimes. Go with the flow. Remedy the situation as best as you can. And you'll be fine. You say you were doing weeks at a time. So you ended up staying during the, yeah. China, I can't imagine what that would be like. No, I wouldn't want to be stuck in China. I have absolutely no interest in China whatsoever. I like their food, but that's not enough. It can't be just the food I'm going to enjoy being in some place. And believe me, it's not the food in the Philippines, I'll guarantee you that. That's one thing I can say that everybody will agree with on there, most people. I mean, some people say, I love Filipino food. The majority of what they have out there that the locals eat all the time, I don't eat. I'd sooner have a damn cup of kidney beans or something than some of the stuff. I mean, and I do. I mean, sooner have a bowl of oatmeal. I just finished one while I was talking to you with cinnamon in it, I make do with what I got, and I get creative when I have to. But as I said, not all the kind of foods that I like to eat are available right in this town. It's just not available. I'm lucky I get my almond milk locally. I was like, wow, that's something. That's something. And every now and then you might be surprised. You might be surprised. You might find a product on the shelf. You say, wow, I can't believe they're selling that here. I gotta buy it. Or you just go to a place like S&R or something like that. I had my oatmeal, dear.
Okay, good.
Got my tea going, as you see. Get your coffee going. Get your cup of Copico, whatever it is. So, you face an adverse situation, what do? You just face the reality of that adversity and you just take care of it. And you do whatever it is you have to do. And you go as far as you have to possibly go to take care of a situation. It's your survival. And we all have this inert, self-preservation mode. And we have the fight or flight mode too. You could give in to something, you could decide to fight it. Oh, I imagine the food in China. I like China. Well, I haven't had everything on their menu. I never had Peking duck or whatever like that. I don't eat duck, but the general, Americanized form of Chinese food I always grew up with, chow mein and stuff like that, They got a lot more dishes than that, than chow mein and stuff, that I would find very edible. I mean, real Chinese food, not Americanized version of Chinese food, which is not the same thing. As I said, I've lived in countries such as I'm living here now in Asia, and I've lived in Hawaii, which, a lot of Asians live in Hawaii, a lot. And still I couldn't find any really authentic Chinese food. I lived in Seattle, which was pretty much, they had places you could get some good meals, and some of them pretty close to being authentic. If you're lucky, you found a place that served real good Asian food, Chinese food. There's even a couple of places that sold some pretty good pizza, or their version of pizza, Their version out here, well, I don't want to get into that. There's only one place I buy pizza out here, but I have to doctor it up and all that stuff to make it edible. It tastes like pizza. They're not using real cheeses out here. Like I said, Filipinos are good business people. They know how to make money. Oh, they do. They do. And as far as kind of bickering with them on prices of things that they're selling, no. Generally, you're not going to get them to lower the price on something. Nope. Most of them don't give in to that. This is my price. You buy, you no buy. Pero? And, but, limitations, what they are selling anyway, is it fresh? Tell you what, where I live, they're getting the leftover shit from whether it comes from originally Baguio, which winds up in the hands of the Cologne markets there, whatever. You're not getting the best, but they're still going to charge you full price. I've seen carrots that should not, and this is very typical. When I see good carrots, I buy them. But a typical stand that I'll show you sometime, today or tomorrow, whatever. I want to show you what their carrots look like. They're like rubber. You could bend them, using them as a slingshot or something. In such poor shape. And they're selling them. And they're selling them at premium price. No breaks. They're not even worth eating. They're rubbery. They're not crisp. A real good carrot you could break in half. You could hear the snap. These things are rubber. They'll bounce back. And they're charging you full price for it. So don't ever tell me that Filipinos are not good business people. They are the best. They know how to make money. Don't kid yourself on that. I've been out here long enough to come to that conclusion. There is no bargaining. Only 900 pesos. Only, because you're white. I figure you're rich. Only. It's not much to you. It's only 900 pesos, whatever it might be, right? Only. But to them, if they had to go buy it, they wouldn't have the money to buy it. Majority of them wouldn't have the money to buy that 900 peso item. Because you're white, you're a foreigner, they assume you have a lot of money. So it's only 900 pesos. Not a problem, sir. You can afford that. Only 900. You buy. That's the attitude. Yeah. What other country would I ever live in outside of Southeast Asia? Well, Italy would have to be a place because they do have good food. I'd probably gain a lot of weight. But Italy has wonderful food. France, they're not known for food in France. What are they known for? Croissants? I mean, what are they known for? Mexico, great food, if you like Mexican food. I like Mexican food, authentic, you know. The truth is you can't even buy cilantro out here. If you just decide you want to buy a bottle of cilantro, you hardly ever see that. And you hardly ever see cilantro in the produce aisles. If you're going to make a good Mexican dish, a lot of times it requires some cilantro. Counterflow says, I used to live in a barangay that sold those rubber vegetables of all kinds. But now I live in a much better place, always fresh, and I know what you mean. Well, if you lived in Baguio, which would not be my choice, I have been there. Oh, man, I can't complain about their produce markets. It was marvelous. Oh, man, I don't know if it was GMO, I don't know what they used. I saw these unusual oranges. They were huge, and they were seedless on top of that. And you saw fresh broccoli, green, not yellowed out and rubbery, you know, and the varieties of produce that they had and fruit was amazing because they were able to grow it in that environment out there, temperature-wise and certain things, like lettuce, for example. You'll notice that the only thing you could get in local markets around here is going to be like, what we I guess refer to as iceberg lettuce. We call it that in America anyway. I don't know if there's any other name for it really. It's not real green, like, romaine lettuce is what I mostly eat. That's why if I see it anywhere, I'm going to buy it. And usually it's going to come from Cebu or something when I make a trip there. Romaine lettuce, the healthiest. It's green, very green. It's more nutritious than, but if that's all they have. So what you're going to notice is this. What you're going to notice is that the heads of lettuce you buy, like the iceberg lettuce, it's about the size of your fist. Size of your fist. Because the lettuce that's grown more locally somewhere, not meaning Baguio or somewhere, but it can't take too much of the sun or the temperature. So they have to sell that lettuce into very small size of your fist. That's small. Because it's not going to survive to be a full head of lettuce unless the growing environment is going to be conducive to growing a full, good, solid head of lettuce. They do this shit with the chickens, too. That's why I say this is good businessmen and women out here. You find these small chickens are charging 240 pesos per kilo. It's just a tiny chicken, man, made for two people. And at 240 pesos for one of these things, that's why you got to ask for the big bird. I mentioned that before. You remember that? Do you have big bird? And you got to talk like that, too. Don't talk your real English. Do you have big bird? Wampum. You have wampum. You have big bird? And I know what you mean by big bird. It means a normal-sized chicken, which is rare to find, but occasionally they do. And what was the purpose behind that? Because it's production. It's getting the chicken out. They're not going to wait till the chicken gets to be full grown because they want to get the chicken out on the market and make money. They don't have time to wait for that chicken to grow full because it's also going to require feeding them more. It's going to cost them more money. And Filipinos do not want to have to spend. That's why we talk about the thing about the oil they use for frying. They could be used at these calendarias. They can be using the same oil they've been using 6 months or more. They don't want to spend on oil. They want every peso they can get out of their product. Even if they got their product kind of secondhand, so to speak, throwaways from another market in Cologne or Baguio or something. They're going to sell it, and they're going to demand full price for what a fresh piece of produce would cost. There is no bargains. There is no bargaining with them. You either buy it or you don't. And what do you get anyway? You're going to pay for a head of broccoli, if you want to call it a head of broccoli. You got a stem that's as wide as your fucking ankle. And you're paying for the weight of that stem, which you probably don't eat. And has a small crown on there. And it's usually yellow or rotting. And they sell it for full price, and they get it by weight. Because you're paying by weight. They put it on a scale. It's amazing what they get away with. It's just amazing, isn't it? All right, we're going to end this show. I think we've been pretty informative this morning in lots of ways. To summarize it, it's not a really bad place to live. Although things are changing all the time. Attitudes change too. It's unfortunately, with all the bad foreigners that move into this country, it gives us good foreigners a bad name. And that attitude toward us could change. Somebody was doing a show on, was it Paul or, Jim or whatever, fuck, I don't know, what's his name? The attitude, it was Paul, of course. I mean, he got together, he was so proud, he met an ambassador for the United States or something that he got to talk to for an hour. And boy, he was reveling on about that. So he met an ambassador. And she says that she only sees positive things happening between the relationship between Americans and Filipinos for the future. Well, as long as there's any trade going on, everything's fine. And don't forget, Americans were enemies to Filipinos a number of decades back. 50 years ago. I don't know what it was. You know, they were fighting each other, killing each other. Things change, you know. Economic uplifting of a country, too, helped by the Americans who helped them against the Japanese, and they did appreciate that. Oh, we gave them equipment like you wouldn't believe. Still are. It's the trade. Trade is what keeps countries who would normally be adverse to each other, keeps them close together. They become allies because of trade. If the Philippines wasn't being benefited by the United States, they might take a different stance. Let's face reality. Because all I want to do is talk about reality on my show. That's the reality. If we didn't have a connection with the Philippines by trade, or the government giving them fighter planes and equipment and training people in the army here and all that stuff, it has to be some benefits. That's why they slowly become allies. They're called allies. Because you're doing something for that country that the country needs and appreciates. And because of the fact that Filipinos are all over America and other countries, and people generally don't have anything against Filipinos, you know, and they make up a lot of the job force, especially in America, and a lot in other countries too. It's not just America. And they're great workers too, the ones that want to work. You know, they're great workers. Especially in the medical field as nurses and whatnot. They're the best in the world. No complaints ever about that. I don't think anybody would have a complaint about that. They make the best nurses in the world. They're friendly and they're kind and they're sincere. So there's something to say about the Philippines and its people, and there's a lot of good to say. But you also have to understand, on another note, they're still human. They still possess greed, adversity in different situations, and why. And don't cross a Filipino. Sometimes you don't want to get too involved in your neighbor's affairs if they're Filipino. Be friendly, hello, goodbye. You know, maybe invite each other over for an event, a birthday or something. That's fine, that's what we do. Keep it like that, you know. But it could change overnight. And believe me, you may think that a Filipino is going to come to your rescue. Not necessarily. Let's say somebody was trying to murder you at your house, and maybe your next door Filipino neighbor was aware of it. They may just call the police, but I don't think they would get physically or actively involved to save your life. I don't feel it. I don't. And there's a lot of instances that's actually happened. People don't want to get involved with the police. They don't want to get involved at all because they think they might be, you know, incriminating themselves in some way by getting involved with something. But then again, that happens everywhere too. Don't blame it on the Filipinos out here for that alone. But you don't want really to get into a squabble with a Filipino out here. You like it out here? List the reasons to yourself. You don't have to tell anybody else. Why do you like it out here? Why do you feel comfortable under adverse situations, whether it's weather, inclement weather, whether it's the crime, the amount of crime that this country is known for. It's really high on the list of crime. You got to make your decision why you're comfortable here. What is it that you do like instead of what you don't like about the Philippines? Try to stay on the positive side. And I have a lot of positive besides negative. I think the positive outdoes the negative. Actually, in my case, I can speak for me. But it's not for everyone. I'm at the age now where I'm settled in. I'm settled down. That's what I want. That's what I want it to stay. I'll do everything in the world that I can to make sure that happens. Not to go into detail about what I'm talking about. But I'm comfortable. That's all that matters. And it don't matter anybody's opinion about how they think I'm living or what my relationship is really like. Or she really doesn't want to be with you. Boy, does that get old. She can be with anybody she wants. Kick me out of the house anytime she wants. It's just simple as that. You're either happy with your partner or you're not happy. It's one or the other. Which is it? I happen to be happy with her and she's happy with me. So it works out wonderful. I couldn't see myself being with anybody else but her. See, that's when things turn out good for you. You hear all the bad on here all the time. Because people are just not maybe living your life. Like I wouldn't want to live theirs, not from what I hear on here. I think I got it pretty good. I got a pretty good gig going out here. As it turned out, it took a lot of work to get here. It took a lot of planning. It took a lot of question marks. Exploring. Digging into the personality of my mate. Being sure that I'm with the right person. And not having to think twice about it. That's what it's all about. So with that being said, I got to get off here. If anybody's any questions about something, I'll tell you what. You ask me, and I'll give you the skinny on what's really going on. If you heard something that's very foul about my life or something I did, talk to me about it. Don't talk to a troll. By the way, hope you liked the title of my show. My own replays. Oh, they can replay my show anytime they want, but why bother? Because I'm not deleting my videos anymore. There you go. Takes care of that, right? Oh, they can still put up my shit, maybe put some crazy title on it or something, but they're constantly trying to hang on every word of mine and make something out of nothing that doesn't exist, or turn my stories around, but that sounds like more of a personal problem to me. It's not a problem to me. It seems to be a problem with them. You too can live my life, but don't live it vicariously through me. Create your own life for yourself. Don't worry about me, what my relationship is, whether I have any money in the bank, or whether I don't have any money, whether I had bankruptcies or whatever. In the scheme of things in life, it don't matter. Worry about yourself. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm happy. It don't matter. If I lost family members through death or just ignorance, then I did. But life moves on from there too. You develop your own life, your own family. Did you hear those lame comments on there? Bet Frank likes photographing Gilda's children. Oh, give me a break. Some of them live here, and they will be on my camera. And if they happen to walk in front of the camera, or that happened in Hawaii, where the daughter walked out of the house while I was filming my house after I painted it. And they made something of that never existed. Some sexual innuendos, but nothing was ever mentioned about any sexual thing to a 14-year-old girl. And remember the only thing I said was, yeah, she's pretty tall for her age. And they made something
They actually made something out of that. They actually made something out of that. Just like the other day when her daughter walked in the room to check if the e-bike was charged up. Oh, they made a big story about that. Oh, I bet he likes photographing her. I bet he likes following her around with the camera. Dudes, get a life, man. Or at least try to. Not everything is what it appears to be, or you could just make something of something that don't exist. But if it does your heart good, knock yourself out. All right, I gotta go, Bonomo. Thanks for listening. We'll catch you on the next. Ladies and gentlemen, and a good lunchtime to you, or wherever you may be living. I'm going to give you a little bit of an update on the Barry Lee Jordan situation as information comes into me. Now, I'm not going to do an incredibly long show here, but information gathered from me is that he might be in there for quite a long time. Although there is something that they call subsidiary punishment for not paying his court-ordered fines and penalties and so forth, ordered by the court. There's not necessarily a limitation on his time to be incarcerated in some kind of an institution, as information I'm finding out. There's a lot of factors that go into this. Now, he could refuse to pay, okay, and just figure, well, I'm just going to stay in here longer. I get handed on that 2 years anyway. So what is it if I just stay a little longer and I can get away? Well, here's the thing. You're not ever going to get away with the court penalties and damages to me. That's not going to change one way or the other. Now, you can't force money out of somebody. But in Barry's situation right now, it's pretty critical that he does comply because there's other things that could happen and will happen. Information will also be put out to the U.S. Embassy in regards to this matter, too, which is going to make it almost impossible for him to get out of any kind of imprisonment. And it could be an awfully long time. And although we have discussed subsidiary type of punishment when somebody doesn't pay, if you want to look up a chat GPT that does not give accurate information, as I found out, as to the laws here in the Philippines, as they actually do apply, other than a chat GPT, which can give you general information but not concise. So Barry has really put himself into a really precarious situation here. It's up to his best interest is beg, borrow, steal, whatever it is get the money to pay, and he'll be able to go home. That's the end of it. That's the end of it. That's the end of it. But the very real fact that he could actually remain incarcerated for a very long time and prevent him from ever leaving the country, and that they will put a hold on his deportation. And that's new keywords that I found out, that they will put they could put a long hold on his permanent hold, perpetuity, basically on his deportation order, his summary deportation that's already been established several years back. So his desire to leave his situation and get back to America and continue his life, it's not as easy said than done, because that really is not the case, as I'm finding out. Actually, he could be facing a pretty long time in some kind of incarceration. Where they decide to keep him from now on, I don't know. But once a court is made to order, it overrides immigration. It's a BOI thing right now. What's going on with him is a BOI thing. Why, he's actually incarcerated. But it is basically incorporated with his conviction. Now, if he didn't have the conviction, he would be in a much better situation. He'd be gone, and that would be it. But for as long as he prolongs to pay the court the penalties and etc. and all that, then he's not going anywhere. And there are ways of keeping him in an incarcerated situation for an indefinite period of time. Unless he's enjoying it there, free rent and everything else, but I can't imagine that he's actually enjoying it there. I can't imagine that at all, actually. So no matter what he may indicate to somebody, I'm fine, I'm doing well, don't buy that information. We're talking Billy Bit here, or Big Kitan or whatever. Nobody's doing well in there.
I don't care what the hell he says, he's not that tough of a guy to be able to handle that kind of situation. Most people would not, even the strongest men, break down and just deteriorate being in an environment like that, no matter whether you're in a juvie center. I don't know why they'd put him in this juvenile rehabilitation center or something with lesser of the charges of people why they're in there or whatever. I have no idea what that's all about. I have absolutely no idea. But no, he's not in a situation that he's going to go home anytime soon. And the only way it's guaranteed he's going to go home is if I don't care what he does, if his girlfriend is so in love with him, then, his family needs to fork up some money. It's pretty clear that no YouTubers are seemingly helping him, as far as my understanding, or else, he'd be out of there already. So somebody's being reluctant to help him, whether it's his so-called supporters that don't seem to be supporting him, or his beloved and lovely girlfriend, whose family has a little bit of cash, at least on my understanding, on some side of the family. Well, if it's a really, love affair, I would certainly think that everything from selling a motorcycle to whatever, getting loans out or something to get Barry free, that this family would actually do it. But they're apparently not behind Barry. Maybe they've learned a lot more about him. Maybe the truth has come out where she's been trying to hide things from her family. There's a lot of angles to look at this at. They're obviously not helping him. And the longer he doesn't pay, it's not a slap in the face to me. I want you to understand that I win either way. He stays in jail longer, I get paid, or the court gets paid. It's a win-win situation for me, but it's not a win-win situation. It's not a win situation for him at all, not even remotely, because he's going to have to spend his time incarcerated. Now, as far as this subsidiary type of thing where, people invalid to pay, they're not solvent, okay? They have no solvency, no property or anything like that to pay. Well, you can't force somebody to pay if they don't have anything. And that's where it comes in for him, that he has to find a way to do this. Because if he really wants his freedom, unless he really likes the living situation of living rent-free and all that stuff, and he's making some new wonderful friends in jail, then, well, it's another situation. But I don't think he really wants to be in there. I think he'd like to have his freedom, go back home and try to start his life or whatever he needs to do. But in order to do that, he has to raise the money. And that's a lot of money. We're also talking any excess lawyer fees he hasn't paid, whatever his fees and penalties come out with his overstay, 6.5, 7 years. It does add up to quite a bit of money, but apparently there's nobody out there that's willing to help him, and probably for good reason. But what I don't understand is if his girlfriend is trying to help him so much, and she goes as far as lying on making a complaint against me to try to get me deported. She's gone that far. She managed to raise money to get a lawyer from the trolls or whoever was actually giving her money to do this. And yes, I think there is some chicanery going on with a certain department, I will say, because under any circumstances, they would not have accepted that complaint. And my lawyers they're kind of turning their heads on that one too. And they said that it's an embarrassment, really, that the BOI is actually considering such a report. And, there's so much corruption in this country that neither one of us would be surprised. And we're not saying that that's exactly what happened, disclaimer. But I'm saying that the possibility does exist because the said report was completely invalid and bogus. And nobody can even believe that it's even come to this. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make any sense to my attorneys, period. So something was going on with this. We don't know what, but something was happening with this. And maybe that information will finally come out at some point, and anybody who's involved in this will get involved in a legal way that they're not going to like. But yeah, the bottom line is that either Barry, is going to be forced, and there will be actually some paperwork being submitted that's going to force him to actually pay this or find a way to do it, because the alternative is not going to be something he's going to like, because he's going to be, whatever situation he's in, it's just going to be repeat and rinse and all that stuff. He's going to be probably in jail for a long time. Now, if he thought that a couple of years in, Mandawi was shitty enough, although it was really, some light stuff, really. But still, you were incarcerated. You couldn't walk the streets. You couldn't have your life. You couldn't continue. You can't have your freedom. You can't go to the bars and chase ass and all that stuff. Sure, it's taken a toll on Barry. Of course it has. Any fool could recognize that, no matter how cocky he is. He's not having a heyday in prison or being incarcerated, period. We know that, and it just goes without saying. So basically, he has to come up with the money to get himself out. There's nothing more to say about that. That's it. The only way he's getting out. They are not going to allow, the information I got, they are not going to allow his deportation. It will not be approved. It goes beyond the immigration's head. He will not be allowed to be deported unless he takes care of all current business. Again, that's penalties to the court, and also damages to me and everything else he has to do, and paying off, of course, immigration for what he owes them for the overstay. There is no way, and as we can see, no legal way of him getting out of this situation. It's just not going to happen. Let's see. I like the new channel name. I bet you do, Region. Yeah, it's working. Anyway. Yeah. So, like I said, it's no sweat off my nuts if Barry rots in jail. It really isn't. Either way, I win no matter what. Either pays or he doesn't pay. And if he doesn't pay, he better have some Clarence Darrow or somebody, a lawyer, to try to get him out of that situation. But from what I understand today, from some conferences with my lawyer, is that he's going to remain somewhere. And he can't walk away from his obligations. And they're not going to let him leave to get deported from this country unless he meets these obligations that were mandated by the court, by the regional trial court. And if he doesn't do that, there's a good chance that he is going to stay where he is, or somewhere anyway. He's not going to have his freedom. That's just not going to happen. Oh, good afternoon, Philippines. Copycat. You love it, right? I know you do. That's the information I have. There's no secret information here that I'm giving. Nothing secret at all. It's common sense, too. By the way, if a lot of people don't know the chat GPT stuff on there, they take your information. You got to be careful if you want to look up information on there. My understanding is they do share a lot of your private information, so keep that in mind. Google would say, we just use that to better our systems and better serve you and all that stuff. No, they shouldn't be taking your private information at all. And they do. They do. That's how they will remember. All you got to do is mention your name. Oh, yes, we've talked about this before or that before. So in other words, they're remembering who you are, and your information is in their database. So keep that in mind if you want to use ChatGPT as your source of information. And actually, they've been wrong about a lot of things too. My lawyer even said it to me. Frank, the information that you're sending to me, that doesn't apply in real life here in the Philippines. ChatGPT is not accurate. There's a lot of nuances and different things that don't apply for what ChatGPT can tell you. So that's interesting alone to learn, but to know that your information could be being shared, and that, this AI crap can actually put all this information in the database. So when your name comes up again, they can say, oh, we know who Frank is. You're the one that had this case and blah, 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 and all this information. So be very careful on the information services that you're using, because they are probably sharing your data one way or another. If you want to ask it something simple, that's fine. Don't give it like a lot of personal information. Even though it's AI, they are still storing it in their database. Yeah. Okay, with that being said, so that's pretty much what it comes down to. Barry has to raise that money
because it doesn't look like, from everything I've just been told, and some of the new measures that are being taken, which I will not talk about on Monday. There's more information that I can't share, but he's going to be forced to pay one way or the other. Or he's going to be facing consequences that he ain't going to like, even more legal consequences and more incarceration. And this could go on for years. He's turning 51 now or something. I don't know, or he just turned 51. He could be in jail up until retirement age. You know what I mean? Real retirement age. I mean, not phony Social Security. And also, here's another thing I forgot to say that I will say. Information is going to be shared with the U.S. Embassy, and to make sure that you would think it'd be automatic, and you would think it would be, that if you're incarcerated, you can't be collecting Social Security or Social Security disability. So it puts in the time that he was in detention, and the time now, especially since he's been convicted. The U.S. Embassy is going to be reminded or notified that he is presently incarcerated and has been convicted felon, and that since he's still incarcerated, he should not be collecting any Social Security benefits whatsoever. And he might be forced, on top of everything else, to have to pay back all that money for a set period of time that they determine to be a set period that they determine allowable. So he may wind up, if he's not getting any Social Security now because of his incarceration, okay, but if he's still receiving it, there's going to be a better than good chance that he's going to lose it altogether. So if he does get deported, he'll be on the streets for sure, because he will not have Social Security disability unless he could come up with all the back payments that they've made to him, and for some reason not reported or went under the carpet somewhere. The information didn't get out. It wasn't shared by the embassy, but the embassy, I'm sure, knows he's incarcerated. His passport has also been expiring now. That's another thing he has against him. His passport is pretty much expired now. That's going to cause more problems too for him. So needless to say, he's never getting into this country again once he's actually able to get deported. But his deportation is probably going to be put on the back burner until he finds himself exercising his responsibilities to the court and myself. They will not deport him unless all these elements are actually satisfied. He ain't going nowhere. Okay. That POS should have to pay back the last 2 years of Social Security he's stolen. Well, that's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping. Philippines says, bummer, you need to pay a peso millionaire, go home. You know. Well, it's a pretty bad situation, and probably worse than he's aware of, because he's not very cognitive of what's really going on with him. Of course, he has his wishes and dreams, to be deported and get out of the Philippines, away from all the trouble he caused, and start a new life, and supposedly have all this money he's been hiding from his viewers, saying that he wasn't getting his Social Security when he was for probably most of the time. I don't know within the last 6 months or a year. I have no idea, because I have no way of knowing that myself. I don't have a crystal ball. Whether they cut him off or not once he was started to be incarcerated, but how was he, for example, at the Mandawi Detention Center, how was he ordering all this grab food? He had to have money coming in, because I am reasonably sure that his girlfriend was not supplying all that, because she had to survive herself. But I made a good point about this too, that she was that interested in her boyfriend and helping him out, never mind because her brother needs the motorcycle to get around. No, it's her motorcycle. And she could have sold that to help him out with a little bit of money. She certainly could have done that. She didn't do that. The family, they're not broke. She's broke, but, her family members are not broke. I know her sister's not broke in Manila. There is some money in that family, not with her, but with the family. There's some money in that family. If they really wanted to help Barry out, they would. And if they really give a shit about her and her feelings, Feelings. Whoa, feelings. Well, what about mine, honey? But they help her out. But they're not. So the only way Barry's going to get out, from what I could see it, unless there's some divine intervention of some sort, or there's some chicanery going on, and I won't explain what I mean by chicanery. You just have to use your own imagination. Then he ain't going nowhere. He's got to pay the piper if he wants to hear that song, the song of freedom. All right, what do we got here? Especially will always cause problems anywhere he goes. Well, that goes without saying. It's just the way that is with some people on here. They create these problems on their own, then they wonder, why did it happen to me? Well, think. Why did it happen to you? Think hard. You've had plenty of time to figure that out. You know? As I said, it's a win-win situation for me. He either pays his dues and everything else, or he stays in jail. You can't lose on this thing. I mean, I can't lose on this thing as far as his situation going, no. Regent says she lied to her family and told them Bummer went back to U.S. Yeah, she was even lying to her family. Saving face again. Filipino thing, saving face. Yeah, she had lied to her family, saying that Barry's back in the States. He was working, and I'll see him sometime again. He'll come back, you know. It comes to the point that you really do got something to hide. If you hide it from your family. Why would you hide that from your family? Well, because the fact is they wouldn't approve of her relationship with him. That's what it was. She didn't want to tell them. She wanted to save face. That's all it really is. Come on, let's come to a conclusion on that. I think it's a logical thing to think on here. You know, because they would have been a lot more adverse to her going out with him. But they don't have to worry anymore because no matter what his situation is, the relationship is over. That's it. It's been done. Whether it's official, said, I'm breaking up with you or something, it's over. It's over. Because when he gets deported, he's never coming back here. And she's not going to be able to go to the United States, man. That's just not going to happen. And he's not going to be able to go to another Southeast Asian country to meet her or something like that. That's not going to happen. So in other words, it's kaput. Finite. Finished. Over. How do you like them apples, lady? Yeah, put that reporter against me, but old karma came in there. Old karma came in, that old-fashioned karma is going to get you some way. That old-fashioned karma is going to get you some way. And it does, my friends, it certainly does. Yeah, having to lie to your family about it. That means you got something to hide. That means that you know that the boyfriend is, you know, shit on a shingle. You know? He's not the most quality person you could ever get together. You know, to each his own, on their own taste. So much for taste, you know. But that's her gig. But it was been more trouble for her than it was worth it to be in a relationship with him anyway. And she was kind of coerced into doing this report on me, and that probably is going to have ramifications to it that she has to face. It's just going to get worse before it gets better. I mean, that's what I'm seeing right here without giving out too much information. I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. Yeah. So that's the information I could share. There's other things going on that I will not share with you. So since you people are so learned and have all this information about me and everything that's going on, and you seem to know more than I do, then some people are just going to have to figure it out. You know, what's going on the sidelines. You just don't know. And I'm not going to tell. So, yes, there are things going on, even in regards to Barry. Oh, yeah. There's more motions being filed. There's all kinds of stuff going on. But I will tell you, at the standpoint of right now, as of today, and things could change, but the information I have now is what I just told you, which is nothing to be hidden. It's just obvious and logical that, no, he's not going anywhere anytime soon. And if he did, something else would have to have been involved in there, okay? The chicanery thing. Yeah, because right now there's absolutely no way. He has an absolute legal obligation to the court and myself. And even if he serves this, what they call subsidiary,
imprisonment does not relieve him of the responsibility to the court and myself monetarily. That will never go away. It's not a trade-off, as some people think, subsidiary punishment for non-payment. No, apparently it's not, and I thought it was, but what you still owe, you still owe, and they ain't going to let you go, unless you satisfy both parties. And immigration, too. He owes money to them. He's not going anywhere. Let's see. Regent says, it's going to feel worse before it feels better. That's what Bummer's new boyfriend tells him. Yeah. Oh, which boyfriend is that now? And they all tell him, that's going to be all right. Yeah, but they're not helping him, are they? Like I said, I don't care who donates to him. I told you. I don't care who the hell it is. If you want to help Barry out, you help him out to get him out of there. But that whole thing, people that just don't trust the whole situation with Barry with money, because history has a way of repeating itself, and Barry doesn't always use the money for the purposes, that's the problem right there. Nobody trusts him, and, obviously the reason why. So it's a bad situation, but he does need to come up with that money, because it's the only way he is going to go back to United States. There is no other option at all. Unless, he's gotten used to his accommodations and figured, oh, well, I'm being fed. Not very well, of course, unless somebody brings him in some outside food. But that costs money, too. I think people can only do so much for him, really. And if he's not getting his Social Security, and what is he getting? I don't even think he's making $100 on his AdSense, really, because you got to make at least $100 to get paid. I don't think he's really making much of anything that's going in his pocket or in his bank account from his show, despite how many subscribers that he has. So he can't really bank on that. And the only thing he has a bank on is the Social Security, but that's the big question. Is he getting it, or is he not getting it? Did they cut him off, and how long ago did they cut him off? And, of course, where was he getting his money while he was in Mandawi? Probably from Social Security, because I said his girlfriend could not afford to bring him Grab all the time, and he didn't have that many well-wishers bringing him food. It was a rare occasion that Ricky or Brevis or somebody or Biggie or somebody would come over with some meal for him or something, That was very rare. So I'm sure he's pretty much dependent on the soggy rice and vegetables and fish heads he's getting there now, unless he does have some kind of money in a Gcash, and you could go to the commissary, whatever you call it there, and mostly it's snack food. You're not going to get anything, I think, nutritious from the commissary there, and they'll work with a Gcash system. Or somebody could frequently come by, which is very hard to do at his location. It involves quite a bit of a trip to get there, unless you live locally. It would be very hard to come over and bring him a really good meal, which of course he'd have to pay for, unless it's from the heart of the individual that wants to help him out. I just don't really see that happening at all, or rarely. Yeah. Sounds like Barry is living a 4-star lifestyle by Ricky Drama's standards. By Ricky Drama's standards, yeah. Anyway, that's all the news that's even fit to print or even mention. But yeah, this is kind of like sort of new information for me. And it's just at the moment today, how it's looking. Things, of course, could change. Things could happen. Underhanded things could go on. And I think you know what I'm talking about without saying it. Anything could happen, but it doesn't look like he's going to be going home anytime soon. And the fact is, well, if you support Barry, now's your time to do it, trolls. If you really don't want to see him go through all this, there's your moment. Fuck what you think about me getting money from Barry. If you really give a shit about Barry, then help him out. Let him go home. There was, they're always bitching and whining about
Free Barry J, free Barry J, he needs to be home. Well, what are you doing to help him? And you know who the people are. We're talking about the fat wallets. What are they doing to help him to make that happen? They're not doing anything. At least nothing I know about, because he's still there. So apparently not much is being going on, unless it's a slow process. They give you something here. Just pay him off. If you got the money to do it, just pay him. Pay him. Don't worry that he owes me money. You like the guy that much? Get him out. Send the boy home. That's all I can say to that. No problem, Regent. Yeah, that's the only best update I can give you without giving anything too personal on the case. Yeah, there are other things going on, but that's not discussable on here, you know. You know, there are things happening to kind of enforce what's going on here with Barry. And of course, you know, the other situation with his girlfriend and all that stuff. Don't worry, there are things that are being handled as we speak. So that's all I can say on that. It was probably the worst idea in the world she ever did that, just to satisfy Barry. I can't believe that she even did that. But, you know, ducks in a row, shoot one at a time. And you just do what you have to do when it's faced with adversity. You face it and look it in the eye, and you go from there. That's what you do with adversity. With that being said, I do got to get off here. Thank you very much. Got some business to attend to, and let's see, it's going to rain more again? I don't know. Well, we got this on and off rain system coming in here. Anyway, I hope your day is going very well, folks. Same day for me. Bored as shit. You know, welcome to the Philippines. It is what it is, folks, and I tell you as it is. I'm not going to glorify my existence in the Philippines. I just will not do that. There's nothing to glorify. Well, not a lot, but there is some glorification of living out here. I mean, look who I'm with. I'm very happy. The love of my life. That's a plus. You got to think of the positive over the negative. No, I'm not going to be going out to some shindig dance or something. I'm not going to run a marathon. I'm not even going to walk on the beach today anyway. You know, I'm going to sit my fat ass. Well, it's not fat. It's a lovely ass. Very wrinkle-free. Thank you very much. That people drool over all the time from that one video. Do what I do best. Nothing. Welcome to retirement in the Philippines. At least I admit it. I don't do shit. And every other retired guy that I personally talked to, actually breath to breath, have told me the same goddamn thing. They said, I don't do shit. I just collect my pension. I watch TV. I'll drink beer. Maybe go out with the guys now and then to drink a little beer and talk about the one that got away, and that's not a fish. It's a Filipino they're usually talking about. Wild-haired stories and so forth. That's what life is living here as a senior living in the Philippines. Now, if you're lucky enough to be a youngster because you're under your daddy's wings with the money and so forth, then yeah, you're living the life of Riley. If you could be 30, 40 years old or less and live out here, man, I envy you. I actually envy you. I not. So I really envy the people that could come out here and have a ton of money from their family, inheritance, or whatever it might be, or their missionaries or whatever are paying their way in every whim in every way. They're living a good life. They're young enough to go traverse mountains. They're young enough to do things that I can't do anymore. They're in a better position than I'll ever be in. So yes, I envy those people that could come out here and they could backpack away like crazy and see these wonderful places that are hard to get to because it requires some physical endurance to get there, balance, every damn thing else. I envy those people. I admit I totally envy those people. But it's not the case for me and a lot of other, not just YouTube, but, retired YouTubers and so forth that are trying to make this big ado about nothing, I'm living the life in 5-star and all that crap, and we know they're not. All right, so we established that. We don't need to talk about that anymore. We know who's living a good lifestyle or not, and most of them really are not. Okay? You're retired. You're planting your ass on a comfortable chair with your air conditioner on, and you're watching a movie on Netflix. That's what you're doing. You might make a little trip now and then, A lot of people are reluctant to go travel all over the Philippines because it's quite tedious, in conjunction with the weather, which is uncomfortable, in conjunction with the different forms of transportation you got to get there. It must be a really important place that you're going to have to go through all that rigmarole. To me, it's just not worth it unless I have a particular place in mind that I demand to see, that I really want to go see, that's so different, that's so breathtaking that it'd be worth going. And I don't know of any places as such. I know there are some incredibly beautiful places in the Philippines. It's the places that are hard to get to. That's the problem. Where you're not going to find a shitload of humans that haven't desecrated the site already. But there are practically, well, they're touched, but mostly untouched, beautiful places on cliffs with vistas over a rugged ocean with huge boulders just rattling around. Mother Nature, at its best, and where there's not a lot of people around. It's hard to find anything out here, but it does exist. I guarantee you it. But the problem is getting there. Do you have the energy and the fortitude and whatever, to go there? Knowing what it's going to take to get there. So if anybody wonders about what the average, and I say average, retiree does in the Philippines, pretty much what I'm doing. Nada. Make a trip to the big city now and then, go shopping, go to the malls, visit relatives, go out on chores, watch TV, work around the house. Doesn't sound anything too different from the United States retirees, except there might be more to see in the United States and easier to get to. Most of the places here are, islands. So sometimes you're going to have to take an airplane to get somewhere where they may have no other service to do that. Here, you got to take a ferry just to get off to Staten Island, because you ain't getting off my island unless you want to swim a long distance. There's no land bridge from my island to anywhere. You have to take a ferry. That's it. You're fucked if you can't take a ferry. Then from there on, you got choices. Grab cabs, buses, all that stuff. Once you're off the island. But you're here, and you're not going anywhere. If there's no ferries, forget about leaving by plane, even though we got an airport with all the taxpayers' money out in this country that the governor put forward to put more runway space so you could have commercial aircraft coming in. Is there any now? No. So there you go. The sooner you understand that you're under the jurisdiction, you're under the scrutiny of the government of this country, the sooner you learn that, the better you are, because you don't set the rules in this country. I don't set the rules in this country. I have no right to set the rules in this country. I am insignificant to this country. I was not born here. I'm not Filipino. I don't care if you get an SRRV. I don't care if you get a 13A. You're still not much more different than my position. Anybody else that's retired out here and is relying on visas every 2 months, whatever, that's it. You still got to obey the rules, and they don't care whether you're a foreigner or a Filipino. If you break the law out here, you're going to have to do the consequences of such. A lot of people think there's favoritism. There might be to a certain point, of course. I'll agree with you on that. There's going to be some favoritism toward a Filipino over a foreigner. That happens all the time. But you'd be surprised that they don't always take sides like that. There's a lot of people who've been convicted that don't fit that scenario. But yeah. All right, thanks for listening. I'm out of here. And if you missed the show, it'll be on a rerun. After all, this is Frank Battaglia Replays. And you will hear it once I end this broadcast. Ta-ta till we meet again. Okay, it's awfully quiet out there tonight. That's what I like, but I really haven't been on YouTube. Damn. Watching a series that I'm not really interested in. Shit. There goes my yawning again. plenty of rain around here. It's good because we need it. It was bad because, well, the skeeters. If it ain't the ants, it's the damn skeeters. Oh, they do come around. Yeah. Anyway, you see in my thumbnail, my diploma. And, the thing about these trolls is when I prove them wrong, they don't stop at that. Well, okay, you did get a diploma after all, but, I don't know, your grade point average or something or something or something. And by the way, I don't believe that was my grade point average. Anyway, I won't get into that, but there you go. A genuine diploma. That's all. We won't keep that up there forever, but it's not gone, actually. But there you go. Proving them wrong is, well, it's becoming a hobby here. Okay, she's been, well, I ain't been too quiet. We have some of the regular vloggers on here. Jim and this British guy, life in the Philippines, Three Eyes of an expat, jibber jabbering, again, the same shit. It makes me wonder if they really want to be here in the Philippines. I don't know. Or they're just being very cautious about being here. But they get a little political sometimes, and I'd be really cautious, So I've noticed that anyway. It's my observation. Anyway, wasn't planning on being anything. What do we got? Oh, we got one viewer. Okay. That's doing pretty good at this time of night. It's better than a kick in the ass, right? Sorry if it's a shitload of drama you want. Nah, I'm not going there. Well, the person that is online is giving me a thumbs up, so I guess you approve me being online. How would you do if I wasn't here? I don't know. You'd live. You do very well. Trust me. Anyway, I don't need an audience because most of the time I'll leave unless my show is so goddamn boring, I'll take the damn thing off. But that's when I'll take it off, for sure. If I got no dialogue or anything else, there's no use to keeping it on. So that's the agreement. I'll take shit off. It's just dead. And nobody's out there. And I'm just basically listening to my own voice. Well, I have somebody out there. Oh, we got two people out there. I noticed Big Kevin's been kind of quiet, eh? Ricky's been kind of quiet, eh? What's with that? Who cares? I like when it's quiet. As far as them doing shows. I haven't seen nothing on the Copycat channel since I changed my title. A little psychology, okay, all right. I'm just taking a short break from this movie I'm watching, but not watching it with great intent. I mean, the plot, it's another series, and I just don't want to watch the series. It's not that interesting for me to watch it, but considering there ain't much on, I may not have a choice, or I'll just do what I normally do. Just find the freaking video I've seen 20 times. I know the plot, I know everything. Yeah, that's what us old bastards do, that's right. We watch fucking TV and we watch repeats, yeah. Passes the time, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden now we got 8 people. Oh, look at this. Build it and they shall come, because there's nobody else on as far as I know. You ain't got much of a choice, but here you are. But you do have a choice. You can just tune out, and that's okay with me too. I might just tune out on myself, actually. I'm just taking a little breather from, here we go again. I think last night I was doing the same damn thing, but it was later. I've been yawning like crazy. I don't think I'm getting enough rest. That's what I think it is. I don't snooze during the day. I mean, an official snooze, like a nap for 45 minutes or something like that. I could, but it's not necessarily. But I do snooze off for a few seconds at a time, so yeah. Grandpa Frank! Yeah, I am a grandpa, but I guess I'll never get to know my grandchildren. Isn't that a shame? I think that's the biggest shame about the whole damn thing, really. Yeah, well, some things you can change and some things you can't, I guess. You gotta go with the flow. That's all you can do. All right, so what am I missing? What is, what do you call that site? What are they all about? what's the big talk of the town on Discord? They must be talking about. So I told you I don't go on there. People just tell me what's going on Discord. I mean, it's not going to change my world or nothing, to know what's going on in Discord. But it seems that the tides have been changing quite a bit, and I kind of wonder if the tide went out again, or when it's going to come back in again. It changes every day. The landscape changes too. Okay, well, it sounds like I'm kind of talking to myself, like some of the channels, but if I want to hear my own voice, I'll just record it and listen to it. But thought I'd pop on and see who was on early this evening. Doesn't seem like much people are on tonight, or somebody has a show on, or I don't know. Maybe the viewers are even dropping. Okay. Got the message, bro. We got the message. Okay. You want that big drama, don't you? I can't always give you that. I'm sorry about that, but I can't. I can't always do that. Anyway, well, I might as well go and watch my movie. That'll be a little more exciting than just like watching paint dry or something with, 3 to 4 people on here. Okay. People have spoken. I guess so. Well, good morning. All right, good morning, folks. I don't normally talk about Vitaly, but I'm going to talk about a few things on here now that that relate. And whether somebody really deserves to be forgiven for the things that they do. And Vitaly, he's one of these people that I just don't think people really feel sorry for him. And all his antics, which has affected a lot of people. And Vitaly did show a lot of disrespect for Filipinos. Now he's crying, and he's trying to get forgiveness from the people that he hurt. Well, the damage is done. And this could also relate to our good friend Barry Lee Jordan, so that you understand what this is all about. You can show forgiveness to a certain point, but when somebody just continues to do what they do. Well, now that he's facing jail time, now all of a sudden he's turning the corner, saying that he's changed. You can't change somebody like that, just like you couldn't change Mr. Jordan. He was making good money on his, he's making good money on his channel. He had, I don't know how many subscribers, millions? I don't know. He had quite a bit of subscribers. And he was making really good money. But sometimes people get a little bit carried away with their antics.
They need a lot of damage control. It's the same on YouTube here with the goings on here. And people feel that they can get away with a whole lot of shit. You're not going to find me, or I live too far away. You're not going to do anything. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. But you just don't know. But they take the chance anyway. Like Frank's not going to do anything. And, well, come on. You know better than that. I think you know by now. But what Vitaly did was totally inexcusable. And now that he's facing the consequences, now he's got an attitude change. Oh, I've changed. I'm not that same person anymore. Please forgive me. Well, you got to be a victim to understand and whether somebody deserves forgiveness or not. And if anybody knows by experience, it's me and what I've gone through with Mr. Jordan. This long journey that's had pretty much come to its finality. Well, not totally yet, but having to give up how many years of your life being detained or being put in prison, you would think that that would change somebody. Some people are just not capable of change. And people like Barry and Vitaly and Johnny Somali, as another prime example, they're not going to change. It isn't until they're imprisoned and they realize that, man, I fucked up. But a little bit too late. So now Vitaly is taking his big turn. He's got his lawyer, Baby something is her name. Baby? All right. My client is a changed man. A changed man. Well, put it this way, if Vitaly got his freedom and everything else, and in fact, Russia don't want him, the United States don't want him, and the Philippines don't want him. So where do they put him? Oh, sure, they're going to say that they've changed. Just so they can get out of any imprisonment. But once they, say for example, were exonerated from their crimes, and that's exactly what it was, they go back to do the same damn thing again to somebody else. And some people get really carried away when they got successful social media accounts, and they're on different platforms, Facebook and YouTube. I don't remember if he was getting all this notoriety from Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It was YouTube, I guess. But when you're making that kind of money, it's your antics that draw the people and subs. It's no different right here on YouTube what goes on. The more drama that's on a channel, it draws more people, apparently. And you get caught up in that. More drama, more drama, more drama, until you get yourself in trouble. Well, that's, of course, what happened to Barry Jordan. And he's in a situation that he certainly doesn't want to be in. Two wrongs don't make a right, but how many wrongs did Vitaly do? You could tally them up. I mean, it's all on camera. Same way Barry Jordan's stuff was on camera too. Oh, I can't forget the day when I was in court and we presented the evidence that he figured I didn't have. I don't know how he figured in his mind that I wasn't recording him. I don't know how Barry thinks. But when we played this on the big screen in the courtroom, yeah, his mouth was wide open, where he later says, where the hell did he get that evidence? Well, come on, man. When you come on camera and you say these things, and the crazy thing about it is I even played some of the evidence on Barry on my own show many times. So how could Barry turn around and say, oh, Frank got no evidence? Like, what? Are you kidding me? So in the courtroom, when it was presented, he was shocked. And he knew he was fucked. Well, Vitaly has, plenty of evidence against him, as well as Johnny Somali. No, you really can't come into this country and do the things that these guys have done. Politics and law in this country is not exactly like America. Basically, you come into this country, you commit some crime or something. You're guilty and have to prove yourself innocent, where in America they say, well, you're innocent until proven guilty. It's that different out here. And yes, you could rot in the jail cell for a long time before you even get a hearing. I don't know, it's a little different in America. But YouTubers and people on the social media platform are into sensationalism. But you don't go about that by hurting people, even physically, to achieve that goal of stardom and making a lot of money on your show. I don't feel sorry for Vitaly. That's the way it always works. They commit the crimes and then, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm a changed man. I'm a changed man. That's a common statement that you hear with all these criminals. I'm a changed man. I didn't mean to do that. You certainly did. You planned it, you plotted it, you had an assistant with a camera, and I don't know what's going on with that guy. I don't know if they're still looking for him or what the situation. I've been following it, but not too deeply. Wrong is wrong. People get carried away on YouTube. Obviously so. Some people don't believe in your politics. Some people don't believe in your channel or things you have to say. Everybody's going to find some reason to not like you. But it's to what degree do they go to prove that they don't like you? I get threats from people sometimes on my email. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be coming to town. Let's see if you'll stand up to me, even if it's Jay and the other people won't. I've had stuff like that. I don't have a lot of stuff like that, but every now and then I'll get something from somebody who, for some reason, don't like me. Never met me, in fact. But they choose to try to threaten me or intimidate me. It's more intimidation than anything. For what? For what? Yeah. Good question. For what? Those people are not excusable, and they're cowards. And of course, they hide behind their cameras and laptops and whatever. They figure they can get away with anything that they can throw at you. But obviously, that's not the case. Obviously not. And in their defense, well, actually, not their defense, they decide to get offensive. And they'll have their girlfriend file a report on you. We can't take the truth. Let's get Frank deported. We don't want to handle the truth anymore. Let's just get rid of him, hide it under the rug like it never existed, like these things were never said about me. Hide it under the rug, get rid of him. Let's get him deported. Or let's go pay off some officer or somebody to get this report through. This is what's going on. And it's not going to be any good that comes out of this. I will tell you that. For somebody. I think you could only push somebody so far. And they're going to break. And everybody has a breaking point. What starts off as fun and antics on social media could turn out to be very ugly. Ask the families of the many people who are actually dead because their antics or what they put on social media on somebody was so horrible or embarrassing or whatever. How many people, a lot of young people that's happened to, they put some embarrassing videos up. Maybe perhaps a great example would be a girl broke up with her boyfriend. He wanted to get even with her. And they did take, while they were together, some very intimate photographs. And he put it on social media. Can you imagine what that girl felt like? Well, first of all, it was stupid to take these intimate videos or photographs to begin with. Obviously, she wasn't thinking. But you got to play the cards. You have to say, well, what if something did happen in a relationship? If he did put these photographs out on social media. Well, there's a lot of dead teenagers out there. Because that's happened to them. They couldn't take the embarrassment. It had a domino effect. Let's say that the videos went from person to person to person all over social media. They couldn't even go back to school and hold their head up. How do you deal with that? Well, this goes on all the time. More than you know. I mean, look what Barry tried to do with his previous girlfriend when she wanted to break up with him. He threatened to show their intimate photographs. That's what a scumbag he is. I'll get even with her. The same thing all over you. I'll get even with Frank. Even with Frank for what? For what? For what? Did I touch your life personally? Did I come to your house? Did I kick your dog? Did I slap your kid? I mean, that's the kind of things you got to ask. Who put the bees in their bonnets? Or is it just a matter of being popular? Let's go with the consensus of people. They're saying, well, somebody did this, somebody did that. Let's go with it. Let's get the attention. Things don't have a way of turning out very well when people get involved in shit like this. Well, Vitaly is the example here. But it goes beyond Vitaly. It goes to Barry Jordan. It even goes to Michael Fazio. Don't forget, Michael Fazio tried to put an FBI case or whatever on me. It didn't work. It was thrown out. And then all proof of his behavior in that office room with the NBI, where he went out of line about 2 or 3 times, yelling or showing some extreme anger in front of the very people he's trying to convince that I was a bad person. And I sat there cool as a cucumber. If you can't control your temper, don't be putting a report on somebody and sit in front of them and display the reality of who you are with your anger and so forth. And Fazio did that. Well, he paid the ultimate price anyway. He's dead. That's history. Michael Fazio. History. Gone and soon forgotten. In fact, you rarely ever hear anybody talk about Fazio much anymore. Gone and forgotten.
Dead, can't pick on anybody anymore. Unless you're current, you're in the now, you're alive, and you're doing these things, you get all the attention that you want to get. But the payoff can be ugly, as some people found out. Yeah, look, it's okay to have fun on YouTube. I like having fun on here. You got to have a little bit of fun. I'll be the first to say that. If you can't entertain people or maybe entertain yourself, then why even come on, you know? But I think when things get a little bit too carried away, and then when people think that they can get away with what they do, that's the problem. Again, you've heard that statement so many times, oh, Frank ain't going to do nothing. I think it was Jay that said that. And Barry said that too, but look what happened to Barry. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes unless someone talks about it. Jay has no idea. Ricky, none of these people have any idea. And they're not going to until something actually happens. It comes to a point where, okay, fun is fun. You said what you had to say. You made a point that you don't like somebody. That should be it. That should be good enough. Just tell the person, you know what? I don't like you. And give a reason why I don't like you. You don't even have to give a reason. You say, I don't like you. That should be good enough and end it. There's a lot of people on here I don't like, but I'm going to do some crazy shit to people, you know, because they don't like me. But, you know, when things get too ugly, you got to get your ugly stick out on these people. The magical stick that shows them how ugly they are and how they're acting and what they've done. When you get horrible on YouTube, you know, you don't just affect the life of the person that you're targeting, but you'll inadvertently, you know, you could affect other people's lives too. People that are in the victim's life, like my girlfriend or family, whatever, a good example. No, they don't think about that. They don't care if bystanders get hurt along the way. But people will do things. They don't think before they do it. They just think, I want the attention. That's what gets them in trouble. The problem is a lot of people think they could get away with almost everything they do on YouTube, but that's not true. Obviously not. Vitaly thought he could get away with all his shit. Obviously not. Johnny Somali thought he'd get away with all his shit. Obviously not. So what happens? Don't ever move to this country and think that you can just get away with anything in this country, because you can't. It's a very volatile situation here, because no matter what your status is here, SRRV, 13A, I don't care what it is, you're still a guest in this country. And if you're thinking about coming here, and you've been a troll this whole time, but you don't yet live in the Philippines, but yet you plan to, well, you're going to have to change your tune if you actually live out here, because the things you can get away with overseas is not going to apply to when you actually live here in the Philippines. That's not going to work. And when they least expect it, something happens. Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that. I didn't think it was going to come to this. Ask Barry about that. He's not a happy man. He's angered. He's bitter. More so now. Look what he did for his future. He's guaranteed to be deported and never be able to come back again. In the process, he's going to lose his girlfriend. And he's got to ask himself, was it worth it? Was it worth it to be calling somebody some really horrible names that nobody should call anybody? It's not just, you're a putz or you're an idiot or whatever. Come on, anybody could handle that shit. But not what Barry did, and he continued to do. Even when he had the charges on him, he didn't stop. So some people can't change. And if you think Vitaly is going to change,
because he's facing imprisonment possibility. Well, he's already in a place right now. I guess they still have him in Bicutan or whatever. Oh, now he's breaking down. They said he's crying. Well, good, cry a river of tears. It's not going to change what you did in a phony apology, like when Barry came on one time. Couldn't even mention my name. A year and a half back, whatever it was. Well, I apologize for what it was, admittance of guilt. It was admittance of guilt right there. But I apologize. But he had no sincerity to it. There's no sincerity to it. But then his way of apology is to intimidate me, to drop his case. You go into sock account names and send emails to me, whatever. Or get other people to intimidate me to drop the case. But it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. You'll know when somebody's sincere. You'll know it. But Barry was never sincere, and Vitaly is not sincere. So whatever happens to Vitaly, he deserves it. All things people do to make some money, really, for the money. I got to outdo another vlogger, and I got to do some crazy antics on my show, which involves hurting, embarrassing, disrespecting other people just to get that status of a million plus of subscribers or whatever to make some money. At what cost? At what cost do you pay? I mean, to make a popular show, to get noticed. What, by hurting people? No one should do that. Now, if I had something totally to apologize for, that I felt I was wrong, I would apologize. And you know what? I actually have. In the past. I don't want to reiterate, but I have apologized. I realized that YouTube can be a place where you get sucked up into everything, and sometimes you have your moments where you really don't think about what you're doing, and it could cause harm to other people if it's legitimate, you know. Hold on a second. Hey, check it. You know, because you got to watch what you say on here. Because, yes, people are listening, and you don't know who's listening. It could even be the authorities that are listening. Is it that important to make that much money on your show? I mean, the way you go about making that money, that's the thing. That's the concern. And people like Vitaly, you know, he figured, well, yeah, it's all in good fun. People will understand. No, people don't understand. They don't understand. They don't. They really don't. They really don't. Not when they're the victim. I don't know. I think social media is great. But I think people get away with too much on social media. Oh, just forget about YouTube, okay? I mean, as far as reporting somebody's channel, forget about it. It rarely ever works. And I know, because since I've been on here, there must have been 2,000 reports I made on people, and only maybe a couple of them worked. Out of a couple of thousand through the years. A couple of thousand. I'm not kidding you. I'm not exaggerating. YouTube don't do shit. And then people have untraceable accounts or whatever. There's a lot of things people can do, and they get away with it. Until the point comes they get discovered of who they are, and then, well, maybe they didn't get away with it after a while, they didn't get away with it. And people go to great lengths to try to harm people on social media, well beyond YouTube. But the payback is a bitch. I think you can only accept so much from what people say on social media that you got to understand that could harm people. But you're not thinking about that. You're not caring about that. Nobody does. Until something happens to them. Then all of a sudden they're so apologetic. Well, a little bit too late for some people. I think one of the first things I see when I turned my phone on this morning was this news thing with his lawyer, Baby something is her name. Baby is her first name. Oh, I know my client is very remorseful for what he did. Well, he should have been remorseful for all the acts he committed. Maybe he should apologize to those people after the show, or after he created all these antics. Maybe after the camera was down, after the videotaping all the crap he did, he should have came up to him and said, "Oh man, I'm sorry. This was wrong," or whatever, or "This is from my YouTube show, and I didn't mean any harm." And they could either be apologetic. He could be apologetic. They could either accept his apology or not. But that's not the purpose of what he was trying to do. He wanted a reaction from people because he wanted it for his whatever it was, YouTube channel. Where did it get him? And where did it get Barry Jordan? Now that Vitaly is potentially facing prison, and he's got a good taste of it because he's been incarcerated, as well as Barry's had a good taste of it too. Barry don't want to be where he's at. Who would? They're not nice places. As well as you or me, they don't want to be in a situation like that. If you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. Just don't do it. Oh, I hear a lot of statements, Oh, one good example is Jay. Frank is not going to do a goddamn thing. There's nothing you can do. Well, you know what? Barry said that too, didn't he? On the immigration part, when he got arrested, and on the part with his 5 charges of cyber libel. Said the same thing. Prosecutor ain't going to accept it. Well, he got surprised. Well, you see, the first time, because the video evidence wasn't turned in, it was, the affidavits were turned in, but when his office had sent the material out to Barry's lawyer and prosecutor, they somewhat neglected to put the video evidence in there. That's the only reason why the first time the prosecutor didn't accept Barry's case. But then, we remedied that. We made sure that we resent it. The prosecutor accepted it. That's how that happened, by the way. And Barry thought he was in the clear. He thought he was exonerated from this. But obviously he wasn't. He certainly wasn't. So if you want to be a daring person and say, well, nothing's going to happen, man. I'll call you every name in the book, Frank. Don't care what harm it comes to you. Physical harm by some psychopath out there that listens to this shit. They're not thinking about my family. This is a great example to talk about, They're not thinking about harm to my family. There are some psychos out there. And you don't know what somebody's going to do. You just don't know. Things could get really ugly. You get the right person with the right mental problems, and nothing good can come out of that. You got to think about it that way. We do have psychologically challenged people on here. Duh. I mean, obviously so. Some put their insults from afar, out of the country. A lot of them are. Some live locally and they do that. Mostly it's people that are actually not in the country. Popeye, for example. Who's another one that says, you ain't going to do it. Again, that famous line. There's not a goddamn thing you can do, Popeye says. How do you know that, Popeye? How do you know that for sure? Do you know that for sure? I could wind up on your fucking doorstep someday. I mean, anything is possible. And this could happen with somebody else, not just me. Somebody that Popeye or somebody else pissed off could wind up on your goddamn doorstep. Then what are you going to do? You're going to challenge their age when they're standing in front of you with a fist in your face or whatever? You're going to challenge that and say, you can't do anything? Is that going to be the words that come out of your mouth after you get punched very heavily? Get your nose broken? What's your words after that? These things could happen. They have happened historically throughout YouTube. Doesn't mean in our genre here, right here in the Philippines, but internationally, this shit happens all the time. You can only get away with so much. And people will only tolerate so much. And some people, they will act in a very stealth way. Not everything I did was very stealth. But who's to say I'm not doing anything else? You just don't know. Barry didn't know, but he found out. I gotta admit, it's been like about a decade I've been on this boob tube. And boy, have I learned a lot. Prior to ever being on YouTube, I've always had taken that position of the recognition of our society going downhill. Attitudes, violence, kids keep killing their teachers, and so forth and so on. Disgruntled employees that got fired that killed their boss. I mean, Jesus Christ. The atrocities that have been committed because you were jilted perhaps by your boss, or your girlfriend, or your peers, or whatever. I gotta retaliate. But you ever think of the ramifications when you try to retaliate against somebody? Maybe you deserve to be fired from your job, or whatever your situation was. Maybe you did. But to retaliate and kill your boss? Come on, really? You're not thinking about him, his life, you're not thinking about his family, the people that you're hurting? No. When you're sick in the mind, you don't think that way. And so you wind up in a jail cell for countless amount of years. Then you're going to have all the time in the world to think about what you did and what you said. And Barry is a very good example of that, isn't he? He's a prime example that Frank is not going to do anything. He's full of shit. You're never going to get me in a courtroom. And immigration don't care. Immigration don't care that almost 7 years I haven't paid my fines, haven't paid my visas, whatever. It's only when you get in trouble, he said. Well, he was right about that. He said, the only thing you got to worry about, nobody's going to tell you. Nobody cares, he said. Nobody cares if you're an overstayer. That length of time. Nobody cares. But he was wrong. He thought he was above the law. And a lot of people take that attitude that, I could be above the law and get away with this and get away with that. But that doesn't always work out, obviously, does it? Yeah, I wanted to talk about this morning because I happened to see this little news thing on Vitaly, who's gaining a whole lot of public attention. Internationally, actually. Oh, he's got the attention he wants now. Wasn't that the purpose of his channel? To get attention? Well, you got it now, Vitaly, right? Look at the position he's in now. Look at the position Barry's in. You understand something? Because of what Barry did, he will never, ever, ever, because he's a convicted felon now. He will never, never, ever, ever be able to come, and it's not a 5-year thing or nothing. He will never be able to come into this country once he is deported. That is it. Finito. The end. The end. That's it. He will never set foot in this country to hurt anybody again, verbally, physically, emotionally, monetarily. He'll never be able to do that again. That's the beauty of this. And he did it all to himself. He was the catalyst of his own actions. But things have a domino effect sometimes. You can't feel sorry for somebody like him. It's just impossible to feel sorry. I'd understand if somebody makes a mistake on here and, I kind of went out of my way. I was angered or something, and then they apologized about it and said, you know what, man, I got really carried away. I know somebody that did that, very close to me. Me. Well, I actually came on here in the past and said, you know what? And I always use that name or that terminology, the vortex. You get sucked up in the vortex. You do. Very easily. But the difference is, if you realize that, hey man, I don't want to go along with this shit. It just gets too ugly and it just doesn't feel right. That I get caught up in the mania on here, which a lot of people do. And sometimes they get way too carried away and then they find themselves in a situation that perhaps they just can't get out of. People try to remain anonymous on here and they figure that there's no way in this goddamn world you're going to find out who I am. But then one way or the other, well, it happens. No matter how it happens, it don't matter, but it winds up happening. That all the hurt they try to bestow on somebody just comes back at them. They find themselves in a position where they're wishing that they never opened their mouth and said anything at all. Well, there are people in that position, obviously, Vitaly, Somali, Barry Jordan, to name a few. I'm sure there's a lot more that we don't hear about, that haven't made national news or whatever. There's plenty. All for a YouTube channel, all for social media. All for social media. Because they wanted to be popular, they wanted to be heard and seen, and they wanted to make money. But where are they now? And what are they facing? It doesn't always turn out the way you want. Ask these people. They're not happy in their situation. They're not happy at all. I gotta find my cup. Let's see. Where is my cup? Shit, I got up a couple of times last night. This is getting pretty old. I wake up, I look at the clock, and I go, oh, fuck, Oh, fuck. Why am I waking up? Well, we all got our crosses to bear, excuse the expression. Not everything is perfect in our life, whether you're not getting proper hours of sleep or whatever the situation might be. But shit happens, and you deal with it like anything else. But in the more severe situations, people decide to open their mouths, and they call it entertainment. Oh, my show is just for entertainment purposes. Good example. Big Kevin. He tries to get away with a lot of atrocities on his show. Now, folks, I got to state that this is for entertainment purposes only. Oh, that good old karma. You really think Big Kevin is happy? No, he's not. Big Kevin is far from happy in the decisions he made. But he's got to do something, right, with his life. So he goes on his show, and he likes to play host to 100 trolls. Where's this all going to turn out for good old Big Kevin? Where's it going to turn out for him? Where has it turned out for him? Not very well. Not from where I stand and what I could see. Every one of these trolls, if I name names, I'll name names. Ricky, you think he's happy? No, he's not. No, he's not. They're going to pretend they're living the high life and all that shit, but they're not really living the high life. They're miserable. They're absolutely miserable. And it's not like somebody did that to him or them. They do that to themselves. Then they wonder why later on.
Why is my life this way? Why isn't it going anywhere? Oh, please. If you have to really ask that question, wake up.
Okay. There's my famous 13 on here. Welcome to Famous 13 Trolls. Listen hard. We're not going to get rid of this live stream this morning. We're not getting rid of anything. If it's important enough for me to talk about something, I'm going to leave it on. But sometimes you have to think before you act, because there are consequences in life for just about everything, whether it's how you take care of yourself or you don't take care of yourself, your health and whatever. There are consequences for everything, and it has been. Look at Fazio, dead as a doornail. Ed Lippert, who's not innocent, by the way. And the list goes on. One of Fazio's greatest supporters is dead, who was a troll. Sometimes you gotta be careful what you wish for. You might just get what you wish. Well, comes back in your face, the proverbial spit in the wind. Where's it going to come back? It's going to come back in your face. And these people, well, they got quite a bit of spit coming back in their face. They're dead. They will never bother anybody again. Over. You'll never hear their voice again. You'll never hear an insult from them again. I don't think you guys understand the things that Mr. Fazio did behind the scenes. I don't think you understand that at all. Oh, he did quite a bit. He was quite a rascal, let me tell you that. He didn't care who he tried to hurt. As long as it brought people to his channel and he got donations, that's all he cared about. Same as Barry. Look where they are now. Some are dead. Some are in jail. Then again, you got to ask yourself, was it worth it? Well, if you're dead, you can ask yourself that question. It's a little bit too late. There are consequences in life for things that you do. Not just on YouTube, but in your personal life. Nobody but nobody with vicious intent should also attack a vlogger's wife, girlfriend, whatever. And if you did something like that, what was the reason you did? What was your excuse? Oh, I was angered. I understand. I've been down that road. And I've said a few things. But the buck stops there. Say what you have to say. Get it off your chest. The best way to do things. Get it off your chest. And end it. If you have to make it known, just say, I don't like you. Tell us how you really feel. That's okay. That's okay with me. But end it. End it. People think it's fun to attack a 71-year-old man. And it doesn't have to be an age. I didn't have to mention the age. But it's a factor. It don't matter what age you are. Nobody deserves to be attacked. And even if somebody did something really vicious to you, the question is, how far do you go? You want revenge? Is that what you want? What is it you want to get out of this? That's the question. How far will you go? Another question. Well, you see how far I went with Barry. Instead of turning it into a physical thing where I was out to hurt Barry, and I certainly could have. I have no doubt in my mind I could have imposed a lot of physical hurt on that guy. I have it in me. You have no idea. It was been pent up for a long time, and I could have took a different direction, but I didn't. I wised up. I got a life out here. I want to keep it that way. If I were to put physical harm on Mr. Barry Lee Jordan, I'd wind up in a whole lot worse position. Well, I'd wind up in a bad position, period. You got to think before you do things. Whether it's a physical act or a verbal act or whatever, you got to think of what you're doing. You got to think of what you're saying, because that will get you in trouble. Perhaps someday put you in a position you're on the street walking around, that somebody's going to take a beer bottle on your head or something, or a stick or a rock. That's what happened to Barry, and it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing. Did I ever think about anything like that? Well, not a beer bottle or a rock, just a fist in his face. Sure, I thought about that. Endlessly thought about that. But I never did that. So I didn't see any great outcome to come out of that, except maybe I'd feel good. But, like I always say, people heal. They heal. They get a bruise, they're going to heal. They have a broken bone, it's going to heal. But the person's still going to be that same person. A punch in the face is going to make... They'll heal. The pain will go away. The bruise will go away. But that person is going to still be the same person. So what did you accomplish except, well, okay, make yourself feel good. And I'm sure it would. It would make me feel real good with some people. Real good. I mean, real good. But there's some things you can do, and there's some things you just can't do as much as you want to do it. You got to do things the right way, and you got to do them legally. Because the most damage is going to come legally, not with a fist in somebody's face. That's a temporary solution to a long-term problem. That ain't going to solve anything. It'll make you feel good. Oh, yeah. I know it'll make me feel good. Real good. But that wouldn't solve the problem, would it? Just for that moment. That glorious moment. And it would be a glorious moment. But that's about it. Glory doesn't last very long. You had your way. You did it. But then it just makes situations worse. They're going to come after you even more. They're going to want to get revenge, like somebody has been trying to do to me through his girlfriend. That's how it works. Prime example. You got to understand something. You don't know how good of a researcher some people are. The very people that try to be very anonymous and they hide behind their cell phone or whatever, their camera. It's amazing how information gets out, and eventually you find out who they are, where they live, and you just never know. You just never know. What could happen? And some people figure, I can get away with this. It's not a goddamn thing you're going to do to me, Frank. Oh, every time you heard that, Popeye, Barry, whoever, Jay, all said the same words. Didn't you, Jay? Didn't you, Barry? Didn't you, Popeye? Don't write a check that can't be cashed, you know. I mean, don't think at all that there's not repercussions to what you do, because you just don't know. You just don't know. You can run your mouth only so much, and you think you're going to get away with something. Well, ask Barry Jordan. Did he get away? No, he didn't. He sure as hell did. Fazio pulled the same shit out of me. He thought he'd get some case on me with NBI. He lost. Sure, it cost me money. But the job was done. His little report to NBI was thrown out. Period. Thrown out. But, you know, Fazio is the least of anybody's concern anymore because he's gone. He's dead. He's history. He will never bother me or anybody else again. He will never try to scam anybody else again. It's over with. His legacy, horrible one that it is is over. It's over. And I'm going to say with a good educated guess that there are certain trolls on here that their little reign of their dynasty is going to be over too. Self-inflicted issues, their health and so forth. Self-inflicted, without any help from anybody else. Then they too will be gone. Didn't have to do anything legally. Didn't have to put not a hand on them. Mother Nature said, I'm coming to take you. And you're gone just as simple as Fazio was gone. Never have to hear that person again. Now look at Roberto. This is leaning more toward the truth from what I'm understanding, that he's got early onset Alzheimer's. That's why he hasn't been on. And I'm believing that. Roberto is an evil bastard. He even threatened to hurt Gilda too. These people all paying the price of things they said or did. It's uncanny. I mean, it's amazing how it happens. The very shittiest trolls on here, they're dropping like flies. And they will continue to. Because they all have something in common. They're out of shape. They're overweight. Or they've run their mouth too much, and someday somebody's going to walk up to them, and you never know. You don't know. But they figure they can get away with just about every goddamn thing, and that's not true. That's proven. They cannot. The questions you have to ask yourself as a troll is how far you want to push this? How far? How do you know that research isn't being done on IRL? How do you know that there's not any paid research going on to find out the identity of who you are? How do you know that for sure? Do you know that for sure? I mean, you're not sure about it? Using a VPN or whatever you use? Are you really sure? You can't be. When you least expect it, bam. That's how it works. Well, see, no dialogue this morning here. I guess it's just like listening to me. And I know who's listening. I know exactly who's listening. Well, hear my words. There are consequences to things that you do. You may not think it's going to happen or come your way, but sometimes it does happen. Sometimes you can get away with a whole lot of shit. As a lot of people probably do get away with a lot of shit. And they get awfully surprised when, bam, they get a registered letter in the mail or somebody shows up at their fucking door. And of course, we don't encourage that. No, we don't encourage that at all on my show. I don't encourage violence on here. I don't advocate it at all. Never did. On or off YouTube. I don't advocate violence in any way. That's not the way to solve a problem. But then you ask yourself, what is the problem? What exactly is the problem? In my case, you might say, well, what exactly did Frank do to piss so many people off? Well, it's not that he pissed a lot of people off. They have sock accounts. And the so-called army that you think there is out there is a handful of people. But nevertheless, either way, you know. You got to think, what did Frank do that pissed off somebody that bad that they got to make a career out of trying to maim and defame and dox and intimidate? Again, who put the bee in your bonnet? Let's look at it that way. None of this makes sense. Look, I come on my show here, and I'll say it again, I do speak the truth. And any information I have about anybody is taken from their own show, so it's not something that's made up, fabricated like a lot of people do. I don't fabricate anything on this show. I mean, nothing. If I speak about somebody, it's because it's evident of something. You've heard it, you've seen it, or whatever. And you're just repeating it. Or sharing something that everybody else have also seen and heard. That's the denominator really of my show. That's it. The shoe fits where if it applies to you. If you've done some wrong to me or somebody else, you know who you are. But you always feel that nothing's going to catch up with you. Again, tell these people out there, Vitaly and all these people that, tell Barry Jordan. The prime example, Barry Lee Jordan. And as a result of everything he did, he's losing everything. Probably he's going to be losing his Social Security if he hasn't already. Obviously, he's going to be losing his girlfriend other than being a pen pal because that ain't going to work out. See all the cataclysmic shit that happens here? It's a domino effect. It's a domino effect. Barry loses all. Lost his freedom. He's going to lose his girlfriend. And that was never my intent for him to lose his girlfriend, other than to educate her in the past, which me and other people have tried to save her a lot of pain for being with the guy. But no, it was not my intent. But as it turned out, with his efforts and hers, they're both taking a loss. Barry with his loss of his freedom, and her, several things, will lose a relationship with her boyfriend, her fiancé, as they would refer to themselves. Never be able to have a real relationship with him. So was it worth their little plotting and planning with her report? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Hoping that they're going to deport me. As I said, don't hold your breath on that. And maybe she needs to be concerned about a few things too, in a legal matter. Perhaps. I'm not going to kiss and tell. Perhaps. Then she's got to ask herself, was it worth it? Was it worth all the aggravation and the stress and everything else dealing with her boyfriend to begin with? And when he got himself in trouble and wondering all the time what's going to happen to him. Is he going to go to jail? Is he going to get deported? She's got to ask herself that question too. Was it worth it to fabricate a report like she did to try to get even with me, to try to give satisfaction to her fiancé? Look where it's gone. She's not feeling very comfortable about this, I'll guarantee you that. She's not feeling very comfortable at all because she don't know her future now. Remember, there are ramifications to everything you do in life, in or outside of YouTube, fuck social media, your own personal lives. How you treat people is how you are going to be treated back most of the time. You play it right. But you show somebody no respect, you're not getting any respect back. Because in the scheme of life, it doesn't work that way. It never has for anyone. All the bad you put out comes right back on you. I guess we call it karma. And don't tell me karma don't exist. It has proven so, at least here on YouTube. Do I have to name all the people that went down, Johnny Warrior, all these? Do I have to name all of them that went down, that are no longer with us or in jail or whatever? Don't tell me there ain't no karma. No. Don't tell me that. It's as real as it gets. It's as real as it's ever going to get. You got to use a little bit of control when you're on social media. But that starts from the beginning, really. When you decide to have a YouTube show, I'm guilty of it. A lot of people are guilty of it. Don't, first of all, put out too much personnel information. That's a good start. Because they will try to use that against you, and they do. Hello, dear. Good morning. Good morning. Hold on, put this on mute. Okay, I had to have a personal conversation. A lot of people ask the question, Frank, why are you still on YouTube, man? That's a great question. I mean, it really is. With all the adversity and all this crap, oh, maybe I have a dumb answer like, well, because I can. Does that work for you? I don't know. Because yeah, it is because I can. Because I have something to say, and I have something to share. I think that worked out pretty well. Oh, Mr. Advice, Mr. Philosophy, Mr. Advice Giver, right? I'll tell you what, a lot of people have actually taken my advice. You'd be surprised. Look, if you're going to put a show, make it an informative show. If you're really, really into YouTube, make it informative because it can have a healing effect too. And what I mean by that is sometimes talking about something reinforces your beliefs or your practices. That's what it's been to me. It's been kind of a healing process in a way. And not with the adversity, but I mean, when you do shows about particular topics, you're reinforcing your own beliefs and thoughts and feelings about something maybe in your own personal life, your values and so forth. There is some positive to do on YouTube shows, but sometimes it seems that the negatives kind of outrun the positives. And then there's the old boredom thing, which I think is the most predominant thing. Because those vloggers that actually do live out here in the Philippines, especially, you know what it's like. I don't have to reiterate on that. I mean, you know what it's like. You're in a foreign land, different language, although they speak English, but still a lot of nosebleeds out here, you know what I mean? And of course, you got your partner, your wife, or whatever. And thank goodness you have that. Sometimes you say, thank goodness I got that. Because could I really survive out here or any other country without having some kind of significant other in my life? I think that would be really, really, really hard. Now, you can manage to get through these things eventually, but I think for the most part, I think it would be really hard. What, waiting for your next date? And meanwhile, you're getting older as shit, and the chances of you getting a woman out here becomes increasingly smaller. Okay, unless you want to pull out the wallet routine. The famous wallet routine. Yeah, if it gets that bad, I'll just pay for my dates. God, when you reach that level, guys, it's over. It's over. Don't even come here if you think your situation is going to be like that. For example, if you can't respect a woman out here, don't come here. If you don't have some respect for the culture out here, don't come out here. For the money it costs you to come out here to get laid, why don't you just find a local prostitute in your country and get laid? Why don't you just do that? Instead of coming out here, planting your seed everywhere, and possibly getting some innocent women pregnant where you don't want to take responsibility, and a child suffers from that, and even a woman maybe suffers from that. But no, you don't think about that, do you? You just want to get your dick wet. And you don't care what Filipino you heard out here, right? Isn't that the truth? Makes me sick. Really does. The attitudes among these guys. A woman is only good for this. A Filipino is only good for this. She's only good for that. Fuck her and go on to the next one. Or have her do your laundry or something. That's all she's good for. I know numerous people out here that have that attitude. That really have that attitude. Right, Jay? For one? Right, Barry? Yeah, women are good for something, right? It's really sick that the attitude. Oh, I remember Jay. A lot of things he said were women are just good for. And Jay says that he don't buy no women out here. He don't pay for them on a date. That's absolute bullshit. Bullshit. He certainly does. Same as Kevin. Same as Ricky. They're buying their dates because they cannot get somebody on their own without showing the color of their pesos. Yeah, I know it's sad. And it's even laughable at times, too. But to that person, they're not really laughing. They're crying on the inside. That their life has come to this, that they're chasing their tail all the time just to find a woman, even if they have to go to the escort service. That it's gotten to that point in their life. That's not living. I'm sorry. I'm living. I'm living. I am living the life. I got what I set out to get, and I'm happy with it, and that's it. I played my cards the right way. Legally and honestly. And of course, you're not going to achieve greatness out here in the Philippines by dating all these different women and saying, oh, what a stud I am. Oh, I got that woman. You know, eye candy on the arm, eye candy. Eye candy when it goes so far. Is she really your girlfriend? Does she really have feelings for you? No. You know that, folks. I know that. But it looks good on camera, doesn't it? It looks real good on camera. Oh yeah, you see the chick I just found. Oh, I'm killing it, man. Every week I'm getting all these women. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. That's what they're telling you. That's what they're telling you. But is it reality? No. It's far from the reality of what's actually going on in their life. But to have to come to the Philippines and have to live this false life, pretend to everybody that I'm killing it, man. I'm just killing it. I always laugh at that one. I'll even verbalize it and say, many times I have, I said, well, tell me, how are you killing it? What are you killing? You're killing yourself. You don't want your pride to get hurt, so you figure, well, I'd rather just pay money for a date, because it don't matter. Because I don't have any intention of a real relationship with somebody that I'm hiring for the night. So if it don't work out, you don't give a shit. Because they can't get a regular woman. Some people are more interested in a blade of grass. I told you, there's sickness out here beyond belief. They can't get a woman any other way unless they pay for that date that night or hire them for a week or a month. That's sad. That truly is sad. So don't envy some of these vloggers' lives because there's nothing to envy. Damn, I'm telling you, I've seen so many shows on here where on one side of the mouth they're talking about how great it is to be in the Philippines and their life. Then the other side of the mouth they're saying, well, I don't know, man. It's kind of dangerous out here. You got to watch out for these Filipinos, man, because they're really going to fuck you over and they're going to take your money and everything else. I know several people, more than that do talk about this shit. On one hand, they're fucking glorifying the Philippines, and on the other hand, they're putting it down and putting Filipino, oh, watch out for them. They're all out to get your money. Oh, if you allow them to. If you meet the wrong person, yeah. How many victims we have of that? People have taken away houses and everything, drained out people's accounts because the chick was, clever enough to play this guy. And this guy allowed himself to be played. Who are you going to be upset? You're going to be upset at the Filipino? Or are you going to be upset at him? Who are you going to feel sorry for? Which one? You can't feel sorry for him that he got himself suckered into a situation. But what I'm saying, if you're going to do a show on here, you're either pro or against the Philippines. If you're really that much against the Philippines, as example, because well, it's where I'm broadcasting from. If you don't like it that much, it hasn't worked out for you, then leave on your own accord. Leave. Leave. And if you have all these thoughts in your head that it's too dangerous out here to live and the cost of living is just, the inflation is going crazy, leave. Find a place that you think is more comfortable for you. But chasing your tail does not get you ahead. It's these people who make the same mistakes over and over and over again. I call it chasing their tail. I use that expression all the time. And we know who the characters are. They're all chasing their tail. I mean, there has to be a finish line somewhere, right? You got to work towards something, a goal. There's got to be that finish line that you're going to cross to get the victory that you're looking for. Like, a real woman that gives a shit about you, for one. There has to be. Or, what's the purpose? What's the purpose? There's no purpose. Especially, you're getting older. We're not getting younger, folks. We're getting older. Have you figured it out yet? Well, people make fun of my age. Fun of my age? Shit, I'm proud of my age. It means I've lived this long. And I've survived all kinds of shit in my life. On a microscopic level to you name it. I survived. I'm proud of my age. A lot of people will not live to be my age, not even close. And they'll make fun and say, Frank's an old man. Well, I'm not a young man anymore. So I guess that terminology could fit. Yeah, I'm an old man. Older, I like to use the expression older. Because it's a state of mind too, besides the state of years or body. It's a state of mind. You could be as old as Popeye if you want. Don't go that far. You are what you make of your life, and if it ain't working for you, that maybe you have to try something different. Who wants to make enemies? Unless it's your intent. I don't think anybody has an intent to make enemies. They just do things that are stupid. They get them in those situations where they create these enemies on their own. Who wants to live life that way? But especially, you've hit your 60s, you're going to retire, maybe you've retired already. You've earned that entitlement of a senior. Well, you never thought that was going to happen, right? Either your lifestyle or just, time has gone by really, really fast and you're questioning yourself saying, how the fuck am I this age or that age? How did time go by that fucking fast? But it does. I mean, I'm telling you, for me, time has whizzed by. Sometimes I sit back and say, how old am I? No fucking shit. How did that happen so fast? It's like when you weren't looking, you're looking the other way and you just, what? Did I just have a birthday recently or something? You say to yourself, no, that was a year ago, Frank. Another year went by and you're another year older. But not a lot of people are as lucky as me. Yeah, you are lucky to be old. In several ways. Because you managed through time to survive to be at your current age, whatever it might be. You did something right, whether it was genetics or lifestyle or whatever it might have been. Fighting microbials, fighting accidents, your body has been challenged from the day you were born. And to live to a ripe age, that's quite an accomplishment these days. That's an enormous accomplishment. Be proud, whatever your age is, that you lived to that age, but not everybody will. I give it a good example. And I don't mean harm to people by saying this. I really don't. I think I've been giving out some really good advice. Curb your attitude. If you're obese and have some other health problems, you're in trouble. You're in big trouble. I don't care how good you feel. You could feel wonderful. Walk down the street, whistle Dixie. You could feel wonderful. But what's going on inside your body as a result of your obesity for a lot of years, it's taken its toll every single day you wake up. You just don't know when it's going to happen. I've taken the time to give the best advice I could, and I'm not a medical professional, but I still took my own personal time. Whether anybody's really listening and absorbing what I had to say, and I know there's been a few people that have, I know they have. When I learn something, I try to share it with people. So I'm a bad guy for doing that. Horrible show where I'm actually trying to educate people on every level possible. Life itself, appreciation of life. I try to wake up people with that and make them realize that life is really short. Some people think they're going to live forever, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. You might think you're healthy as a horse, but then something hits you that you didn't expect. Yeah, and that happens all the time. So you got to watch what you say on here, and you got to watch what you do, because I don't know what your thought process is, if you believe in things like karma, faith, and all that stuff. I don't know, because I don't know many people personally on here. But you got to give it a thought on that. That what you put out, you're going to get back. If you put out good, chances are you're going to get good back. If you put out some bad shit, you're probably, I don't know, what do you want to call it, the law of odds and averages or whatever it might be, mathematically, that, perhaps shit's going to come back on you. We can name people, but you know who they are. A lot of shit's come back on them. There must be something to it. I can't prove that there's karma, but I tell you what, I've seen a lot of it happen. Okay, for my speech making, apparently people are too busy listening to what I have to say rather than putting a dialogue on here. I think some people are afraid to say anything because I think most of the people that are listening at the moment are probably trolls. But that's good. I want you here. I want the trolls here. I want them to listen to me. Even if my whole audience is all trolls, they're still my listening audience. And I want them to hear what I have to say. Good job of coming on my show and listening. Thank you for that. I want that. The more the merrier. Perhaps you have learned something from me. How valuable is knowledge? Knowledge is more valuable than anything. It's more valuable than money. Knowledge is power. So if you don't want to be a misguided missile in your life. If you want to have a good life, you're going to have to, unfortunately, I know it takes a lot of effort with some people, but you're going to have to do things the right way in your life, and you might just get good results. Paying for dates, for example, all the time is one example. It's never going to get you a permanent woman. Yeah, they look good on your arms and everything else. You show them off to people on YouTube. Look what I got this week. Yeah, you notice that they're only around when your paycheck comes? Ricky. He gets together with Apple, and it's usually around that time that he gets his pension. Then she's gone. Then she's gone again. This is what I mean. Hey, but it is your life after all. I can't control what you do. I can give advice, and you can either take it or not. That's up to you. But if you really want your life to go somewhere, you're not doing it right. Who the fuck wants to die old and lonely? I don't think anybody wants that. But fortunately for me, that will never happen. Oh, I'm going to die someday, but I'm not going to die alone. And that means a lot to me. Unless I die, well, my girlfriend's out somewhere, but you can't control everything. But going around paying for your dates every night, it's not only embarrassing, but it's saying a whole lot about yourself. That no woman would want to be with you because of your personality, your character, your thoughts about what women really are to you, other than being a piece of ass. somebody could put on your arm as eye candy. Look what I got, look what I got. Well, actually, a lot of these women I've seen, there's only on one show here, what are the names? You don't know who they are, so it's not worth mentioning. There's a couple on here, but this guy really has a good-looking wife. And they're very charitable with animals. They help them out. They travel around a lot. They're from, was it Canada? And I don't want to kill them because I don't want you to kill their channel. There's this couple. He's a little bit cocky in a way. But he has this very naturally beautiful woman. And she's not Filipino. It's a, in fact, I think they might even be British. She's a lovely looking, kind of blondish chick. She's adorable, absolutely adorable. She's the only show I've seen, a girlfriend or wife of somebody that actually I could say, she's pretty good looking. And honestly, I have not seen that yet on here. But then again, I don't want to be shallow. Beauty is not always outside. Sometimes beauty is within. You can find something beautiful about somebody. It may not be their exterior. So I don't want to sound shallow and say, well, that's all you can get. And I could say that, and I just did anyway. It doesn't matter what the woman actually looks like. That's the truth. If she's good people, if she's really good people, then that's what you need. And don't worry about what other people say. If she means something to you, she charms you in some way, she liberates your feelings on a deep level, physically, emotionally, cerebrally, then she's a keeper. Keeper. Don't make all judgment on looks, that's for sure. But I'm just making a statement that people like to point fingers and say, Gilda this, Gilda that. Well, Gilda's, she's not 20 years old. She's 50. But she's still looking good at 50. Of course, they'll say something about that. You got a grandma for a girlfriend. And I laugh about, I definitely laugh about that. You got too spoiled, folks, by dating these young Filipinas because, come on, look at the reality. Let's go back to America and let's say you're somebody my age and you take interest in somebody her age. Chances are it's not going to happen, right? Not in America. You either got to be rich and she's got to be a gold digger for that to happen in America. You got to be famous, notoriety, notable, have some notoriety. And that's the way it works in America. And it's totally acceptable in America on a level of wealth. But here in the Philippines, people have gotten so used to the fact that, hey, I can get somebody with an age gap difference, a tremendous age gap difference of 50 years. 50 years. Yeah, I'm not shitting you, 50 years. But is it love? Hell no, come on. Let's get real about that. We talk about this a lot. I don't want to sound like all the redundant channels talking about this over and over again, but I'm just making a point. I'm laughing. 50-year-old, a grandma. Get real. There's a 20-year age difference between us. It's not a large age gap. It's a comfortable one. I'm with a mature woman, not with a teeny bopper, still chewing bubble gum, or sucking on their mama's titties. I want to be with a real woman. I want to be with a mature woman. And I think you guys are making a lot of mistakes out there. You see, you've gotten so spoiled that you can get these young women. Right? But you're missing out on the women that are older than what you're going after. There's a big open market on these women right here in the Philippines that foreigners are avoiding because they don't want to be known to be with a woman that's close to his age or maybe not 50 years younger, but maybe 30 years younger perhaps. Oh, no. You want to show people that I could come to the Philippines, I get the youngest women It does something for your ego. But it's not realistic. It's not realistic. The larger the age gap, the more chance that she's using you to get what she wants, money. Hey, 20 years is still a good difference. If I was in America, and I met her in America, and I'm my age, and she's, her age, people would frown on that. Even though she's a mature woman, people would frown on that. But they got so spoiled from coming to Southeast Asia. They got so spoiled. I can get these young, well, I don't want some old bag. How is she an old bag if you got 20, 30, 40, 50 years on her? How is she an old bag? Well, not 50 years, if she's 50 years old. How is she a grandma? So when I hear that, I laugh all the time. Well, I snicker anyway. A grandma? Seriously? Shit. I've got her by 20 years. I'm lucky to have a woman that's 20 years younger than me. That would never happen in America, and I know that. When I got spoiled with the Philippines, I've been back in America when I wasn't dating anybody, on my trips to Philippines, I was spoiled. I had this attitude that, some chick that's, radically younger than me in Hawaii or whatever is going to take an interest in me. That just didn't happen. It wouldn't happen. There was some instances where I met somebody and I'm thinking, but you're not thinking about America. You got spoiled and you're thinking about the Philippines. It's radically different. They're going to see you as their father's age or their grandfather's age. It's not realistic in America. It's realistic in the Philippines. It's an acceptable thing out here. Okay, but I got to go here. I got some tea cooling off here. And I got to think what I'm going to do for break fast. Anyway, I hope again it's been a learning experience for you. We covered quite a few things on here, haven't we? People get what they deserve. In the end, they all do. Either the Grim Reaper comes your way, says it's your time, motherfucker. Got an RSVP to hell for you, you son of a bitch. Yeah. And it's happened, hasn't it? It certainly has. You can't deny that. Were these people great people that died that we know of? No, they weren't. They were antagonists. They were troublemakers. They were cruel. They did a lot of wrong things. So life spit them in the face. When they were spitting at everybody else, Grim Reaper came and they took him away. Simple as that. So don't make fun of somebody's age because you may not reach that age. I know people think they're invincible, they're going to live forever. Now, maybe that's what they thought. But some hidden disease suddenly came up the next morning, you woke up. Surprise! So watch what you say and do on here because karma's a bitch. Meet her. You're not going to like that bitch. Wake up. And if you really are religious, and a lot of people are, I'm not, but if you're really religious, practice what you preach. Don't bother to go to church then. Don't go. Don't read a Bible. Don't quote verses and everything to people. Don't try to hide behind that veil or that facade of your religion, and then you don't practice what you preach and what you've learned. And we have a lot of people that do that, don't we? Why go to church? Why? Is the whole idea of being religious is to be a good person and practice what the Lord would want you to do and behave in a civil way. They don't do that. They're all hypocrites. That's why I don't believe in any organized religion. But as I said all the time, I have absolutely no problem at all if you're religious. If it does you some good, God bless you. But at least practice what you preach. Otherwise, don't throw out all this bullshit about Frank's got to believe in God, like Popeye. In other words, if you don't believe in what I believe in, you're a terrible person. No, it just means I have the ability to make my own decisions. I'm not influenced by the cattle of society like these people are. Oh, my parents were religious. I got to be religious too. Is it because you really believe, or you're trying to honor your parents because they were religious? Which is it? Which is it? I got to go.
Okay, folks, where do we go with this one? It could go a long way, but
Wait, I get the good news.
hold on. Okay, folks, let's begin here. One of our favorite people on here, Mr. Robert Clausen, otherwise known as Popeye, the guy who's preaching religion. He's probably one of the most hateful people on here, on the top of the list, calling me a pedophile. Well, it would happen to Barry, but okay, we won't push into that with Barry at the moment. Say the most hateful things on his show. And what does Popeye do? He's making judgment on me that I'm not by choice, a religious person. That I don't have that choice. So in other words, if you don't follow what Popeye believes in, then you're a horrible person. But the funny thing about all this is that, again, Popeye doesn't practice what he preaches. He's a hateful son of a gun. You could quote all the Bible verses in the world, but you still got an RSVP to fucking hell. He's one of these people that hides behind that veil of the church or his religious beliefs, but could feel that he could go on and talk the most hateful stuff about me and even my partner. He's always talking about her like she's a bad person because she has 8 kids. Well, first of all, there's no 8 kids living at this house. She does have 8 kids, and that's not a sin. And if you're religious in the eyes of God, Popeye, children are children of God. The more the merrier. See, he contradicts himself in so many ways, making a total fool out of himself. He doesn't even realize what he's doing. I have nothing against, I repeat all the time, I have nothing against anybody's religious beliefs. Maybe it's just not mine. Don't matter whether you're Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, you practice Hebrew, whatever, I'm not a religious person, and that is my right. But Popeye doesn't feel that I have a right in my own beliefs. Who is he to make such a judgment, especially coming from him? Popeye is indeed the most bitter, hateful person on YouTube. There's no question about it. There's none. He sits there in his velvet, filthy chair, 50-year-old chair, with cum stains and whatever, and has the audacity to make a judgment on me, and of all people making these judgments, it's Popeye, Robert Clausen. Someone that's not living the life he wanted to live, and he's very bitter. He does a whole show playing, of course, my parts of my show. And the only thing he's talking about, and he's like the ringleader, just like Kevin's the ringleader on his show. Popeye's the ringleader on his show. And he's entertaining people with the same thought process of his, just hateful, ignorant people. And they think they're all cheering him on, but they're not cheering him on. They just want to be heard. Yeah, go get him, Popeye. Go get him, Popeye. That's all it is. Robert, let me tell you something, man. You're not a decent human at all, and I've never met you in person, but if this is part of who you are, your personality in real life, I would never be interested in you as an acquaintance or a friend, ever. I wouldn't want to bother with somebody with the values that you hold, or the lack of values. I don't know, moral turpitude. You seem to think you have a lot of moral turpitude, but I don't think you do. And neither does anybody else, whether they follow you or not. You are a scumbag. There's no question about that. Look, have all the religious beliefs you want. But the difference is, Robert, you have to practice this. You believe in something greater than yourself and, God, right? Greater than yourself. Well, look, it is my understanding, because, I was brought up Catholic, although I'm not a practicing Catholic. Okay, it doesn't mean I have to believe everything in the Bible. It doesn't mean that, I'm going to go around singing the verses and quoting. I'm not going to become a theologist. It's either something I believe in or practice, or I don't. But you see, Popeye, that's my right. And it's everybody's right on here. To believe what they want in. You don't interfere with somebody's religion. You never do that. That would really get people upset. But even these people understand. And this would cause, religious wars throughout history. There's been plenty of them. My God's better than yours. Or there's only one God. It's my God. It's either Allah or Jesus or God. Or, it's just, this is what causes problems with people. If there is a God, I would believe that there is one God. One. How many gods are there supposed to be? One, right. As Gilda said in the background, she said, there's one God, if there is a God. Now, you see, Gilda here she's very religious. I mean, she don't go to church all the time, but, she do what every Catholic girl does. She passes the church, she makes the sign of the cross. She maybe does her own silent prayers for her dad or different things. And
Even you're not religious, if you believe it's truly, it's okay.
well, I don't know. Even if you're not religious, well, I'll fix the line on that. I'm not sure the end of your sentence, but even if you're not religious, you could have something to believe in. It doesn't have to be a God. You could be spiritual. I'm actually spiritual, not religious. There's a difference between spiritual. Spiritual meaning, nature, environment, nature, life itself, our existence, our biology, which amazing our bodies are. Yeah, we came from somewhere, but there's nobody out there that's ever proven we come from God. And if you had to be scientific about it, I think we're all probably, more than likely, we're hybrids. It's becoming more and more evidence out there that there's possibly some intermixing, genetic re-engineering. But I've covered that 2 years ago, I think. I did a big thing on that. So what I'm saying is, I absolutely respect people's beliefs. I don't care what religion you are. It don't matter to me. It don't matter. Your beliefs are yours, but you have to show that same courtesy to somebody else. You can't make a blanket statement and say that Frank or whoever is a bad person because he doesn't believe in a God. You can't make that statement. In other words, you're not part of the crew. You're not part of the cattle. And if you don't believe in God, you got to be a terrible person. How could anybody even say that? There's a lot of wonderful people out there that don't have any religious beliefs at all. And you can't make a judgment on them just because they don't go to church or they don't believe in what you might refer to as a God. It's good to believe in something in your life. Yeah, it is. It's good to have goals in your life. It's good to have things like that. It's good to have something to believe in. Something perhaps greater than yourself. I don't argue that. I don't argue that at all. But Popeye gets really out of line. He's somebody that you'd really want to smack in the face. He's that type of guy that you'd really want to smack him in the face. He sits there in his filthy throne, dishing out insults after insults and insults against me. But look at the life he's actually living. All his morals. What morals does Popeye Robert Clausen actually have? None. How could he knock my girlfriend the way he does? God would not want his children. Popeye's a child of God, right? But he's not following God's guidelines, is he? Popeye's not unfamiliar with the Bible. He's not following God's plans, God's wishes, right? How can you get on a show like Robert Clausen does and and insult to injury and just constantly berate people, which he does every single time that he does a show. Of course, it's always about me because, well, Barry's kind of out of the picture now, so he has to find somebody to rag on. My girlfriend doesn't hold anything against me because I'm not religious, as well as I don't hold anything against her. I may not believe what she believes in, but I still respect her beliefs. And on certain occasions, I have gone to church with her on events that normally I would never enter a church. I've been there on different events, and I've entered the hallowed grounds of a Catholic church. No, I didn't get on fire, but I have entered that in respect for her. No, you'd be right. I don't believe in organized religion. I don't, and I never will. If God came in front of me and showed himself, I'll say, "Hey, I'm a believer. I'll sing all the choruses and whatever. I'll even sing Kumbaya around the campfire." But until I'm scientific, which is my right. Don't tell me what to believe in and not to believe in, Robert Clausen. But I will say that if you're so religious, a practicing Catholic, why don't you act like one? Which is something that you do not do, sir. So, shame on you. Shame on you. You're not a practicing Catholic, not the way you act. You knock Gilda all the time. What does she have to do with anything with your hate for me? Why? Because she supports me morally and every other, she supports me. That's what your partner does, or your wife. The fact she has 8 children, that's a crime? Well, wait a minute, you're Catholic. Well, you're religious anyway. God's children, right, Robert? Why would you knock and mock the fact that she has 8 children? It's not like 8 children living in this house. They don't. And they're very well structured, behaved children. They're in college. They're, like some of them got good professions.
If the children live here, so what do you care?
And what do you care? Why does it bother you so much? Whether she has 1 children or 15 children, what is the point of that? There is no point. There's none. And I wish some people would kind of hone in on this too. Your opinions are very welcome. I have my own. It don't matter what you say to me. I mean, I'm trying, I don't really need your comments to drive the point home, but if you want to comment on this, you're certainly welcome to do so. Popeye is like one of the lowest scumbags you could ever want to deal with. And people who support Popeye are just as bad as he is. Popeye, I don't care what you believe in. It's all good. It's all good. But act the part. That's all I'm saying. If you want to fiddle, Popeye, learn how to play it. Instead of listening to a bunch of noise. And that's all you do is noise. Nothing you say is ever backed up on your channel. Nothing you say is ever backed up. But, Judgment Day will come. If you believe in there's a Judgment Day, judgment will come for you, Popeye. And it may happen in your lifetime. That karma just might catch up with you, or maybe it's your calling. God's going to take you. Or the devil, Satan's going to take your soul. You could believe in God all you want, but you're going to hell. If there is a purgatory, there is judgment, you're going to be judged. And if so, you're being judged right now by your behavior. Stop being such a hypocrite, Popeye. That's what I'm saying. And as I always say here, hypocrisy is deafening. Practice what you preach. Don't tell me what I should believe in, Robert. You have no right to do that. And you're in absolutely no position to tell me what to do. If you're religious, practice your religion, but practice what you believe. Don't be calling people fucking pedophiles because you figure I could get away with it. What kind of a religious or Christian are you to say that kind of shit? Or hope that I die. What kind of a person are you? I think you better read that Bible a little bit more. And you better get to that confessional booth a little bit more. I know. 10 Hail Marys is going to absolve all the horrible things that you do. So you can go back on Monday to do it after all. Isn't that the way it works? But, you know, you're not a moral example of any man. Put religion aside. The shit you do is ugly. You're ugly inside and out. Practice what you believe in, but the point is, Robert, show it. Exhibit it. If you're so proud to be a Catholic and religious, why don't you practice what you preach instead of coming on your show and trashing on people? That's not the behavior of a practicing religious person, Catholic or otherwise. Practice what you preach, Mr. Clausen. You're not. You are an extremely vile person in every way. And anybody who supports you is just as bad as you. All I see on hate on YouTube is a lot of fucking hate. Where it derives from, I really don't know. But it's great to witness this because it really enforces my belief about today's society. It really helps me understand we as humans in our society on this planet on where things have gone to. It reinforces my beliefs, and thank you for reinforcing my beliefs. If there is a hell, Popeye, you already got your RSVP to hell. I'd worry about yourself. Don't worry about what life somebody else is living. Because you were so bitter and miserable about your lonely life that you can't get a woman or you can't get it up or both, does not mean you have to be bitter to everybody on YouTube or to me in particular. You only wish you had my life. You only remotely wish. You're afraid to go back to the Philippines, and maybe for good reason. Maybe you are really immobile, maybe. Maybe that's not all a joke. But maybe you've also made enemies here in the Philippines. You don't want to see yourself around. Maybe you don't want to run into me. And I'm not going to guarantee you anything if I ever ran into you. Now, you could post all those statements you want about, Frank ain't going to do nothing. I'm like, 12,000 miles away. You're not going to show up at my door. Then he clicks a gun. He clicks a gun on his show. Wow. You're quite a Catholic. You are the most... The hypocrisy with you, Robert, is so extreme. What a hypocrite you are. Look, because you had a kind of a downsized career. Oh, I guess we should thank you for being in the service, of course. I thank you, Popeye, for being in the service. But stop overplaying, and that's the other issue, too. False valor, something like that. Popeye was not in the foxholes. He didn't see no action, but I really loved it when he came on that day. You have no idea what I've seen. Oh, shut the fuck up. False fucking valor or whatever. Popeye, the only action you've seen was some whore's mouth underneath the round table in Subic Bay. That's the action you saw. That's your action. You haven't been married for how many decades now? You haven't been laid, and I'm pretty damn sure you haven't, because who the fuck would want to lay you anyway? Who would even want to take your money to get laid? You're that much of a lowlife that even for money you probably couldn't get laid. You're not going to just die, Popeye. You're going to uggle to death because you are ugly inside. You're going to uggle to death. And how dare you come on and try to label me as a horrible person because I'm not religious, that I don't share your beliefs. I don't normally like to talk about religion on here because it's a very sensitive topic. But whether you're religious or not, and to those religious people, I'm not going after you because you're religious. In fact, I encourage you to believe in something. And if it's a God, that's fantastic. I don't care what you believe in. I'm not against anyone's religion on here. Let's make that straight. No one. I don't care if you're Muslim, Catholic, Presbyterian, Seventh-day Adventist. I don't care. Whatever. It don't bother me. If it makes you happy and it makes your life happy somehow, gives you some kind of guidance of somehow, then I'm happy for you. But don't make me a third-class citizen because I'm not religious. I have every single right to believe in whatever I want to believe in. Nobody can force me to become religious. It's not my thing. It may be yours, but don't feel that you're at a higher level than me because you believe in a false god. Don't try to make yourself look down on me because I'm not religious. It's my right. It's my choice. It's not yours. And it's not for you to say. Just like some people look down on people who smoke. Oh, you're a third-class citizen because you smoke. No, you're not. You could be the greatest person in the world and drink or smoke. You may have made bad choices, but it doesn't mean you're a bad person either. Believe me, I've experienced things like that. I've had some women, maybe they wouldn't want to date me because I smoked in the past. That's their choice. That's okay. But you don't say that this is a low-class person. You don't say that this is a bad person because they have a certain habit, whether you drink or whatever. Consequences of your actions will take place in time. It will, or may not. You make your own choices. You don't have to follow anybody else's choices. Well, Popeye, you've come to a point where maybe your life, your living life, is your hell. And maybe it was self-created hell. Because you don't sound like a happy person to me and to anybody else. You are so bitter you don't talk about anything positive at all on your show. Nothing. I can't remember anything positive you talked about other than Nico's fucking grass. Get a life, Popeye, then talk to me. Okay? Go get a girlfriend, then talk to me. Let's see the change in your attitude when you find somebody who gives a fuck about you. But that's what you hate about me. You hate the fact that I do have someone who loves me and respects me and vice versa. Something you have not achieved and cannot achieve in your life. Greatness. This is greatness. It absolutely is. You will die alone other than your daughter hanging around the house. You're not going to have a woman by your side to hold your hand or to say their goodbyes or vice versa. You're not going to have that. So I got something greater than you will ever have. I'm not going to die alone on this planet. You will, sir. It's a lonely experience, I'm sure. So before you open your mouth on your show, Popeye, take a good deep look and reflect upon yourself and the shit that you do and say. You've wished many people dead on here. Heart Attack Mike, you call him that. It's not his name, okay? His name is not Heart Attack Mike. And you're the one that wished him with a toe tag on him when he had a heart attack and went to the hospital. That's what kind of wonderful religious person you are, Popeye. You wish me dead. You call me a fucking child molester. You knock Gilda all the time. What makes you think you're a good person? Oh, because you're religious, you believe in a God? That doesn't make you a good person. It makes you a fucking hypocrite. You contradict everything you talk about religious. You don't practice it. So why don't you practice what you preach? And maybe people consider listening to you and really care about what you say. You still have time, maybe, to turn your life around. But if you're really that religious, then you understand that you're being judged. You forgot that one, right? Oh, you don't care whether you go to heaven or hell. If you're not religious, you're going to believe there's a heaven and hell, right? Most people, religious, believe that. You really want that RSVP ticket to hell? You already earned it. You've done a lot of bad in your life, Popeye. You really have. Especially the fact that you beat up your wife and that's why she divorced you. How dare you? How dare you preach your religion on me or anybody else? You're no better than Barry. You're no better than him. But you sure like talking about people, don't you? You are a disgusting person, Popeye. Practice what you preach or shut the fuck up.
I was going to try my British accent, but it really doesn't work. So I failed on a British accent. So I'm just going to be myself. The Walk of Fame. A little lonely. Who would have thought? Okay, I suppose I should wait till a couple of people show up on here. I'm not going to do a long show here because I still got some chores to perform here, but I've been on this phone a long time, actually, listening to bands from the 80s. I mean, a lot of my favorites, REM, Duran, people like that, which is some of my favorite 80s bands, I guess, yeah. There's some songs that are just stuck in my head that I can't get out. Well, better to have a song stuck in my head than an insult. Here's the thing, not a lot of people, but I get people that email me here and there. Some of them are assholes, and some of them seem to be pretty good people, but see, I don't know who they are, and, it's like a Brevis situation. Oh, I followed you a long time, it's a kind of that train of thought, It would be nice to actually communicate with Frank, through an email. And I got to just make people understand, I don't know who you are, and you're trying to be friendly with me. I appreciate that rather than trashing me, but I don't know who you are, and I'm not your friend. And any notoriety I have is through YouTube. I'm not out to look to make friends out here. I just do shows. And I appreciate the emails, but understand something. When I don't know who I'm talking to, I don't know your real name, I've never seen a photograph of you, and I have no clue who you are, well, I can't continue that conversation. I just put you in my spam folder. And some thoughts have been shared with me, good thoughts, but as I said, I don't know who you are. Now, if you introduce yourself on a messenger on Facebook or something, put your face on there. All right, I'm going to put a voice and a face to the person who's writing me. Unless you got something to hide, they'll say, well, I'm not a troll. Is there something wrong with, am I saying something wrong to you? No, you're not saying anything wrong to me. It's just that I don't know who you are. I'm not asking much, but you can't try to have a pretend friendship with me when I just don't have a clue who you are. I mean, I think that's a fair statement. So no offense to the few people that do write me now and then. I'm no superstar, and getting to know me is not going to make you famous or infamous as I am, whatever. However you want to look at it, You don't want to go there anyway, really. Nah, you don't. It's really strange, and I must say it, that I don't have a huge following on here, but I don't know. I don't know many people that don't know who I am, but you would think I'd have 100,000 subscribers. Oh, by the way, subscribership is going up, and no, I'm not buying anything. It gets kind of scary with some people, like, Brevis, for example, when he started coming around, of course, unannounced. That's like I said, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. All right, so you've been following me since day one. Who am I, Duran? I mean, Groupies. He was a fucking groupie. I don't need groupies. I don't need groupies, but I have groupies, and they're the trolls. They love me. They can't stop talking about me. What effect do I have on people? Frank this, Frank that, Frank this, Jesus Christ. Never had that much attention in my life from any girlfriend I've ever had, even including the one I have now. I mean, that's a little much. It's a little much. But everybody needs a little attention every now and again. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think, what is the attention for anyway? Are you in love with me or something? Becoming a YouTube legend. I never even asked for it. I mean, in some ways, I suppose it's flattering. Even the ones that come on here to knock me all the time, it's still flattering. It's one way, sick way or another, but why? What's all the hoop-de-doo about the man that they like to call frail old Frank or whatever? I don't get it. Yeah, I do got quite a personality, I must admit. And that's not saying that with my knuckles rubbing on my chest, nothing like that. But I seem to have some kind of a style or something that attracts people to listen to me. Maybe because I actually have something to say. Oh, that could be it. Instead of all this jibber-jash that you hear on YouTube, the same old shit. How much does it cost to live in it? Oh, please, man. Come on. I know you're trying to make money and shit, but that just gets awfully repetitive. I find it hard on here to really, only a few people really that I actually follow. And, with all the years I've been on, it's really amazing to say that. I mean, there's only like a few people on here that you actually follow. Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. It's because maybe they have something to say that makes sense, or they actually have something to talk about, or something you could learn from. It's not just empty entertainment. Oh, what did he say? Oh, we gotta go after this guy. We don't want him to have a lot of viewers. What is this envy and jealousy shit going on? What am I doing to make you guys envy and jealous of me? I don't understand it. I just really don't. I'm just a simple guy who makes no claims to fame and nothing. I just do a show. Seinfeld show. It's a show about nothing, but it's a show about something. The trolls just take to me like it's unbelievable. Instead of just being honest and complimenting me and say, Frank, hey man, I like your shows. I like what you have to talk about. Everything from your speaking voice to the topic matters you have. That's cool. Tell me that. So, let's see. Oh, Region. Brevis comes off as a nut job. He's a super fan. Oh, he is. Super fan. He knows every single detail about everything that has taken place in the community in the last day. Oh, absolutely, man. Scented memoirs. Sorry, my stream was boring for you. I'll try to improve. I don't even know who you are, Scented memoirs. I don't know. Do I know who you are? I don't know. Region says, if I was 50 and still living at home with my mother, like Jay Stillman does, I'd be jealous of you. You go, guys, you think I'm joking, don't you? What kind of a phenom am I supposed to be? I try to make my shows that they're worth listening to. And, I play around. It's also entertainment to me, or else I wouldn't be doing this shit. No matter how pissed off I get at people on here and how there's a lot of people that seem to be kind of adverse with me, but I still try to put on a show that is not generally one topic. And I do segue a lot. I mean, a lot from topic to topic because I don't even want to make myself bored. Nevertheless, the people that are listening to me, I couldn't put them through that. as much as I don't want to put myself through that, I mean, geez, I'm actually being serious. I don't want to bore people to shit as much as I don't want people to bore me to shit. That's why there's certain shows I can't listen to. Sure, I get the curiosity. I listen to some people talking about me, and I laugh. I actually laugh. I actually have the capability of laughing. I laugh because it's like, what are they talking about? I have no idea who they're talking about, in fact. Me? People sort of think they know more about me than I know about myself. How could you? I don't think that's humanly possible. I know a lot of people enjoy listening to me, and I know if I was really off YouTube, there would be a void on here. Popeye, I don't know what he would do, as well as others. I have no idea. Kevin, people like that, I have no idea what they would do at that time. But maybe it'll give them time to wake up a little bit and say, you know what, man, I think it's time that I get a life or something, that, I find something to do with their life besides rank on Frankie time. I've heard every rank that's even possible. And if you think you're getting to me, it just hasn't worked so far. You know what they say? Definitions of insanity is, doing something over and over again and try to achieve something that you're never really going to accomplish. And what have you accomplished so far? I'm still here. Here I am. Here I am. So what have you accomplished? Sorry, I'm having some 100% cacao chocolate. You know how it is with a rock star? You'd love to get to know a rock star and sit at the table and have a drink with him or something. I'm no rock star. I'm no rock star, man. And in fact, I'm far from being a rock star, but I do appreciate your attention. I mean, I really do. I actually do. My show should be a lot bigger than this through the years. I should have a couple of 100,000 subscribers. I mean, in all seriousness, I should have a couple of 100,000 subscribers. But I have a limited amount. Okay, Sentiments. Your comment was boring. Abo lover on my main account. I am a... Huh? Scented memoirs. What comment? Your comment was boring. Abo lover. Oh, I said you were Abo lover. My main account. I've heard of your name, dude, but I don't know who you are, and I don't remember what you're saying. I've seen your name as a troll on other channels, and why are you on my channel? You want to give me some shit? Nah, just go to the channels and give me shit on your comments on other people's channels, but don't come to mine, buddy. You're gone. Not on my channel. This is my turf. I make the decisions as to who's going to comment on my channel. And I recognize your name, and yes, you are a troll. I've seen some comments you made on other shows, so why are you coming to mine? Are you lonely today? Are you bored today? Well, that's too bad. Yeah, I am actually more into music than you think I am, actually. And I do love a lot of stuff from the 80s. Well, when there's a different kind of music that came in, that was introduced. And I get bands like R.E.M., Duran Duran, and stuff like that, I could listen to this. When you become undone, a Duran Duran song. He had a great vocalist there, this one chick, but he had a couple of different ones that would come on there and replace the original. I think the original was some black chick or something. What a voice, Duran Duran. There's a few favorites I have too that I just listen to it over and over again. There is one thing about music, it does bring you back in time, it really does. I think that's something I think we all have in common. Believe it or not, we probably have something in common, believe it or not. It's probably music. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go again. Jay Stillman has Cro-Magnon features. He looks like a caveman who lives with his mother. All right, I'm just kind of like, you know, I mean, aren't we just kind of played out with this shit? The truth is, who cares about Jay Stillman? He has to live his own life, as pathetic as it is, but you don't have to. And, you know, this is the whole thing. Would you listen to my show if I didn't talk about other YouTubers? It's a question that I brought up many times. Why would you come here? Again, you're all looking for drama. I'm not a drama queen. Go talk to Heidi. She's a drama queen. She talks about everybody in their show. This is coming from a person who robbed a couple of pharmacies, made believe she had a bomb on her. Like, if you didn't know that, now you know it. And she went to prison for that. How she got in the country, I still don't know. But she might have a surprise because immigration is coming down on people with that kind of a felony record. So maybe the next time she goes to renew her visa, she might have a surprise. Who knows? How did they allow her in the country in the first place? How did they allow a lot of these creeps in the country? But I think the immigration is going in a better direction and not letting in people that have these felonies and are possibly a good possibility of causing trouble in the Philippines. Yeah, they're getting my famous 13's here. My favorites. Famous 13 is here. Wow. 13 is supposed to be an unlucky number if you're superstitious. 13. That means there's 13 trolls that are avid fans of mine. Well, a fan is a fan, right? Okay. Look, I don't care about Jay Stillman or anybody on here. Some of these people are not going to be around too much longer. Okay? That's the way I see it. You don't have to worry about them. They can talk anything they want about me, but their time on this, well, as everybody's time is limited, of course. Let's be real about it. Mine too. But someday I'll be gone. Who are you going to talk about then? But someday they're going to be gone. Probably sooner than later. We'll find out because we'll hear about it. And then tell me if I'm right. Frank was right. Frank predicted a particular person or persons, they croaked. Frank had good insight. We'll see. Then they're never a problem anymore. Creeps like Popeye, people like that. He's like the Walking Dead. Oh, yeah, somebody wrote me something kind of cute about Popeye. Popeye was this, what do you call, kind of a guard, security guard in the Navy, right? Security patrol. And he said that Popeye is the kind of guy, him and his group, you know, would use their uniform and the fact guards to beat up drunks, to go around beat up on people that couldn't take care of themselves. They were drunk or so. They used to like beating up on drunks. This is the religious guy we talked about earlier, you know. God, Popeye. Oh, I said God. Well, God spelled that backwards as dog. I love dogs. I slipped. Was it Freudian? No, it wasn't Freudian. Popeye has tons of trolls. He's very fast to block people. Yeah, I know. He wouldn't let me talk on his show anyway. He wouldn't allow me to come on his StreamYard. No, he wouldn't. He'd just flurry away real quick. He'll block me. So I never try. I don't want to come on his StreamYard anyway. He probably wouldn't let me talk. He would just block me. Once I got the best of him, he'd probably block me. Okay. Let's have a moment of discovery. Why do you come to my show? That's what I want to know. Be honest. Do you come here to listen to drama? Or do you think I have something to say that maybe people are not doing on their shows? Popeye doing a poll. Yeah, he did a poll on his show where 90% people, were agreeing in his direction, something about me if I'm crazy or something. I don't know who defines crazy, first of all, but anyway, beyond that. Yeah, they were all people with sock accounts. Nice job, Robert. No cigar. So tell me the truth. Why do you come and listen to my channel? Are you expecting drama? And if I don't talk about drama, you're gone? I mean, what is the real story that you come and listen to my show? I don't have a lot of people to do a big poll on. Nothing. We didn't go to the store. I said, what are we going to eat? I said, I don't know. There's nothing. We didn't go to the store. We haven't done any major shopping in a while. And boy, I tell you, man, I've eaten my share of chicken like you wouldn't believe. I mean, I like chickens, according to how it's prepared, but in all seriousness, man, you can only have so much chicken. Yeah, I don't eat pork, and I try not to eat too much beef, so I don't know what's left. I don't eat fish. Okay, you had got hooked and you had to see how it all transpired and ended. Yeah, Regent says you come to my channel mainly for drama. When I found your channel, you was just returned from Hawaii and started beefing it up at Frisbee. So in other words, you're a troll, Regent. You're a troll. You come on my channel looking for drama. You can't find a good point about my channel? Is that all you people do is look for drama on here? How much of a void do you have in your life that you got to scour the channels just to find drama? I don't get it. Oh, I know it's easy to get caught up in the drama on here. Because soap operas, I guess, are no longer on TV, as far as I know. People got hooked on soap operas. Ask your parents, they grew up with it. You got hooked and had to see how it all transpired and ended. Well, it ended with Barry. Barry will wind up home. You might spend time in jail for a while. So the Barry saga is over. Counterflow says, I like the entertainment and different topics. For us, wise, mature men. Okay, honest answer. I can relate with that. I could be entertaining and I could be serious at the same time. I could joke around quite a bit. You got to kind of mix it up, really. If you can't mix it up, it's just not interesting to listen to. Add a little humor to it every now and then doesn't hurt. Sing a little, whatever, whatever makes you happy. And it's an outlet for all of us, for you and for me. It's an outlet. You remember, I lived this exciting life. I'm killing it, remember? I'm killing it. I'm not killing anything. Except ants. I don't claim I'm killing anything, man. I'm just alive and I'm living and I'm doing my thing, whatever it might be. That's it. Yes, a full show of Mr. Costanza would be boring, so you bring the Jerry and Kramer into it. Yeah, I do. I certainly do. Levels, Counterflow. Levels. The secret is levels. Jerry, levels. The one thing I loved on that show is when Kramer really went way out. He found in the garbage near NBC or something, broadcasting a TV. It was Johnny Carson's or somebody. All their stage stuff, couch and all that, and curtains and everything. And Kramer sets up his little apartment. It looks like a stage on a talk show. And he really believed he was talking to an audience. He has Jerry coming there, and even George, I think, too. They sit down, and Kramer's asking questions. He's acting like a host on a talk show. And Jerry's looking like, what the fuck? What the hell did you do, Kramer? There's no audience here. There's nobody. Who are you talking to? Oh, the late night show. Yeah. I can't stand your Costanza.
That's when George ran into his old coach on the library, New York Public Library, I think it was steps. He was down and out. He didn't like his coach. He was mean to him. And George got a kick out of that he was down and out. But all these years, he remembered George because he couldn't stand him. And then he comes out with that little line, "I can't stand you, Costanza," you know. The late night show. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. You got to admit, that was a good show. I also liked Frasier. It's supposed to take place in Seattle, but, they just show certain scenes. But it was a Seattle state of mind, though. I mean, they really got it down, really. The coffee shops, all this other stuff, and the yuppies. And they did a pretty good job on Frasier. That's why I liked all the characters on Frasier, too, actually. I don't watch it anymore. I'd have to look it up on YouTube or something. I'm sure I could find some repeats of Seinfeld and Frasier. And all. I'll tell you, before I went to bed when I was living in Hawaii, I used to, it goes beyond that too, Seattle, but I used to listen to, they had the reruns of Frasier or Seinfeld, whatever they had on at the time. They switched it around. And I used to listen to that before I went to bed. Besides Coast to Coast, I used to listen to Coast to Coast. And so the commercials just got in the way, which got to be too much. In fact, right now, geez, man, you go on like YouTube, I don't know, at least what's on my TV. I don't know what the difference is, but it's on my phone or my TV on Bluetooth. But every 3 to 4 minutes, man, there's an advertisement on there. About maybe 4 minutes. I think there's a way of getting rid of those ads. I got to check into it, but you can't watch a show. Unlike Netflix, you don't have any interruption, but YouTube, I mean, it's like every 4 minutes. Who do you love? What do you do? What have you come undone? That's been in my mind like crazy. Because he has this magical voice, There are some really good bands out there, man. Now, look, I never got into the metal. I'm sick of looking at James, what's his name, the bassist, singer, whatever, from Metallica. He comes on there like a big shot, smoking his big old fucking Guinness cigar, whatever it is, some big-ass fucking cigar. I'm the king of metal. I'm the king of metal. Watch my smoke. When their profession goes to your heads, I don't enjoy it anymore. When it goes to your head. When you become too cocky. $13 a month, I could go instead of spending $13 a month. I'm not that into it, to go spend money every month to get rid of the ads. I mean, I could handle the ads. I just hit, skip ad, whatever on there when it comes time, I mean, I could deal with it. But it's not going to ruin my life. But, no, it becomes kind of bothersome, So what the hell are you guys doing, man? I just spent a lot of good quality time with my girlfriend today, just cuddling and, having the privacy away from the kids. And there's only three here now, her daughter and the two that live here, actually. They're always busy in their room doing something, or in the living room. They're all online or watching something. I mean, everybody's kind of doing their own thing around here, And I kind of like that. Everybody's pretty independent in here. We have our privacy time and time alone, and without being bothered by the kids or anything. Sometimes it's nice to just relax and cuddle and not say much, And just be at peace in mind and soul, it's nice to have that. And if you're really lonely, you'll know what I'm talking about. To have some woman to cuddle up with. And we're not always talking about sex. Cuddling don't mean sex, although it could lead to it. But sometimes it's nice just to kind of kick back with your lady and just
chill, from the day, whatever. That's what I like. It's a long story. No, I didn't meet her at a bar or anything like that. Don't listen to Popeye. Long story short, there was one of the dating sites, there was an ad, but it was really her friend that was doing this. It was kind of a funny thing, really, but goofy, kind of, really. I had visited here before, but I had a whole month on this trip I was making. And I didn't really have anybody lined up to meet. There was some of the gals I used to see when I used to come here, but I didn't really want anything to do with them. I said, no, I can't give up. I paid for airline tickets. I paid for reservations for a condo. I was at the point of telling my brother, I said, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just lose the money and say, fuck it. But I decided to go. And I had one gal that was in my, call it my little black book, that I started to talk to on some dating site. I don't remember, Philippine Cupid, whatever it was. I don't know. A long time ago. And her friend actually put that ad on there as a joke or something, And the person that was on there was not her. Then she did get on the phone though, and pretty much showed it was her, And we started talking. I said, well, look, it was her friend that was doing that, actually, the ad. They was just curious at who would get back to them or her friend. But it did get back to Gilda. I mean, we talked. I said, well, I'm in town now, so if you want to meet, I said, I want to meet at Robinson's Fuente. And right on the steps there. I said, meet me at a certain time. I said, what are you going to be wearing? She said, a white top and jeans or whatever. And I was sitting there on the phone trying to text her, and she was smart. She got there pretty quick, and she was right behind me about 5 steps up. Well, I'm trying to text her, and she didn't say nothing. I turned around, she just smiled and trying to play with my head a little bit. It was funny, but that's where I met at Robinson's Fuente. That's where we planned to get together. I didn't meet her on the street or nothing. It was a meeting place that we had scheduled. Yeah. That's kind of how it went. We got together. She came down to my condo, and we talked and talked and talked and talked. Got to know each other. No sex, nothing like that. She wasn't a tramp like some of these people meet. In fact, I had it on video when Gilda first came there, I actually had it on video. I still have it somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is. The last time I saw it, it was like no sound on there or something. I don't know what happened. No running into bed or anything like that. That didn't happen for a while. She's a pretty straight up person. Wasn't looking for money. Didn't ask me what I did for a profession. Nothing, I got lucky on the meeting. As it turned out, it was like we wouldn't be together today if I didn't decide to say, fuck, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Let me go in my little black book. And I used to talk to this gal. And, decided to give her a call. And she was home and was available. And so we met. Pretty simple. And we kind of hit it off. Took a little while, to really hit it off. But didn't jump into bed or nothing like that. Didn't happen anything like that. Not a huge story, but that's kind of how it began. Oh, somebody asked me how did I meet Gilda, but we were talking about some other different stuff before that. You're not missing anything. I initially started talking about how people write me on my email, and I don't even know who they are. Just trying to develop some kind of a pseudo friendship with me or something. There's some people that are nice that write me, but I told the last guy, I said, look, I don't even know who you are. If you can't present yourself or get on Facebook Messenger or something or show who you are, I said, don't bother to write me anymore. I said, you're probably just a troll. He said, no, I'm not a troll. Is it just being friendly? I'm just trying to write you. I don't want some psychopath like Brevis, you know, some stalker. I don't want no stalkers. Some of these people could be stalkers. Well, you know, Jay's Brevis's thing. I'm your biggest fan, Frank. I'm your biggest fan. Oh God. Oh gosh, he did turn out to be a creep after all. So I guess I got I got good judgment on people. I guess we knew right away the guy was a creep. Yeah, creepy people do creepy things. How about Jay Melby? I like that. No, today's just a chill day. That's all it is. It's kind of mixed weather, little occasional rains. I see the trees blowing out there. Oh, there is supposed to be some system moving into Versailles. It's supposed to be finally. I think there's a system that's moving in that could be, you know, hurricane types, typhoon stuff. I don't know when it's supposed to come, but it's been pretty quiet otherwise with that kind of shit. But I think there is a system moving in. It might affect the area a little bit around here. Apple J. Melby says, I was lurking on Discord. Someone was mentioning you almost chose Brazil over Philippines. Nah, no, it wouldn't have happened. No, what they're talking about was I was in communication with a very lovely Brazilian girl. And what was it? Alfredo, something sent? Alfredis, Freitas, Brazil, somewhere. Anyway, she's a nice gal. But problem is, I mean, our communication was terrible. She didn't really speak any English at all. And she had to use a translator or something. And I would try to say a few things. And she understood some things in writing, but she had a very protective mother. I mean, oh my God, protective. Smart. She became a lawyer and a psychologist at once. Amazing. We would talk on Skype as best as we could, or Messenger, whatever it was at the time. Yeah, but I wouldn't have been able to go to Brazil. It's a very dangerous area she lived in. Being a gringo in that area, I don't think that would work out. She lived in a very small town. Well, believe me, I'd be noticed right away. And her mother was so overprotective that she wouldn't let me meet her anyway. So the mother was really highly overprotective. She couldn't explain it to her mother, you know. So that's kind of how that happened. But I stayed in touch for a lot of time until they started attacking me on YouTube and calling me a predator and all this stuff. And she always said that she always listens to my social media. She always follows me on it. Then the communication stopped, you know. And Barry had something to do with that, with his allegations of being a sexual predator and all that shit. And the edited videos that you've probably seen. So I haven't heard from her. It's a shame, but you know, hey. We just became friends at that point, but I'm in a relationship, so. But no, there's been no contact. Not for a long time. So yeah, he did break up a friendship, Barry. That's why I have a lot against him. The damage, you know, the fingers spread, you know, damage spreads out in different directions when you do shit like Barry did. So he pretty much deserves everything he's gotten so far and more as far as I'm concerned, really. But the way it works, now he's going to lose his gal. Don't think anything to do about that situation. I just don't think so. What a voice this guy had. And some of these singers now, I mean, they sound just as good as they did when they were back in the 80s and stuff. They still retain their voice. There's some that really had to retire because they couldn't do it no more in the travel and everything else. It seems like the 80s was just yesterday, really. With some of these songs, they just live on. I know the strange thing is when, you may have noticed people back in the 70s or 80s, whatever, when they're in their prime and how they looked and everything else. And then you look at, how you can't avoid seeing it. They have all these, I don't know, is it Facebook? Facebook feeds, then and now. They're always using that once a Forever Young song, which is another thing that's out there, intensely out there. And it shows them in the past how they looked in their heyday, and it shows them now. Some of it's pretty frightening. Some of them are frightening. That time didn't do them really well. Oh, got my hair cut today. I was overdue by a month or more. But he made the time to come over here. Now I got to get my nails done on my feet. That's the next thing. Before I, savagely hurt somebody with my nails. Yeah. You got to keep your shit together, man. You just got to do. As you get older, man, you got to keep your shit together, man. I mean, what else are you going to do? Just let your life loose and just fall apart? I mean, you can. That's a choice you have to make, but that's not who I am. I do my best to stay alive. Well, the best I could, anyway. All right, I got to think of what the hell I'm going to eat. Am I going to splurge tonight on some chicken parmesan? You know what I do with that chicken parmesan, don't you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I got that toasted garlic bread. I make a sandwich out of it, the famous chicken parmesan sandwich. I don't know, really. I could eat something as simple as kidney beans and lettuce. I mean, I could, put something together with kidney beans, but I think lately I kind of sort of have to avoid the beans for a while. I mean, sometimes too much is enough, if you know what I'm saying. Lentils, kidney beans, things like that. Grains, oh, the grains. Look, it's great to have grains, but I'm going to tell you, those grains do their job. They certainly do. Don't have too much grains. Best advice I could give you. Don't have too much grains on top of eating beans. Don't do it. On top of having vitamin C and magnesium on top of that. On top of that, having a quarter teaspoon of olive oil at night. That is a recipe for major disaster in the CR. As a recipe for disaster. You were lurking on Discord. So what's going on Discord? What's the story? What are they talking about these days? As I said, I don't go on there. They downing me? Are they supporting me? Who are they attacking this time? What's the story, man? What's the story, Jerry? There was a commercial, a car salesman on. I grew up in New York. I hated that. What's the story, Jerry? Sounded like, an Italian, a guy with an Italian accent. Hey, what's the story, Jerry? Sound like you're from Jersey or Brooklyn or something, These two guys would put on these comical commercials. There's also another guy who did commercials too. He had a monkey on there, an ape or something. Used car salesman. That's amazing. All the gimmicks they do to try to sell their cars. Flying Surface Reborn Liberal. They was just singing your praise, singing my praise. Not literally. Singing my praise. Okay. Yeah, Popeye had an interesting poll on there this morning. He had 90% against me on saying I'm crazy, but it was everybody who was against me actually, and it was people with sock accounts. So I mean, that's where he got his 90% from. Whatever it was, 90%. Counterflow talking to Region V1 357 pesos. Oh, 357 pesos a month for premium, no ads. Really? On what? No ads for. Oh, you mean YouTube Premium or Netflix, some kind of premium? You're probably talking about YouTube Premium. And how do we get that? Oh, YouTube. Oh, man, I'm telling you.
I'm at that point. I need something. If I have to pay for it, I will. But there's nothing on there, man. And I wind up watching a lot of shit over and over again. Again, I want to throw the damn remote control. I don't have to because I always have it on my lap. And every time I get up, I forget it. It's on my lap and it falls on the floor and then the cover falls off. It probably 5 times a day on some days. Because my reclining chair doesn't have any pockets on the side, You really should join Aloe's Discord. Just block the hell. I don't want to get. I'm lucky I'm even on fucking YouTube, man. I don't worry about going on Discord. I don't want to extend myself out any more than I am. Sometimes I feel it's almost obligatory for me to be on YouTube here. I got to seem to please my viewers, as limited as they are. I have to be a crowd pleaser. Actually, 5 accounts for $357. Less might be $354. 5 accounts. And where do you apply for this to get to sign up for YouTube Premium? You know what I sometimes do now, because maybe I miss some movies. I go on my phone, and I'll look into sci-fi movies or something like that. I'll go through, and then I'll just kind of hit that little square, Bluetooth it, send it over to my TV, and watch it on there. But unfortunately, even on there, it's the same shit you're going to find on there on YouTube. Only it's more condensed on there. You can just flip back, scroll, and see if you find something you haven't seen. But the truth is, I've seen almost every sci-fi movie that's ever been out there. Almost every disaster movie that's ever been out there, whether it's hurricanes, tsunamis, volcanoes. I think they're having is the Etna? What volcano was also going off in Italy somewhere? I know there's a volcano that was sort of really acting up somewhere. I'm not talking about the ones in this country, but well, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to look up into something there because I do spend some time watching TV. After all, I have no life, remember? Okay. So, it's really nice to see some shit. But, truthfully, I don't know what else is out there even on premium because, especially during the COVID time, they weren't making no movies in Hollywood or anywhere, And they would create movies specifically for Netflix and stuff. There's a lot of movies that were actually made by or for Netflix, but YouTube is just a repetition. For example, you get something new, newly released. Yeah, something from 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, or 40 years ago. I mean, there's not much I haven't seen. If it's a disaster movie, natural disaster, a science fiction movie or something like that, a creature feature movie or something, there's none on there I haven't seen, and that really gets frustrating. Counterflow says on the left side of the screen, scroll all the way down to the menu. I do. The 3 horizontal lines towards the bottom, you'll see YouTube Premium. Yeah, I've seen that. And with my VPN, I can get movies too. Okay. Bobsy's making multiple recipes with sourdough mixes. I don't like sourdough. And he shares his dishes. Okay, nice to know that. Well, is that how you sign up on there? I know where it says at the bars, it says, YouTube Premium. Usually it's a red box with a white figure in there of some sort, if I remember right. No, but I need more stuff to see on TV I haven't seen because it has become actually a problem, and it's become very problematic and all the shit that they do have is new. It's not new at all on Netflix. For example, the really good movies you're not going to see, I guess, will be under some premium or something, or you have to rent it or something. I mean, there's some good Clint Eastwood stuff, and there's a lot of good stuff out there that you cannot get, and you won't even get it on YouTube. And you're certainly not going to get it on Netflix. There's a lot of stuff out there you're not going to get. You can't even get, let's see, one of my favorites, Charles Bronson. All I've ever seen on there, they show clips of the best scenes with Charles Bronson movies, you know, Death Wish movies. I always loved them. But all they sometimes show is just clips, all the kill shots on there, you know, how many people he's killed and all that stuff. There are other shows I'd like to see, but you know, they tease you with it. And someone puts something on there that's like, it's only some clips or something. The guys are messing with Boss Hogg's new restaurant reviews. So Boss Hogg's has a new restaurant. I think I know who you're talking about. I don't know. What drives you people anyway? I don't know. Oh, okay. You click on it and you sign up. So you got to give your, what, debit card or something on there? Well, her daughter sometimes does stuff for us. We could pay her to do that, but if we can get something on there. Because, you know, we enjoy watching TV if there's a good movie on. And to tell you the truth, you know, I'm kind of veering away from series because I got involved with something. In fact, I know Virgin River's going to come back on soon. I don't know when. I got involved with Virgin River. You may not like it, but it was okay. But a lot of these series, I mean, you are forced, that's why they're series. You're forced to watch the whole thing through because you watched it so far and you don't want to miss another episode, and you wind up getting caught up into these series. But then most of the shit that I find on Netflix, it's not all shit. There's actually some good Filipino movies out there I watched that I didn't mind watching. It had the captions on it. You know, there were some interesting Filipino movies I thought was fun to watch. But there's a lot of foreign movies in Japanese or something. And I just want to veer away. I want to just listen to English speaking movies, but then you're going to get a lot of anime. A lot of anime is all over there. Anime, animation, anime, whatever. I don't watch anime. Yeah, foreigner farming in the Philippines, yeah. Call him Boss Hog. Boss Hog. Yeah. He had a lot of problems, I remember. He had problems with viewers. He had problems with, I don't know, his hog business and whatever he was trying to get creative. I remember that, to make money on his so-called farm or whatever. He was always kind of haggling for money somehow. I remember that. Who's 15? He said she's 15. Who's 15? Oh, you use Gcash counterflow to do your okay, to order on premium. Screenshots of Boss Hog offering a 15-year-old money. Is that what you're saying? There's a lot of that going on. No names mentioned. A lot more than you know. Oh. Bob Cooper. Now you're talking about Bob Cooper. Whose daughter? You know, you're talking cryptic here. While I'm reading, you say something. There's screenshots of somebody offering money. Wait, first you go from Abo J. Melby, a foreigner farming in the Philippines. All right. That's Boss Hog. He said, okay. Then Melby goes to she's 15. Who's 15? Then Abo says there is a screenshot of him offering money. Who? Boss Hogs? Then Abo says Bob. Now it's going to Bob Cooper's girlfriends. Then Abo says daughter. Whose daughter? So Boss Hogs was trying to hook a 15-year-old up with a subscriber. Is that what you're saying, Boss Hogs? Yeah, you gotta, you know, give a more complete sentence here to be more explanatory on this, because otherwise it gets kind of cryptic. Oh, you're talking about Bob Cooper. Okay, you're saying that Bob Cooper was trying to hook up a 15-year-old with a subscriber? No, I don't see no comments being erased on here. Well, Bob Cooper's a pretty strange man. He's supposed to have this chick. I don't know what the fuck her name was, Zelda, some crazy name. How many years he's been talking to her? I don't think he ever got together until now. I guess he's supposed to be in the Philippines now, I guess. I'm not sure who the hell would want to be with Bob Cooper, but, he's the kind of guy that's willing to go buy her a house or something. Screenshots are on Discord. Well, I'm not going there, so. I don't know what's up with Bob Cooper. Oh, what's it? Esther. His girlfriend's name is Esther. That's an old-fashioned name. Esther. Remind me of Aunt Esper. Aunt Esther. And I seen a little bit of what I could see of Bob Cooper's girlfriend. She's nothing hot to talk about at all. But, the question is, again, what the fuck is she doing with him? This guy's been a druggie, a stoner, a fucking alcoholic, and, a really warped sense of humor. His sexual humor is actually pretty warped. He's still fat. All the winners on here. All the winners on here. And we got a lot of winners on here, don't we? Well, to each his own, right? But the thing is, I never thought that Bob Cooper was the healthiest person in the world either. I never thought he did. I never thought he was. I've seen his diet through the years. How he used to stuff his face and how big he got. I don't really think Bob Cooper is in a really good health situation. He probably should have stayed in California, really. Like the same thing I'm telling Big Kevin, he should have stayed in Kentucky. But they'll find out in their own time. A lot of people don't take advice. They got to find out on their own. But that's okay. Some people are stubborn that way. Don't tell me what to do. I went through that with lots of people. But then don't ask me advice. Yeah, he's pretty huge, Bob. He's got a bad liver, I'll guarantee you. He drank a lot before he so-called quit. I don't know. Look, all I was trying to explain on my show was that if you have a history of obesity and drinking, you go get a liver enzyme test and you'll see what I'm talking about. You don't have to listen to me, but the damage is already done. It's already done. The obesity is such a huge factor with human health. I can't emphasize as much as I'd like to, It just fucks up everything in your body, man. Everything. Everything. Hold on, I gotta take a whiz real quick here. Okay, sorry about that. Nature calls. I'm not going to be out there too much longer. I got to figure out what I want to eat tonight. We're not loaded with food here. We haven't done any serious shopping in a while. As I said, I'm kind of chickened out, but, I wouldn't mind chicken. I might go to the restaurant for that. I do like chicken parmesan. But there's not much in town that they sell in the restaurants that I find that appealing. I wouldn't mind having a really good hamburger, but I'm trying to lay a little bit low on it. It's not that I eat that much beef. I'm trying to lay a little bit low on the beef. Red meat. So, and understand something. People could do with their life what they want to do with it. I only give friendly advice on here. That's all. I just give friendly advice, and you take it, you don't. I mean, it's not going to affect me. You know who you are. If you have been drinking a long time, or if you're suffering obesity. I kind of laid it out a little bit, a lot actually, not a little bit, about the dangers of that situation. So, when someone's making fun of my age, are you going to die soon? Well, I'd worry about yourself. Don't worry about me. I'm not obese. And I don't drink either. Got one vice, and that's bad enough, thank you. But, there's no comparing me to some of these people at all. You do what you want with your body, man. I don't care. It don't affect me. It's not going to put food on my table, what you do with your life. Just eat what you eat. And sometimes I'm not a big foodie, really, but what makes me almost want to puke is when you see Ricky at a restaurant eating and how he stuffs his face like that. I find it very difficult to watch. It's almost frightening. How is it that I don't get it when people don't care about themselves to that degree? I don't get it. You've only got one life. It's not like, I don't have a vice, but you look at these people and say, I don't know, what's the worst of the two evils, And overeating the way they do, well, they're already aware that they are in a frightening situation, how much weight they have on them. And they don't see that? Or they just don't care? I don't get it. How old are you now, Counterflow? I never got it either. Weight is the number one me factor. Soon their ankles get huge because their heart can't pump it through such a big person. Well, believe me, I've seen Ricky's ankles, and remember, I met him on several occasions. He has huge legs, his ankles, everything. Yeah. You'll get peripheral artery disease, you'll get all that shit, man. Your heart is going to work a lot harder. Yeah. Hello, Kuya John. I started off this morning talking about, what's his freaking name, the Russian guy? Vitaly. Now all of a sudden he's crying or whatever. Oh, yeah. His lawyer was being a spokesman for him, and her name is Baby something. The lawyer's name, Baby. Okay, Baby. Maybe Baby. He didn't mean it. He's remorseful. He won't, no remorse for those people that he's hurt. None. You don't want to go to jail. Tough titties, pal. Tough titties. He did some horrible stuff. If anybody deserves to be in jail, he certainly does. And Johnny Somali, those characters, they certainly belong in jail. There's no question about it. You don't even have to think about it.
They're going to make an example out of Vitaly, that's for sure. Unless he does some payoffs or something. Well, you know how that is. He's got the money and his father does. And, you know, there's always that chance of payoff. Isn't there, folks? Nobody would do payoffs, would they? No, that don't happen. It certainly does. Okay, I gotta get serious here. I gotta find something to eat or something to go out for dinner or something. I don't know. Haven't decided what the food I have around here is not defrosted. Shit, man. I even ran out of fucking broccoli. God, I can't do that. I got Brussels sprouts, but you can't win. And what do I mean by that? Well, it contains a lot of oxalates. Now, you remember I had a kidney stone situation. And I'm going to tell you, the last thing I freaking want is to get fucking kidney stones again. That's why I've been putting a lot of lemon in my water. These fucking edamame beans have been sitting here forever. Why aren't they eating the edamame beans? And I got chopped spinach. I got a bag of chopped spinach. I like spinach, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Spinach is high in oxalates. Fuck, you think I want to go through that shit again? Oh, you're wrong. That was a painful son of a bitch situation, man. And I was not exaggerating, I assure you. I was not exaggerating. I almost fainted with the pain. I'm telling you, I was in a condo unit in Cebu. Whew. That was bad. That was bad. Well, I'm not finding anything, so, you know. Okay. Let's see. I wouldn't wish that on anybody, really. That was painful. And I don't know what was worse, the sciatica or that. I think that was worse. So, I know I'm not drinking enough water. I think I'm a little bit dehydrated. You could tell your piss if it looks kind of orangish instead of clear. Well, I also take vitamins too, and that discolors the urine too. So it's really hard to tell, but I know I'm not drinking enough. I'm supposed to be drinking a couple of liters minimum a day, and I'm not drinking no goddamn couple of liters a day. I have not been drinking that much, and I need to. I need to. I don't want to go through that again, or the expenses. Hell no. But, you know, lemon. We bought this cool little cheap, we ordered on Lasada. It was a little squeezer. It's made out of metal. And you just slice up some lemons, put it in there, and you squeeze it. That's it. It has a little spout on there. It comes right out of there. No big fancy electrical, you know, machine, juicer. Something very simple. And it's the also, which I don't take much of very often, apple cider vinegar with mother. So you want to try to dissolve these oxalates. That's the whole purpose. And don't be surprised. I mean, I don't know you guys' diets, but it may not hurt if you have insurance or something. Out here, it don't cost much for an ultrasound test at all. I don't know, 800 pesos. I don't know what it was. It didn't cost that much, I don't think. How much was the ultrasound, Gilda?
1,000 something.
1,000 something? It wasn't a lot of money. Okay, do yourself a favor, and it's no favor to me. You get a chance, if you got medical coverage or whatever you have, or just pay out of pocket if United States are going to charge you a lot of money. Go and just have your whole area down there checked out. Your bladder, your kidneys, prostate, your urethra. Just for the hell of it. Just do it. And you might even try your gallbladder. Because when it hits, I'm going to tell you, it hits. And you ain't going to like it. A little preventive maintenance doesn't hurt now and then. If you got the money, spend it on yourself.
Go and get an ultrasound done. Because you might have an accumulative amount of stones that would, you'd be shocked. At any time, they could block your urethra Franklin. Yeah. And when it does, you'll know about it. I knew about it. Big time. So if you want to take any advice from me, I'm sure some of you do, go and have it checked out. And you could do a routine CBC blood count, blood test, stuff like that too. Every now and then, it's called preventive maintenance. I mean, it's for your own good. I can't force somebody to do something they don't want to do. I could only advise you. But people have a pretty varied diet, and they don't realize a lot of stuff they're eating will actually form these oxalates, And more importantly, when I was talking about dehydration, that's the culprit. Because if you ain't got a good flow in your kidneys, things tend to dry up a little bit, and all the accumulative toxins they gather in there, and all the accumulative oxalates, they gather up and they form stones. You don't want that to happen. You just have to trust me on this one. You got to flush out your kidneys. That's why I got to start drinking a lot more water. Besides water with lemon, yes, I'm doing good with that, but I got to really flush my system out. You get lazy, And some people don't like to drink straight water because they figure, well, it has no taste to it. But, put something tasteful in it, Maybe it'll make you drink a lot more water. Especially if you eat like a fucking horse, like Ricky and people like that, and Big Kevin and all that, and Big E and all those people. The first thing they should be doing is getting these ultrasounds done. Especially if you drink too, have your liver checked out, get the liver enzymes checked out, and see what shape your liver's in. But the one thing you have no control of is your, what do you call organ? Bob died of that, this guy I know. Oh, what the hell? I'll think about it in a minute. There's one organ in your body you can't ignore. You may want to have checks on that. I'll think about that in a minute. It came to my mind. But a little preventive maintenance can't hurt. It could possibly save your life. Okay, that's all I really have to talk about on here. When I'm done, I'm done. Oh, you're 64, counterflow. Okay. Let's see. I guess I didn't see all the comments. No, yeah, weight is the number one factor. Soon their ankles get huge because the heart can't pump through such a big person. And if you're also a very tall person, you're overweight like that, then you're in trouble, brother. But that's their doing. It's not mine. They do with their life what they want. Have harems, whatever the fuck they want to do. That's their business, it's not mine. Fozzie would be alive today if he had different practices. He just didn't want to spend the money, Oh, well, bye-bye. Gone. All right, I'm out of here, folks. We'll leave this on as we usually do lately. Thanks for stopping by. And I'll probably just catch you in the morning, if not afternoon tomorrow if I'm on. If I have nothing to talk about, I'm not putting shit on. I didn't die or anything like that, okay? So sometimes even I get talked out, believe it or not. Okay, let me tell you something that's kind of funny. I'm always one step ahead of people. I get this guy that writes me lately all the time and trying to be friendly with me. Of course, he ain't going to go on camera or go on Messenger or nothing like that. And I questioned him. I said, why are you writing me? I said, I'm not looking to make friends with anybody from YouTube. Oh, I'm just trying to be nice. He keeps on writing me. He's always writing me, telling me about all the information he hears from Discord and all this crap, and always trying to feed me information like he's trying to be friendly. And he seems like he's trying to be friendly with him, friendly with me. I said, look, I don't even know who you are. And I know you're probably a troll.
I get people to write me to try to be nice, and well, I automatically figured out he was a troll because he wasn't willing to kind of give information as to who he really was, or even go on camera somewhere or whatever. So I was one step ahead of him. So I basically told him, I said, look, I don't even know who you are. You're probably a troll, and what's your purpose of writing me? I said, I don't understand it. You trying to be friends with me, or what? I said, I'm not interested. And he continued to write me. Then he started getting mad because, just like Brevis, he was being jilted by me. And, like I said, there's a method to my madness. I knew he was a troll from the beginning. So I kind of baited him a little bit. I said, oh, look, don't bother writing me. I said, look, I don't even know who you are, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He started to become a little bit defensive. And then, of course, he writes me back a couple of letters. I was only trying to see if you were really nice. And he starts attacking me. And he gets really ugly. It really gets ugly with me. And says, yeah, you're with a so-and-so, and she's got kids, 8 kids from different fathers. Oh, really? I didn't know that. You better tell her that. He goes, I'm just going to go back to trolling you. Keywords. I'm going to go back to trolling you. So I got him to admit that he was a troll. And, I read into this stuff all the time, and it's easy to tell if somebody's a troll that's writing me, He goes to some name of Guya something, Philippine Gu, I don't know what the fuck, some weird ass name. I said, look, you're going to go to spam. Don't expect a response from me. I said, look, I'm not interested in knowing you. I said, I knew you were a troll from the beginning. Try to be nice to me. I was just trying to see if you could be nice to somebody. Guess Barry's right about you, and I'm just going to go back to trolling you. I said, well, you go ahead and do that. But I said, if you're expecting to write me, your message is going to go to my spam folder. Don't expect, a response from me. So I was well ahead of this guy, because that's the only people who write me are trolls, really. And they try to pretend that they're my friend or so. I said, I'm not interested in making any friends, anything to do with YouTube. I don't have any interest. I still don't. And he starts getting progressively defensive and then offensive. You know how that works, right? On here. Like when Brevis was rejected from me, this guy, whoever he is, was rejected. Then he says, oh yeah, and that girl Patty that writes you, she's also a troll. Ha ha ha, you didn't know that? I said, look, the people that come on my channel are trolls. I said, you think I don't know that? Duh. Like you said, you're making fun of my age or something. Again, the age, right? Always the age. Well, you're right, I am 71. And that simply means that I wasn't born yesterday. 71 years ago. So I had quite a bit of experience, okay? And trying to figure out who's a troll and who's not. So yeah, I'm quite familiar that the majority of the people that come on my show are all trolls. I'm not that stupid or gullible or naive to think that they're not. Oh yeah, I got people trying to be friendly on my show. I just take it for granted that they're trolls. They're trolls. And I find out anyway, because I'll see their comments on somebody else's show. Maybe some derogatory comment about me or something. So, I investigate things. You can't put the wool over my eyes. You can't do that. Nice try, though, but I always say no cigar. So this Guya something, whatever the hell your name is, no need to write. You're going to go to my spam folder anyway, so if you expected a response, I don't know, go hire a shrink and tell you to shrink your problems. And don't tell me yours on your writings. And I'm not interested in what you write to me. I'm not interested in what you have to say about me. I'm not looking for friendships with any YouTubers. Get it straight. Timmy used to write me a lot, and I think that could be Timmy. because Timmy knows I don't want to talk to him. No, Timmy was writing me for a long time, a supporter of Barry's until Barry started attacking him. Then he would jump fences himself and go back to Barry, and when he didn't get his way with me, then go back to me. And I told you, they're all athletes out there. They got strong legs. May not have a strong mind, but they got strong legs. Go back and forth, jump in that fence. But you're right, I am 71. And that doesn't mean I wasn't born yesterday, so I'm not that stupid. I can figure out a troll from another. And I do know that probably 95% of the people that come on my show are indeed trolls. You're right, I wasn't born yesterday. A long time ago. I could manage to figure these things out on my own. Doesn't make or take too much thought about it. So the dude that's been writing me, man, no need. And none of your emails are going to be read, seen, whatever. It's just going to go to a spam folder. And anything on spam goes to my trash. I'm not going to read what you wrote. Sorry you feel jilted by me, but you were kind of testing the waters with me to try to build up my confidence in you, right? Weren't you doing that? So maybe you could get information out of me, but it didn't work. I was ahead of you, dude. Didn't work. People tried. They tried hard, but it never worked. So, in my own ingenious way, it just comes natural, you know. I tested him. And I've done this with so many people on YouTube. See where their loyalty was. And the minute you do anything to, I don't know, let's say, not agree with somebody or something, they fall apart. And their true colors come out. Because that's when you go to hear them on another show talking smack about me. That's when I know. Not interested. What you have to say or think of me. I'm going to go back to trolling you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. You admitted you were a troll after all, which means I was right. Wasn't I? I certainly was. You're a fool, an old fool. But this old fool, you can't fool me. You need to go back to school, fool. All right, that's what I had to say about that. That's a message to this guy. Didn't work, pal. No cigar. So far, nobody's got any cigars from me. Nobody. You don't have any friends, he says. Yes, I do. She's laying right next to me right now. I know her children are not from 8 different parents. You're not hurting my feelings by saying that. Oh, I got friends. My best one is laying down next to me right now. Very good friend. Do you have any friends? Or is YouTube pretty much predominantly your whole social life? That's sad if it is your whole social life. You have a significant other in your life that perhaps you could relate to, lay in bed and cuddle, somebody to talk to, relate to. I know, it's not an easy thing to find these days, you know. But maybe one day you will, and your whole life will change. I guarantee it. Your whole life will change. Just like if Popeye met somebody, maybe his life will change. He won't be so bitter, you know? Hey, look, stranger things happen in life, and maybe your life will change. But so the dude that's been writing me, well, buddy, I knew you were a troll from the beginning. That's why I didn't give you a lot of personal information. Nice try. No cigar. Nice try. And how you got so defensive brought you right out where I wanted to, right out in the open. Getting you to even admit, quote, I'm going to go back to trolling you. So you weren't sincere from the beginning, pretending to be friendly with me to try to get information out of me, but it didn't work. Didn't work. I have a thing here where Look, I'm not looking for friendship on here. But if you're that interested in talking to me for some reason, tell me who you really are. Go on Messenger. Show me who you are. Because if you weren't trying to hide something, if you weren't a troll, you'd be willing to do that. Not that it would be a regular thing between us. But if you were sincere, a sincere supporter, I could handle going on Messenger, on camera or something, or whatever, or just voice, and tell me who you really are. Answer the right questions. But I'm not that stupid. With that being said, you all have a wonderful evening, morning, whatever time it is where you are. I'm going to wind down for the night, lay down here with my honey, and if you got a problem with how many kids she has, well, maybe you want to support their college or something. If you're that interested in her children. And yes, they are from all one father. All one father. That was a lame statement you made anyway, wasn't it? Yeah, it really was lame. But I'm used to hearing all these lame statements on here. You weren't true grit. Your colors showed out. And I got you to do it. It was real easy. Hate to say it, but you were baited. Well, this troll, Patty, says that you're so stupid, Frank. You don't know that that Patty girl is a troll. Oh, I didn't give any personal information to that guy at all. Nor would I give it to you. In fact, he claims that you are a troll. That's what he claims. And chances are you probably are. I put people to the ultimate test when they say that they are who they say they are. Then you find me on Facebook, put in a friend request for the messenger, and introduce yourself on there. Then I'll believe you that you're not a troll, that you're really a woman. And there you go. But people that are not willing to do that, well, they're trolls. And you don't have to give personal information out necessarily. But if you're afraid ever to give your real name, show yourself on camera, then I have to take it that you are a troll. But he claims, Patty, that you are a troll. This guy's been writing me on my email, by the way, if you came in late. And I baited him a little bit. Got him to actually admit that he is a troll. Barry was right about you. You don't have any friends. And your girlfriend has 8 kids from 8 different fathers. Well, I guess you better tell her that. Yeah, nobody's a troll on here. Nobody's a troll on here. I would never ask personal information from anyone. Well, Patty, if you weren't a troll, what's with your icon? Why don't you have a picture on here? How about a picture, Patty? What do you got to hide? Generally, only trolls come on without an icon on here. Show a picture of yourself. Better yet, you look me up on Facebook Messenger. Let's see who you really are. Then I can believe you. I ain't thinking what to say on that one. Hey, Barry, are you listening out there, Barry? How's prison? How's prison, Barry? Yeah, I would never ask you your personal information, you said. You just said that. Well, it's like this. I've been on here for like 10 years or something, you know, and if somebody wasn't a troll, they have nothing to hide, so they have an icon with their picture on it. I know how that works. And you came on here, let's see. No, let's see. Really, I would never give pics. This is the open internet. Goodbye, Patty. I'm going to put you on timeout for 24 hours. There we go. Look, I'm not that stupid. Hey, I don't mind giving shows to trolls. They still listen to my show. There's still an audience, okay? But I don't like when somebody lies to me. I have this thing about lies. I don't like them. I don't like liars. Because the fact is, if you don't have an icon with a picture on there, I'm going to assume that you're a troll. Because if you didn't have anything to hide, it wouldn't, it wouldn't matter if you showed your picture. You could say you're this person, that person, you live here, you live there. You can say you're a woman. You could even be my daughter, writing to me under a different name. Oh, she comes on here. I know she does. She's probably under some troll name. I would be surprised if I've talked to her numerous times already. And that would surprise me at all. No, I don't think Patty is my daughter because 9, 10, 11, no, it's be too early in the morning or something over there in Seattle. Well, actually, it would be, probably wouldn't be an advantageous hour for her to be on. I don't think so. But the dude that's been writing me, no cigar, my friend. I ran out of cigars. I looked in my humidor and I don't have any left. Can't put the wool over my eyes, buddy. I don't wear wool. I wear cotton. Couldn't handle wool. Too itchy, too scratchy. You can fool some people some of the time and some of the other people on another time, but you can't fool me. A troll is a troll is a troll is a troll. There you go. And with that being said, I got to wind down for the night, if you don't mind. And I just thought I'd come on and acknowledge this troll who's been writing me on my email. Hey, listen, man, I had you at hello, okay? But you didn't get any information out of me, did you? No, you didn't. I've had a lot of people write me to try to be friendly and try to talk about other trolls and always telling me what's going on Discord and try to build up my confidence with them. But that don't work with me. I've had plenty of experience with this shit. The only people that'll write me would be trolls. Oh, I noticed Big Kevin hasn't been on. Having some problems, Big Kevin. Have you had problems? A lot of jingle to be made out there, Kevin. How come you haven't been on the past several days? Too much jingle out there to miss. You're missing out. Okay, even though I got a few more viewers on here, I am going to have to go. And to Patty, I'm not stupid, okay, that you call yourself Patty Thorough, whatever the hell your name is. You seem nice enough, but then that's what trolls do on my channel. They act nice towards you, like they're supporting your channel and you, when they're really not. So I have to make the assumption that anybody comes on my show is a troll, and it's no different than any other show.
Everyone who comes on Kevin's show is a troll. He already knows that. You already have that knowledge. If they're not calling him names and shit, then he allows them to stay on, and that's what makes this show. Well, maybe my show is made up of trolls. And maybe that's what makes my show. But the main thing is they come. I got a special, baker's dozen or whatever you want to call it, 13 magic number that comes into my show all the time, religiously. They're all trolls. You people honestly think I don't know that? I treat you with kid gloves, but I figure as long as you're not causing trouble on my channel, I'll let you come on. But I'm a step ahead of you all the time. I can figure out a troll. Let's just say I've had that experience. And with that being said, I do have to go. After all, I do have a life beyond YouTube. She's laying down right at my side. One day, you will have a very special someone to lay down by your side. I wish you all the best of luck. Could happen. Miracles do happen.